the world of the 2nd century. In the West, the Roman Empire spans the Mediterranean, boasting grand marble cities and disciplined legions in shining armor. Far over to the east, the Han Chinese Empire flourishes with walled capitals and silk-clad courtiers. Two superpowers, standing like bookends to the Eurasian continent. Vast empires, unaware of each other's language, unaware of each other's faces, yet gradually bound by a whisper of commerce and a hint of curiosity. The question we have today is, did Rome have contact with China? Now that is an interesting question, isn't it? And it's one that we're going to be looking into today, a journey through time, tracing that chronology of direct and indirect counters between Rome and China. And we'll see how goods, rumors, and people traveled along the silk roads and sea lanes, bringing these distant worlds into a fleeting contact. And don't worry, we'll have plenty of little goodies too, little details like Chinese silk causing panic among the Romans' morality, to a possible lost legion settling in Asia, to the recorded visits of actual Roman envoys to Chinese courts. We've got it all, and we're going to talk about it all over the next hour together. So how about you get nice and relaxed? We're going to chill out, learn something, and just have a great time. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Once again, such a pleasure to have any newcomers here. And if you're into this kind of stuff, how about you click that subscribe button? Or anybody who's not clicked the subscribe button yet, I invite you to do so. This video is 100% ad-free. We're funded by the audience here. Due to the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreon, those who had a curiosity to check out the merch store, and the occasional donation, you can enjoy it completely uninterrupted. So, thanks to those who have taken the time to check out those links in the pinned comment or description. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. We begin in the 2nd century BCE. It was at this time when the Roman Republic and China's Han dynasty were rising giants, still separated by thousands of mountains, deserts, and all those little kingdoms in between. A long way to go, and direct contact was simply beyond reach. But indirect awareness began to show signs. The catalyst for this, of course, was trade. In 138 BCE, the Han Emperor Wu sent envoy Jiang Qian westward. Jiang Qian's journey opened China's eyes to these western regions, mainly Central Asia. Think about the modern-day areas of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, this kind of thing. And so he returned to Chang'an, nowadays we call that Xi'an in Shanxi province, after 10 long years. And with him he brought reports on lands such as Dayuan and Kangju, along with Anxi and others. Now, there's pretty much Fergana, Sogdiana, and Parthia, respectively. Now, most importantly, he sold Chinese goods like silk in foreign markets, evidence that products from China had already traveled far beyond the empire's bounds. Though Jiang Qian never reached as far as Rome, his expedition was certainly the beginning of the Silk Road, a network of trade routes that would eventually link the Mediterranean to China. The Han court learned of powerful kingdoms to the west too, and one of the names he reported was Li Jian, a term that later Chinese texts equated with the Roman Empire. So as you see, we certainly have the roots of contact all the way back in 138. Of course, though, scholars do debate the origin of Li Jian. It is still a point of argument. Maybe it originally referred to a Hellenistic kingdom or a city, perhaps Alexandria in Egypt. But regardless, we know that by the 1st century AD, Chinese sources would use Da Jin alongside Li Jian to denote the far western empire of the Romans. At the same time, in the Mediterranean world, the Romans were encountering the fruits of the East long before they understood where they came from. The most prized import was unsurprisingly silk. During the late Republic, that is the 1st century BCE, delicate silk fabric began appearing in Roman marketplaces, carried by traders from the East. Middlemen, Parthians, that kind of thing. Now the Romans knew that these exquisite textiles came from an enigmatic people called the Seres, literally silk people. But they only had the vaguest notion of who the Seres were. The geographer Strabo, writing under Augustus in 20 BCE, acknowledged the limits of Roman knowledge. Few Romans had traveled beyond India, and information about lands further east was basically based on hearsay and second-hand reports. Not much to go on. But to the Greco-Roman imagination, the Seres lived at the extreme edge of the habitable world, a folk that existed in semi-legendary status. But despite the mystery of it all, Roman demand for silk simply kept growing and growing. By the 1st century BCE, silk garments had become fashionable among Rome's elite classes, but also a little controversial. Moralists had deplored the craze for its translucent attire. The philosopher Seneca the Younger famously rebuked Roman women for parading in diaphanous silks that, quote, do not even conceal their bodies, a sign of decadence in his view. And even the Emperor Tiberius at one point forbade men from wearing pure silk, lest it, quote, shame the male sex. Well, such admonitions did very little to dampen the desire. Gold flowed out of Rome in exchange for silk, alarming the more conservative commentators. And the most striking complaint actually came from Pliny the Elder, the naturalist and author of Natural History, which was written around the 70 CE. Pliny estimated that Rome was sending 100 million sesterces annually to India, Arabia, and the Ceres, that being China, of course, for these luxury products, draining the treasury for nothing more than baubles and pleasures. The quote from his work went as followed: "That is the price that our luxuries and womankind cost us." Pliny also repeated a fanciful account of how silk was made. According to his understanding, the Ceres collected a woolly down from trees and combed out fine threads. He was describing raw silk fiber, without realizing that it came from silkworm cocoons on mulberry leaves. To Pliny, it was astonishing that so much labor and distance were involved for a matron to flaunt transparent raiment in public, as he put it. The Ceres, he added, lived at peace in their distant land, shunning contact with other peoples and letting the traders come to them. Perhaps he was not aware of the pretty constant warfare of ancient China. It was not the most peaceful place. By the end of the 1st century BCE and into the early 1st century CE, indirect trade contact was firmly established. Silk traveled west in caravans that passed from one intermediary to another. Chinese merchants to Central Asian traders, to Parthian middlemen, to Greek or Nabatean merchants, and finally to Roman, Syrian, or Alexandrian traders. But in return, what went eastward? Chinese records and archaeological findings give us a few clues of that. The Han Chinese were eager for strong Central Asian horses, and also received new fruits, grapes, and glassware from the West. From the Roman world in particular, the most significant exports were precious metals, gold, silver bullion to pay for the silk, but also high-quality glass and glassware, and even fine textiles. In fact, Roman-made glass items have been discovered in tombs as far as South Korea, and the fragments of Roman glass cups have been unearthed in Chinese sites, indicating that these objects traveled quite astonishing distances. Roman bronze mirrors and coins, too, made their way along the trade routes. In fact, Chinese archaeologists have found Roman coins, mostly later Eastern Roman ones, in China, supporting accounts of ancient exchange. And in the caravan city of Palmyra, a Roman client city in Syria, tombs contain Chinese silk textiles, and that's clear proof that silk had reached deep into the empire, and conversely that Roman Syria's merchants were handling goods from the Han Chinese. It is at this early stage, however, that all contact was indirect. Romans and Chinese knew each other only as mysterious legends. The Chinese spoke of the far-off land of Da Jin, literally Great Jin, suggesting that they regarded Rome as a powerful peer civilization, almost a Great China of the Western world. The Romans spoke of the Ceres, or sometimes used the term Sine, from which the word China derives. We speak of things like the Sino, or the Sino-Chinese War. Sometimes people say Sino, I say Sino. This is where the word comes from. Well, they use these terms for people even beyond the Indian Ocean. But neither had yet sent envoys across the entire span of Eurasia. But that was about to change, as geopolitical interest and a little bit of curiosity pushed each empire closer and closer together. The 1st century CE saw the Roman Empire and the Han dynasty both at the height of their power, and with that, a curiosity to look beyond their borders. Trade along the Silk Road flourished under the Pax Romana and the Pax Sinica, those rare periods of relative stability when long-distance caravans could travel with somewhat safety. It is in this context that we see the first attempts at direct contact. Let's start with the Chinese side. On their side, a remarkable initiative came from General Ban Chao, the Han imperial protector of the western regions, as roughly today's Xinjiang and Central Asia. Around 97 CE, Ban Chao had secured Chinese dominance as far west as the Tarim Basin and the fringes of Parthia. Eager to reach further and establish an alliance or contact with the reputed great empire of the far west, Ban Chao dispatched an envoy named Gan Ying to journey all the way to Rome. Gan Ying set out through Central Asia and made it to the shores of the Persian Gulf. It was there, however, that his mission was unfortunately thwarted by the Parthians, an Iranian empire that sat between Rome and China. According to the Hohan Shu, the book of later Han, the Parthians deliberately misled Gan Ying about the perils of the onward journey. They told him that to reach the Roman lands, he would face a vast and dangerous sea, taking months or even years to cross. But in reality, Roman-controlled Egypt lay just beyond the Arabian Sea, and Roman ships regularly sailed to India. But Parthia had a strong incentive to block direct liaison between Han China and Rome, since the Parthians of course profited immensely as middlemen in the silk trade. Poor old Gan Ying, daunted by the exaggerated tales of the ocean voyage, decided to turn back. He never really got to meet the Romans in person, but still, he did gather second-hand information about the Roman Empire from traders in Mesopotamia, and upon returning to China in 101, he delivered the most detailed account of the Romans that the Han court had yet received. Gan Ying's report, preserved in Chinese chronicles, is quite fascinating. He described the Roman Empire in remarkably favorable terms, almost a mirror image of the Chinese Empire. According to the Chinese records, later compiled by Fan Ye in the Hohan Shu, and by the 3rd century scholar Yu Huan, the Romans were tall and ruddy, honest in business, and like the Chinese in their civilized way of life. One passage notes, quote, "The common people are tall and virtuous like the Chinese, but wear Western clothes. They say they originally came from China, but left it." Now, this is a curious little remark, don't you think? It implies a legend that Romans were somehow a lost offshoot of the Middle Kingdom itself, an early Chinese attempt to fit Rome into their own world view. Now, do remember that the Chinese called their country Middle Kingdom, 中国, 中 being middle, 国 being country, kingdom kind of thing. So this just shows that they sort of see themselves at the center of the world. And because of that, especially in ancient times, they kind of had to put things into their own perspective. Now, Gan Ying described the Roman political system as well, stating that the Roman ruler was not hereditary and could be replaced if he misbehaved, with a virtuous man chosen in his stead. Now, this is a good observation too, perhaps a garbled reference to the Roman Senate or the practice of deposing bad emperors. The account even noted that the Romans always wanted to communicate with China, but Parthia, jealous of profit, would not allow them through. In effect, Chinese scholars understood the Parthians were obstructing a direct China-Rome link to monopolize the lucrative silk trade. Gan Ying's report also praised Roman technology and infrastructure. It mentions multi-storied buildings, postal relays, and the use of glass for art and utensils in Roman lands. And indeed, one Chinese source claims the Romans, quote, have a postal system with relay stations just like our Middle Kingdom. Now that's a pretty good recognition of administrative sophistication. That's for sure. Well, though Gan Ying never saw Rome, his mission proved that interest in each other was very much a mutual fascination, in concept, if not yet in reality. The Chinese now had a mental image of the Roman world. On the Roman side, we see parallel developments in geographic knowledge. By the mid-1st century CE, Roman merchants were pushing the limits of navigating in the Indian Ocean. After Rome annexed Egypt, Greek-Egyptian sailors discovered the monsoon winds, the discovery credited to the navigator Hipparchus, while that allowed direct crossings of the Arabian Sea to India. Roman trading ships began to reach the west coast of India regularly during the reign of Augustus and thereafter. Some adventurous traders went beyond the Indian subcontinent too. A Greek travelogue from around 50 CE, the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, speaks of a distant land called Tinai, clearly China, described as a great inland city where silk came from. It couldn't be any other place, surely. It also notes that raw silk and processed silk yarn from Dinah were sold in Bactria and India too, eventually making their way to Roman ports. At the same time, Roman geographers were piecing together information. By about 150 CE, Claudius Ptolemy in Alexandria produced his work Geographia, the most advanced map of the world in antiquity. Ptolemy's coordinates showed two eastern regions, Serica, land of the Seres, in the interior of Asia beyond the Tarim Basin, and Sine, land of the Chinese, located at the eastern end of the Great Southern Sea. In other words, Ptolemy knew of China, both via overland and maritime reports. It reflects a growing, if still hazy, Roman awareness of their Far Eastern counterparts. By the early 2nd century, it was only a matter of time before Rome and China would actually meet face to face. And indeed, that breakthrough would come in the latter half of the century, facilitated by shifting politics and perhaps sheer coincidence. In 166, during the reign of Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, known to the Chinese, by the way, as An Dun, a transcription of his name Antonius, an extraordinary event occurred. An embassy claiming to represent Rome arrived at the Chinese imperial court. The Hohan Shu records that in the 9th year of Emperor Huan's reign, 166 CE, quote, the king of Da Qin, An Dun, sent envoys from beyond the frontiers through Zhenan, that is the south coast of Vietnam, by the way, to offer elephant tusk, rhinoceros horn, and turtle shell. These exotic items were presented as tribute gifts to the Han court. Chinese historians noted pointedly that this was the first time in history that there had been direct contact between the two empires. The news certainly would have caused a stir in Luoyang, the Han capital. After years of hearing only rumors, the Chinese could finally gaze upon the real visitors from the fabled Far West. However, we have to hold our horses a bit. The circumstances of this Roman embassy were peculiar, to say the least. The Chinese account remarks that the gifts they brought were of little value, not the kind of rich treasures one would expect from such a great power. And this raised suspicions at the Han court that perhaps these emissaries were not officially dispatched by the Roman monarch at all, but rather private merchants tagging along eastern trade routes and masquerading as imperial envoys. Modern historians tend to agree with that too. It is likely that these men were Roman or Syriac merchants, perhaps from the Roman East, or from an entrepot like Egypt or Alexandria, who had made their way via the Indian Ocean to the southeast part of Asia, and then to the Han Empire's frontier. They may have invoked the name of Emperor Marcus Aurelius to gain prestigious audiences with the Chinese authorities. Marcus Aurelius himself, embroiled in wars on the Danube and a deadly plague in 166, probably didn't know of or sponsor this mission. But even so, Chinese records treated it as an official Roman embassy. Emperor Huan of Han granted them an audience. Symbolically, at least, the East had finally met the West. The long-heralded desire to communicate with China, ascribed to Roman rulers, had finally been realized, albeit in modest form. But what route did these Romans take? The evidence that we have suggests a maritime one. By the mid-2nd century, direct sea travel from the Red Sea to Southeast Asia was well and truly feasible. The envoys of 166 CE arrived via Yunnan, a Han province, on the coast of what is now Vietnam. This implies they sailed through the South China Sea. In fact, a Greco-Egyptian trader could have journeyed from the Roman port of Alexandria down the Red Sea across the Indian Ocean to the Malay Peninsula, and then up the coast of Vietnam, connecting to Chinese-controlled territory. Such a voyage is long, of course, but well within the capabilities of the time. Ships from Roman Egypt are known to have reached as far as the Malay Peninsula during this period, trading spices, exotic goods, etc. Thus, the embassage of 166 was most likely the result of the maritime Silk Road, as opposed to an arduous overland crossing. Still, that doesn't make it any less interesting. The Chinese chroniclers, while pleased by diplomatic overture, remained appropriately skeptical about the nature of the mission. They recorded the event and the name of An Dun, identifying him with the King of Rome. And interestingly, the Chinese had been informed earlier by Gan Ying's report and other intermediaries that the Roman emperors were chosen for their virtue, and that they eagerly sought friendship with Han. The arrival of an envoy seemed to confirm these stories, yet the lack of lavish gifts meant the event went down in history as a curious footnote, not some start of a sustained exchange between the two cultures. After delivering their tribute and receiving some gifts or trading opportunities, the Romans of 166 likely returned home or continued their mercantile circuits. No Chinese embassy was sent in return. The vast distance and the political barriers made a two-way exchange not impossible, but impractical, I suppose. The Parthian Empire, notably, had not been able to prevent this seaborne contact. By 166, Parthia was itself reeling from wars with Rome. Emperor Lucius Verus had recently fought the Parthians, sacking their capital Ctesiphon in 165. Perhaps a weakened Parthian control of overland routes and sea routes emerging allowed a brief window for this direct meeting. But any hope of regular diplomatic relations was dashed by the turbulent events. Soon after, the Roman world plunged into the Antonine Plague, a pandemic some suspect may have been exacerbated by the intercontinental contact, and then into the crisis of the 3rd century. While in China, the Han dynasty gave way by 220 to fragmentation and civil war. Nevertheless, there were a few follow-up encounters, noted in the Chinese records. One occurred during the Three Kingdoms period in China, which coincided with the late 3rd century Roman world. The Wei Lue, a 3rd century Chinese text by Yu Huan, recounts that in 226, in the time of the Eastern Wu Kingdom, a merchant of Da Jin named Qin Lun arrived at Jiaozhi, that is northern Vietnam, then a Chinese command region. The local prefect was so intrigued that he sent Qin Lun on to Sun Quan, the king of Eastern Wu. Sun Quan, ruling from Nanjing, was effectively the Chinese emperor of that southeastern realm. The account, preserved in the Book of Liang and quoted by later historians, is quite colorful too. Sun Quan eagerly questioned Qin Lun about his distant homeland. Qin Lun described the Roman lands and people to Wu's court quite curiously. At that very time, Sun Quan happened to have a collection of dwarfs, individuals of unusually short stature. They came from a southern tribe, and he kept them as curiosities for the court. When the Roman merchant Qin Lun saw these dwarfs, he remarked that Da Jin, well, in Da Jing rather, such a small-statured people were rarely seen. Sun Quan then hit upon the idea of sending a return gift to the Roman lands. He ordered that 10 male and 10 female dwarfs be entrusted to Qin Lun for travel, along with a Chinese officer to accompany them. Now this makes for a pretty interesting anecdote, don't you think? The Chinese monarch essentially tried to send exotic humans as gifts to impress the Roman ruler. One imagines Sun Quan thinking this would delight the distant Western king. The expedition, however, never reached Rome. The Chinese officer Liu Xuan died en route, and Qin Lun gave up the mission and went back to his own country. That's a shame, don't you think? I wonder what happened to the poor dwarves. Anyway, we do not know what become of them, but presumably they didn't complete the journey either. We just have to use our imagination. Either way, this illustrates both the enthusiasm but the pitfalls of such long-distance contact, but is also a reminder that private traders, not official diplomats, were usually the real connectors of East and West. Qin Lun was a merchant, and his voyage back to China was likely driven by trade. His audience with Sun Quan, well, that was just a lucky bonus, resulting from local authorities' fascination with a foreign visitor. Chinese histories further record an embassy from Da Qin in 284 AD during the Western Jin dynasty, the successor state, that is, that reunified China briefly after the Three Kingdoms. Very briefly. The Book of Jin mentions that in 284, an envoy from Da Qin arrived at the court of Emperor Wu of Jin. The details are scant, but it likely was another group of Roman Eastern subjects. Maybe Syrians, maybe Greeks. They arrived by the maritime route, as overland travel was perilous in that area. By 284, the Roman world had just emerged from its crisis under the new emperor Diocletian. It's conceivable that renewed stability and the flourishing trade in the Red Sea under later 3rd century Roman emperors allowed another mission to reach China. If the 166 embassy had been a one-off thing, the 226 visit of Qin Lun and the 284 embassy suggest a pattern that once every few decades intrepid travelers made it to Han and post-Han courts. In any case, each time we're lucky enough that the Chinese recorded these visits with wonder, but also each time continuous relations failed to materialize. Throughout these centuries of admittedly tenuous contact, there's been a number of myths and legends that have sprung up, showing how each side's imagination kind of filled the gaps in knowledge. One famous though controversial story is the tale of a lost Roman legion in China. Believe it or not. The background begins in 53 BCE, when the Roman general Crassus was defeated by the Parthians at the Battle of Carrhae. Thousands of Roman soldiers were captured. Fast forward a few years, in 36 BCE, the Han Chinese were fighting nomadic Xiongnu forces in Central Asia. A Chinese army, led by General Chen Tang, confronted the forces of a Xiongnu chieftain, Zhi, at a city in present-day Kazakhstan. The Chinese records of this battle mention that the defenders employed unusual formation of soldiers described as a fish-scale formation. Modern scholars have noticed that this sounds somewhat reminiscent of a Roman testudo formation, where soldiers align shields in a scaled pattern, like a turtle, basically. In the mid-20th century, Professor Homer Dubbs hypothesized that some Roman prisoners of war from Carrhae ended up as mercenaries in Central Asia, possibly sold to the Yuezhi or Hun tribes, and that these men were fighting for the Xiongnu at Zhi's fortress. When Chen Tang won, the story goes, he captured these foreign soldiers. Dobbs further speculated the Han Chinese might have resettled these mysterious warriors in a frontier town in Gansu. Intriguingly, there was indeed a Chinese town founded around that time called Li Qian, which is phonetically similar to the Li Jian, one of the old names for Rome. So could it be that Li Qian was actually populated by the descendants of Roman legionnaires? This idea captured public imagination for sure. Still does. In modern times, villagers in the region of Li Qian were found to have somewhat atypical features. Some had light hair or eyes, spurring sensational claims of Roman DNA in China. But hold your horses. Most historians remain pretty skeptical of it. Thus far, no archaeological evidence, no Roman weapons, armor, coins has been unearthed in Li Qian to confirm a Roman presence, and genetic studies in 2007 did not find any clear links to Mediterranean ancestry beyond what could occur from any other historical mixing. It's also likely that the fish scale formation described by the Chinese sources could refer to a common shield wall tactic, and that wasn't unique to Rome by any stretch of the imagination. And Li Qian, etymologically, might relate to a different toponym. One theory is that Li Jian originally meant Hyrcania in Central Asia, not Rome. So in short, while the image of stranded legionnaires carving out a life in Han China is pretty cool, it still remains an unproven myth. Still, it's a reflection of how eagerly, I suppose, we want to believe in an epic East-West encounter. But the story does underscore a real point. Roman and Chinese spheres nearly touched in Central Asia. If not Roman legionnaires, certainly Roman goods and people from Rome's client states traversed the Asian interior. For instance, Roman artisans or merchants might have lived in Parthian cities that the Chinese visited. The world of the Kushan Empire, in today's Pakistan, Afghanistan, to the 1st and 3rd century AD, was just another crossroads. Kushan rulers had ties with both Rome and China. They received Roman medallions and goods, and they were part of the Buddhist transmission to the Han too. The Silk Road caravans passing through Kushan domains would have mixed with Greeks, Indians, Persians, and maybe a rare Roman subject or two in the convoys. But that's if you were lucky. Still, the whole thing about Li Jian, let's not pass it off completely. You never know what they're going to find. Perhaps there's still something under the ground waiting to be digged up, and then all of those modern observers will have to rethink their stances. There is another legend, though, that arose from later misunderstandings. By late antiquity, the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, became known to the Chinese under a new name, Fu Lin, probably from Frank or a transliteration of something like Rome through Arabic. When the Tang dynasty in China bloomed in the 7th century, it finally established direct diplomatic contact with Byzantium, an empire it saw as the heir of Da Jing. In 643, a Byzantine embassy, likely sent by Emperor Constans II, arrived at the Tang capital, bearing red glass and green gems. Chinese histories noted this came from Fu Lin, which they regarded as the same as Da Jing, but just under a different dynasty. And indeed, the concept of Rome evolved. The Romans of old were remembered as Da Jing, while medieval Byzantines were called Fu Lin. The Tang received several such embassies, and even learned of Christianity through Nestorian missionaries from the Roman West. These later contacts, however, lie outside our Roman Empire time frame. but they still are quite interesting, I think, showing that Sino-Roman relations experienced a renaissance in medieval times, once Islam and other forces shifted the political landscape. All in all, despite the scarcity of meetings, both Romans and Chinese left us with rich written testaments of their perceptions of one another. We've already discussed the Chinese portrayals of Rome from Gan Ying's report, and the Wei Lue, an empire of law and virtue with big cities of stone, multi-story buildings, and even proto-democratic touches in their governance. The Chinese were clearly impressed by what they heard. They even credited Rome with certain marvels, such as pillars of glass in their palaces and teams of coordinators, perhaps a distorted echo of the Roman Senate or the administrative councils. While the Romans, for their part, sort of had two parallel images of China. One was the land of silk and riches, an almost mythical paradise of peace and prosperity. The other was the distant, unreachable nation beyond the frontier of the known world. A striking example of the Roman view comes from Ammianus Marcellinus, a 4th century Roman historian. Writing around 400 CE, long after any known direct contact, Ammianus described these series in idealized terms. Remember that term, series, Chinese. Quote from the text of Ammianus Marcellinus goes as follows: "The series themselves live a peaceful life, forever unacquainted with arms and warfare. They are troubled by no one, and they incline to justice. The forests in their land produce a fine downy substance, which they comb out and draw into silk threads." He went on to relate the famous tale that the series conduct trade in a particular way. They bring their goods to a river bank and withdraw, allowing the foreign merchants to leave gold in exchange, all without ever meeting face to face. A kind of silent barter across the river. Well, it's a pretty fanciful account, but it shows both admiration, i.e. the Chinese are gentle, ethical, civilized, but also a sense of mystery, i.e. they avoid direct contact with outsiders. It does echo earlier stereotypes too, and probably does not reflect reality. In fact, Chinese traders were quite willing to trade and haggle in person, but it crystallized the Roman imagination of a gentle and reclusive people living somewhere at the end of the earth. But one of the most poetic notions in Roman literature is the idea that the world's great nations almost met in the middle. The Roman poet Florus of the 2nd century CE mused that the peoples of the Far East, Indians, Scythians, Syrians, spontaneously sent embassies to the first Roman Emperor Augustus, having heard of Rome's greatness. And in fact, we know Indian envoys did reach the court of Augustus. Suetonius confirms that Indians and Scythians, nations only known by report, sent embassies seeking friendship with Rome. But Chinese envoys did not, at least as far as records show. Nonetheless, the idea that Rome's fame extended to the eastern extremities was a point of pride. The satirist Lucian joked about silk from the Saracens being unraveled by Roman ladies, showing how everyday and yet exotic that connection really was. So let's wheel back to the original question. Did Rome have contact with China? Well, the answer is a qualified yes. Over the centuries of the Roman Empire and the Han dynasty, and of course their successors, the two great civilizations never fought a war, never signed a formal alliance, never exchanged resident ambassadors. Yet they knew of each other, dimly but enough to be curious, and they certainly traded indirectly on a significant scale. Chinese silk became the adornment of the Roman aristocracy, while Roman glass, precious metals, and coinage found their ways into Chinese and Central Asian hands. The Silk Road was aptly named after the primary product that linked the two worlds. Through the vicissitudes of middlemen and intermediate empires, Kushans, Sogdians, Parthians, goods and information flowed in both directions freely. By the 2nd century AD, each empire had at least a rudimentary awareness of the other's existence. Rome knew of a distant civilization that made silk, and China knew of a far-off empire that rivaled itself in power and wealth. Direct contacts, while extraordinarily rare, did happen, and are recorded in quite a bit of detail, luckily by those Chinese historians, and all but unnoticed by Roman writers, interestingly, likely because to Rome an embassy from China would have been a few foreign traders among many arriving in busy ports like Alexandria. The embassies of 166, 226, and 284 stand as milestones of a kind of proto-globalization, moments when human beings bridged the largest distance on Earth at the time to shake hands, exchange gifts, and to just simply marvel at each other. The fact that one side carefully documented these exchanges, while the other side barely even remarked on them, is quite telling of their differing worldviews. China, viewing itself as the Middle Kingdom, saw the arrival of Romans as a significant tribute event, confirming China's central place in the world order. But Rome, for its part, saw itself as the universal empire. Any far travelers were simply just new participants in the vast trading network, not existential equals to be recorded in state annals. So we shouldn't interpret the lack of Roman mention as absence of contact, but rather as Romans not fully grasping how extraordinary the China connection actually was. The evidence for Sino-Roman contact comes primarily from those Chinese primary sources, of course corroborated by archaeological finds and a few notices in the Greco-Roman texts. But critical thinking really does demand that we treat legendary claims like the lost legion of Li Chen with caution. The credible accounts suggest that while neither civilization made a sustained effort to reach the other, no Roman legions ever marched to China, no Chinese armies ever appeared on the Euphrates, they gradually became aware of one another through commerce. The Silk Road functioned less as a single road than as a chain of many small interactions. A caravan master here, a ship captain there, each carrying information a bit further. It took centuries, but by the time of Marcus Aurelius, Rome and China were no longer strangers in absolute terms. The contacts that did occur were indirect, but certainly impactful. Trade led to cultural influences. The Roman love of silk spurred critiques of luxury and possibly even technological transfer. By the 6th century, Byzantine agents learned the secret of silk production, smuggling silkworm eggs out of China, a caper beyond our era, but certainly a direct result of the desire to break the monopoly. Chinese records of Da Jing provided later historians with invaluable data about the Roman world, and in turn, Roman geographers' inclusion of China on their maps was an early Western awareness of East Asia that would lie dormant until the age of exploration. So to conclude our time together today, the story of Rome and China's contact. It's one of distance overcome by curiosity and commerce. The tale of two great empires reaching out across the void through intermediaries. They never formed a political alliance or fought a grand duel, but they did influence each other in subtle ways. A piece of silk here, a rumor of a mighty emperor there. Each empire served as a mirror of prestige for the other, the Chinese calling Rome Great Qin in implicit respect, and the Romans being so awed by silk they were willing to empty their treasuries for it. When we think of globalization today, we often have figures like Columbus or Marco Polo come to mind, but truly that first thread of globalization was spun by the Chinese silkworms and woven into the dresses of the Roman aristocracy. And that's where we end it for today. I hope you've enjoyed it and you've learned something. And I really hope that they find something in Li Jian as well. You better believe if they do, I'll be the first one there. Just get on the plane and then a train and then a car. It's actually quite hard to get to Li Jian, but, it would be worth it. We are all familiar with the image of a Japanese ghost. It's quite unique. Whether you've seen it in film or other media, it always makes an impression. But that concept and aesthetic is not something made up in the modern era. It rather has deep roots, going far back into history. And so today, we're going to try and dredge them up on a deep dive into the ghostly traditions of Japan. A journey through ghost lore from ancient times up into the Meiji era. We'll trace how Japanese beliefs about spirits and supernatural beings evolved over centuries, involving folklore, religion, and history. Ghosts in Japan, often called yurei, literally faint spirits, have long been a source of both fascination and fear. They appear in old myths, medieval war tales, and Edo period kabuki plays, serving at times as moral warnings, and other times as thrilling entertainment. We'll encounter vengeful spirits of Onryo too, said to bring calamity on the living, that playful shape-shifting monsters called yokai that enliven folk tales, even compassionate ghosts that watch over their loved ones. And so as we journey from the age of the gods to the dawn of modern Japan, we'll also talk about how Shinto and Buddhist worldviews shaped these tales and how local superstitions varied from region to region. So get relaxed, settled in, and let's cross the threshold together, where the veil between the living and the dead is at its thinnest. Welcome to the channel. Bit of an exciting one today, isn't it? For those newcomers, I invite you to hit that subscribe button. It's right next to the like button. And thank you for those supporting on the Patreon and the people who checked out the merch store. Thank you very much. Now, with all that being said, let's get into the topic for today. Nice and slow. Well, of course, before getting into the history, it's probably a good idea we clarify some key terms in Japanese ghost lore. There will be a few Japanese words, so I will quickly clear up their meanings first. You're going to hear yurei a lot. It refers broadly to the spirit of a deceased person, essentially a ghost. Now, the kanji characters mean dim or faint soul, and that indicates something that lingers at the edge of the living world. Yurei are analogous to Western ghosts. They are the disembodied souls of humans who, for various reasons, have not quite managed to move on peacefully. But yurei is kind of a category, an umbrella term, and within this category, one infamous type is the onryo, often translated as vengeful spirit. Onryo are the ghost of those who died with such powerful grievances, anger, jealousy, or a desire for revenge, that they return to wreak harm on the living. In history and legend, onryo are often women betrayed, or people wronged, coming back to settle scores from beyond the grave. Well, we'll talk about some of them soon, from betrayed wives of Edo period tales to ancient nobles whose angry spirits were blamed for plagues and disasters. But it's not all bad news. Like I said, Yurei is that umbrella term. Yokai, they're a bit of a contrast. It's a broader term encompassing all sorts of supernatural creatures, and not just human ghosts. The word yokai can be rendered as strange apparition or mysterious calamity, and it includes monsters, goblins, spirits of various shapes, from shape-shifting foxes to one-eyed goblins. Yokai often originate in folklore, and may never have been human to begin with. They can be either scary or comical, dangerous or benign. The classic yokai include tengu, mountain goblins with long noses or beaks, kappa, water-dwelling imps, or even oni, demons or ogres. Many yokai are tied to specific locales or natural features. For example, kappas stay in the river, while the tengus hide in the forests. There is some overlap between yurei and yokai. For instance, a mononoke in older usage is a general term for uncanny beings, and could either mean a ghost or a spirit that causes mysterious phenomena. Similarly, an obake simply means a thing that changes, often used for any shape-shifting spirit or ghost. So, just for clarity, in our exploration we'll use yurei to mean human ghosts, whether peaceful or vengeful, and yokai to mean other folkloric creatures or apparitions. Another concept to note is the purpose or motivation often attributed to the ghosts. Folklore holds that yurei do not usually manifest aimlessly. They have a specific goal or unfinished business that binds them to the mortal world. In many tales, that purpose is driven by strong emotion, sorrow, hatred, duty, or love. A classic belief is that a person becomes a ghost if they died harboring resentment, affection, or duty unfulfilled. For example, a slain samurai, one who was slain unjustly, might return as a ghost warrior to seek justice, or a mother who died, leaving young children, might appear to care for them from beyond the grave. Japanese ghosts seem to have a specific goal in mind, a purpose. If they are seeking out some person somewhere, they will find them, no matter what. Which is a bit of a scary thought, but okay. So later we'll see how Edo period theater even established rules for ghost behavior along these lines. And finally, it's worth noting the standard appearance of a yurei as depicted in art and drama. By the Edo era, ghosts were commonly seen as pale, disheveled figures, wearing white burial kimonos, with long black hair, sometimes lacking legs, floating above the ground. This image, often with the ghost accompanied by eerie blue flames called hitodama, became iconic through ukiyo-e woodblock prints and continues to influence how we imagine Japanese ghosts today. And so, with the concepts in mind, let's step back to the earliest roots of ghost lore in Japan and see how these ideas really took shape over time. The origins of Japanese ghost lore reach deep into the ancient world, long before written records. In Japan's earliest animistic worldview, the natural and supernatural were one and the same. The indigenous Shinto faith regarded the world as populated by a myriad kami, spirits or deities of natural phenomena and ancestral forces. Now, not all kami are ghosts, at least not in the way that we think of them. Many are just gods of nature. However, the reverence for ancestors in Shinto laid an important foundation, the idea that the spirits of the dead continue to exist and can influence the living. From prehistoric times it was believed that if ancestral spirits, called sore, were properly revered through rituals and memorial tablets, they would protect their descendants. But if neglected, those spirits could become restless or even malevolent. Thus, a form of ancestor worship, like much of the Asian world, became central, and with it, the implicit fear of muen botoke, unattached spirits of those who died without family or proper rites, who might wander and cause misfortune. By the time of Japan's first written records in the 8th century CE, we see clear concerns for caring for ancestral ghosts. In the Nara period, families conducted prayers and offered food at household altars to appease ancestral spirits and keep them at peace. A neglected spirit was thought to become a gaki, hungry ghost, as they call them, suffering in the afterlife and bringing suffering to its kin. This concept of a hungry ghost was reinforced by Buddhism, which had entered Japan in the 6th century. Buddhism brought with it a rich tapestry of ghost lore from China and India, including hells teeming with tormented spirits. The Buddhist cosmology described preta, beings doomed to ceaseless hunger and thirst due to their karma, a notion that merged with the local ideas of an unappeased dead. Thus, early on, Japanese saw certain ghostly apparitions as signs of a soul not properly guided or relieved through ritual. But there was a solution: devotions and sutra readings to send off the dead, a practice that continues in the Obon festival each summer, by the way, where lanterns are lit to guide ancestors back to the other world after their visit among the living. Interestingly, even indigenous minorities like the Ainu had their own ghostly beliefs that predate and parallel mainstream Japanese lore. The Ainu, who traditionally lived in Hokkaido and the north — Hokkaido is that big island up to the north, by the way — believed in spirits called takup, essentially ghostly doubles that embodied a person's dark or evil side, a yin to the yang. Think of it like that. A takup could leave the body during dreams, delivering messages from the dead or leading the person on a spiritual journey. But there was a risk. If the dreamer awoke before the spirit returned, the person might actually die, and nobody wants that. This idea that part of one's soul could detach and roam like an astral projection resonates with Japanese notions of the ikiryo, a living ghost. Ikiryo is a living person's spirit that temporarily leaves the body, often driven by intense emotions like jealousy. And as we'll see, such living spirits play a role in the classical tales of the Heian era. The Ainu takup belief underscores that the concept of the wandering soul was present in Japan from very early on, even outside of the imperial center. But one of the earliest recorded ghostly tales in Japan comes from the Kojiki, the record of ancient matters in 712 CE, a compilation of myths. Or are they? Well, it's up to interpretation, I suppose. But we'll keep calling them so. In this creation myth, after the goddess Izanami dies and descends to the land of the dead, her husband Izanagi goes to retrieve her. But he doesn't find what he thinks he'd find. She has in fact transformed into a rotting corpse in the darkness. Izanami's decaying spirit, ashamed and enraged that he saw her putrid form, chases Izanagi to the surface to punish him. And Izanagi barely escapes, sealing the entrance to the underworld. And Izanami's voice thunders from behind the boulder that she will claim 1,000 lives a day in revenge. Izanagi retorts that he will ensure 1,500 births a day to offset her curse. Hard work for Izanagi. Well, this early myth has all the drama of a ghost story, a loved one turned vengeful revenant, a terrifying pursuit from beyond the grave, and even a curse upon the living. It's really got it all. But in Shinto terms, Izanami becomes a Yomotsu Shikome, ugly spirit of Yomi. But we can also see her as an archetypal Onryo, a wronged woman whose wrath curses the world. The tale ultimately sets a precedent that untimely or unhappy death could lead to a powerful malice from the other side. But by the Heian period, the 8th to 12th centuries, these early beliefs had developed into more systematized lore of ghosts and spirits, to which is what we now turn to. But of course, even in ancient times, we see the basic threads of Japanese ghost lore, that deep respect and fear for ancestral spirits, need for proper rituals to prevent vengeful ghosts coming back, and the notion that strong emotions could tether a spirit in the living realm. Thus we have the early storytellers to thank for such groundwork being laid, and the rich tradition to come. 1 foot in reverence, 1 foot in fear. In the Heian era, 794 to 1185, the culture of the imperial court in Kyoto gave rise to some of Japan's most enduring ghost lore. This was a time when belief in Onryo, vengeful spirits of the dead, became deeply ingrained in the aristocracy. The peaceful veneer of the Heian court concealed a very real fear of angered spirits. When disaster struck, fires, plagues, earthquakes, noble houses often suspected that the restless dead were to blame for it all. Perhaps the most famous example is the case of Sugawara no Michizane, a brilliant scholar and court official who died in exile in 903 after being falsely accused by rivals. Soon after Michizane's death, Kyoto was struck by calamities. Lightning hit the imperial palace, random fires broke out, and the capital was beset by epidemic disease. Of course, 1 + 1 = 2, doesn't it? And many believed that these were the wrathful acts of Michizane's Onryo, taking revenge on the regime that had wronged him. In response, the court took extraordinary measures to appease his spirit. They posthumously restored Michizane's titles, and in 947 even enshrined him as a god at Kitano Tenmangu Shrine in Kyoto. The once disgraced official was now worshipped as Tenjin, a deity of learning. Hopefully that will placate his angry ghost. Well, this pattern, a wronged soul causing chaos until appeased, became a template in Japanese history. Michizane's vengeful ghost, along with those of the rebel Taira no Masakodo and Emperor Sutoku, we'll talk about them soon, is remembered as one of the 3 great Onryo of Japan. But legends like these highlight a Heian belief that powerful people could become powerful ghosts. Another famous Onryo was one we just mentioned, Emperor Sutoku. Sutoku died in 1164 after a bitter conflict. The Hogen rebellion left him deposed and exiled. After his death, rumors spread that Sutoku had sworn to become a malevolent spirit. Indeed, in the decades following, warfare and disorder rocked the land. We're talking about the Heiji Rebellion and then the Genpei War, and many whispered that it was Sutoku's curse at work. In Ueda Akinari's later tale, Shiramine, the ghost of Sutoku laughingly claims credit for causing the wars and vows further vengeance. The fear of Sutoku's Onryo was so intense that centuries later, during the Meiji era, the government actually absolved and reburied him with honors to calm any lingering spirit. Well, whether or not ghosts truly caused Kyoto's storms or Japan's wars, the Heian court certainly acted as if they did. But apart from the grand curses, the Heian period also internalized ghost beliefs in more intimate ways. Spirit possession was a common explanation for sudden illness or emotional outbursts, especially among the nobility. The classic novel The Tale of Genji from around 1008 features a famous episode where Prince Genji's wife, Aoi, becomes mysteriously ill. It is revealed later that she is possessed by the wandering spirit of a lady Rokujo, Genji's spurned former lover, whose jealousy unconsciously projected her soul out of her body. That's right, Genji's ex-girlfriend, coming back to haunt the new one. Now that's complicated. That's a real horror story. Well, in this story, Lady Rokujo's living ghost is so angry that it inadvertently kills Aoi. It's a haunting betrayal, that's for sure. Intense emotions, even in the living, could produce ghostly phenomena. It wasn't only the dead who could haunt you. Even the living could if their attachment or grudge was strong enough. Courts kept onmyoji, masters of yin-yang divination and exorcism, on hand to perform rites in cases of spirit possession. These court occultists would recite sutras or use talismans to expel evil spirits or pacify angry souls. Literature from the period, such as Nihon Ryoiki in 822, and later Setsuha collections, are filled with accounts of vengeful ghosts and successful exorcisms, reflecting an acceptance that the spirit world constantly intermingled with the living. Meanwhile, outside the palace halls, popular ghost stories in the Heian era began to circulate, some of which were eventually written down in collections, like the Tales of Times Now Past from the early 12th century. These tales give us a glimpse of how common folk and samurai of the times imagined ghosts. One eerie story from the Tales of Times Now Past tells of a samurai who leaves his faithful wife for another woman. After many years, he grows regretful and returns to his former home, finding his wife is still there, waiting and gentle, showing no anger at his betrayal. They spend the night together, the wife quietly forgiving. This is a fantasy, isn't it? But in the morning light, the samurai discovers that he had slept next to a decayed corpse, with nothing but bits of flesh clinging to bone wrapped in long black hair. He flees in horror and asks the neighbor what happened to the lady at the house. The neighbor replied, "Her. She was abandoned by her husband long ago and died of an illness brought on by her sorrow. Because there was no one to care for her or give her a funeral, her body lies still where she died." Now that's a pretty chilling anecdote, isn't it? It's often called the Black Hair story, a classic Yurei tale. A woman's love and agony anchor her ghost to the world, resulting in a haunting that is both heartbreaking and terrifying. A tragedy in the typical Asian story fashion. But it also illustrates a moral common in ghost lore. Neglect and betrayal can have dire consequences. So the moral of the story is, don't do it. By the late Heian period, Japan was certainly no stranger to ghostly encounters. Whether among courtiers or commoners, the notion of goryo-e, ritual ceremonies to placate angry spirits, became institutionalized. Festivals were held to soothe the souls of those who died tragically or with resentment, in hopes of preventing supernatural retribution. We see here a fascinating dynamic. Ghosts were feared, but also respected. They were spiritually potent beings that one might appease with offerings or even elevate to divine status, in the case of Tenjin especially. The line between ghost and god could be a little blurry. A malicious ghost, once calmed, might actually become a pretty handy guardian. The Heian era thus left a dual legacy. On one hand, literary masterpieces like Genji and collections of Setsuha gave us enduring ghostly themes, as duty, jealousy, love beyond death. But on the other, religious practices established how to live with and even control the unseen forces of the deceased. These patterns continued into the medieval era. With the backdrop of samurai warfare, introduced new characters to the ghostly pantheon. The spirits of warriors and the ghosts born on the battlefield. And of course, that word battlefield leads us to a tumultuous era. Kamakura and the Muromachi periods between the 12th and 16th centuries, which saw Japan convulsed by brutal wars. And with wars comes a lot of dead people. And of course, restless warrior ghosts. The epic Heike Monogatari, which chronicles the Genpei War from 1180 to 85 between the Taira, the Heike, and the Minamoto clans, is imbued with a sense of the supernatural. After the Taira's clan's final defeat at the Battle of Dan-no-Ura in 1185, legend holds that the spirits of the drowned Taira warriors, including the child Emperor Antoku, lingered at the battle site. Fishermen in the Shimonseki Straits whispered that strange lights glimmered beneath the waves, the hitodama of the samurai, and that the crabs with shells patterned like samurai faces were transformed souls of the Heike. Such folklore gave rise to the haunting tale of Hoichi the Earless, popularized centuries later. A blind lute player is summoned night after night to perform the tale of the Heike for an audience of ghosts, until a priest saves him by writing holy sutras on Hoichi's body, all except for his ears, which the ghosts promptly rip off as the only visible part of him. This tale, retold in Lafcadio Hearn's Kaidan, highlights how warrior ghosts became a rich subject for storytelling, a mix of tragedy and terror, with the lingering desire of the dead to hear their story and be remembered. But beyond folklore, No theatre, that is N-O-H, for anyone who doesn't know the spelling, which developed in the 14th century, elevated ghost stories to a more higher art form. Many No plays are essentially ghost narratives. A traveling monk encounters a mysterious stranger, often at a famous battlefield or grave, something like that. As the monk prays or listens, the stranger reveals that they are the ghost of someone, a warrior, nobleman, literary figure, doomed to an existence of suffering until their emotional burdens are resolved. In the No play Atsumori, for example, a monk meets the ghost of Taira no Atsumori, a young samurai killed in the Genpei War. Through the monk's prayers, Atsumori's spirit finds some release from its sorrow. No's restrained, elegant format bellies the poignancy of these ghostly encounters. They are often about the pathos of the dead, the Buddhist idea that detachment causes spirits to remain earthbound. The stylized masks and dances of the No theatre provided a respectful, ritualized way to address the unsettled dead, and in a sense to invite them on stage to tell their stories one last time. That such plays were performed in the presence of shoguns and aristocrats indicates that belief in, or at least the dramatic power of ghosts, spanned all social classes. Amid the violence of the medieval era, many real historical figures became subjects of ghost lore. Earlier we mentioned Taira no Masakado, a 10th century rebel. After Masakado was beheaded for declaring himself emperor, legends say his decapitated head flew through the sky and landed in what is now Tokyo. There it became an object of superstitious fear. By the medieval period, Masakado was feared as an onryo capable of causing earthquake and fire. The Kamakura shogunate and later Edo authorities, Edo was the old name for Tokyo, by the way, maintained a shrine at the site of Masakado's head to keep his spirit pacified. And that shrine still survives in central Tokyo to this day. Similarly, the aforementioned Emperor Sutoku became a character in medieval Setsuya tales. One story describes how Sutoku's spirit transformed into a great Tengu after death, reigning as a king of demons in the mountains, yet still nursing resentment against the imperial line. Medieval Buddhist tales, like Honen Shonin Eden, recount Sutoku's ghost appearing as a monstrous figure whose nails had grown into claws from centuries of grudging rage. While high literature and theatre often focused on elite ghosts, rural folklore in medieval times kept alive countless local ghost stories. We hear of Ubume, the ghost of a mother who died in childbirth, seen cradling a baby and seeking help for her child. Villagers in various provinces told of Jibakure, spirits bound to a specific location, such as a certain tree, rock, or old well, who would appear to a passerby. A 14th century anecdote from Nara, the speaking skull, for instance, tells of a kindly monk who finds a skull on the roadside and gives it a proper burial, only to be visited that night by the grateful ghost of the skull. And that's proof that not all ghosts were vengeful. This one just wanted to say thank you, and some sort, nothing more than just proper respect due to the dead. Well, this moral, that showing compassion even to a discarded spirit, can bring blessings, echoed Buddhist values, and was a common theme in Setsuya, anecdotal tales, that is, of the time. And so by the end of the medieval period, Japanese ghost lore had accumulated layers of complexity. There were the mighty onryo of nobles and warriors who had become almost cult figures. There were the intimate ghosts, too, of love and family and literature, and the pious tales of salvation for troubled souls. They could be horrific or heartrending, instruments of cosmic justice or pitiful beings in need of salvation. And it's within this rich heritage that the stage is set for an explosion of ghost narratives in the peaceful Edo period to come, when Japan's fascination with the supernatural world would reach new heights of creativity. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, the golden age of ghost lore in Japan. After centuries of civil war, the country entered a long span of relative peace and stability under the Tokugawa shogunate. With peace came prosperity, urban growth, and a thriving popular culture, and the public developed an insatiable appetite for ghost stories as entertainment. In a world without horror films or Halloween, the people of Edo, old Tokyo, found delight and a pretty safe thrill in swapping scary stories. Telling ghost stories became a favorite pastime, especially on those hot summer nights. It was said that a good ghost story could even help you cool off in the heat. During the Obon season in summer, the very time when spirits of the dead were believed to visit, crowds gathered for supernatural tales, finding a cathartic pleasure in being a little bit on edge. One popular parlor game of the Edo era was the gathering of 100 stories. The rules were simple. Friends would gather at night and light 100 candles. Each person in turn told a strange or ghostly tale, then blew out a candle. As the room grew progressively darker, the tension rose. It was said that when the last candle was extinguished after the 100th story, something supernatural, perhaps a ghost summoned by the stories, would actually appear in the darkened room. Now, the gathering of 100 stories was immensely popular in the 17th and 18th centuries. Whether people truly completed all 100 of the stories is pretty unclear, as that must have been quite a late night, I'm sure you can imagine. But numerous references in woodblock prints and literature suggest that the game was widely enjoyed. The game also had a direct impact on literature too. The demand for so many stories spurred writers to compile kaidan, collections of strange tales, so that participants would have some material. Writers traveled to the provinces, collecting local ghost lore to publish, feeding a boom in ghost story anthologies. Two famous collections from Edo are often cited. One is Ugetsu Monogatari, Tales of Moonlight and Rain in 1776 by Ueda Akinari, a set of 9 elegantly written ghost stories blending Chinese and Japanese motifs. And another is Mimi Bukuro, Ear Bag from 1810, compiled by Negishi Yasumori, a samurai official, which contained over 100 brief, uncanny tales reportedly heard during his travels. These works preserved a vast range of folklore, from yokai encounters in far-flung villages to true crime ghost tales in the city. It was in the Edo period that many of Japan's most famous ghost stories took their definitive form on page or stage. Edo's popular theater forms, kabuki, live-action theater, and bunraku, puppet theater, also embraced the supernatural. Ghost-themed plays became pretty big hits, especially in the sweltering summer months, when theaters would literally advertise them as chilling. In fact, kabuki had featured ghostly characters since its early days, but censorship and decorum often required that ghosts only be presented in a moral context, for example as cautionary tales. However, by the 18th and 19th centuries, audiences relished the pure horror and drama of these ghostly revenge stories. Well, the most celebrated of all kabuki ghost plays is Tokaido Yotsuya Kaidan, first staged in 1825 by the playwright Tsuruya Nanboku. Yotsuya Kaidan tells the story of Oiwa, a wife poisoned and betrayed by her samurai husband, who returns as a terrifying ghost to take revenge. Oiwa's apparition, her face disfigured, one eye drooping as she carries a lantern, became an icon of Japanese theater. Hokusai's 1830s woodblock print series, 100 Ghost Stories, even includes a design of the ghost of Oiwa, showing her spectral form with stringy hair and a ghastly face. Another classic tale from this era is Bancho Sarayashiki, the story of Okiku, a servant girl falsely accused of losing 1 of 10 precious plates and executed by her master. Okiku's ghost is said to haunt a well, eternally counting from 1 to 9, and then emitting a blood-curdling shriek upon reaching the missing 10th plate. Her tale, too, became a kabuki staple. These two women, Oiwa and Okiku, along with the ghost Otsuya from the love story Botan Doro, are often called the 3 great yurei of Japan. Famed through prints and kabuki lore, they embody the archetype of onryo, women who have been wronged, bringing with them wrath that cannot even be stopped by the barrier of death. What is notable is how widespread and standardized the image of yurei became in Edo culture. Artists like Katsushiki Hokusai, Utagawa Kuniyoshi, and Tsukiyoka Yoshitoshi produced popular illustrations of ghosts and yokai. These prints contributed to a shared visual language for ghosts, typically showing them in white burial robes called katabira, with unkempt long black hair and sometimes missing lower bodies, floating or rising from darkness. The hitai kakushi, a small white triangular headcloth worn by the dead in Edo funerals, also became an accessory in ghost depictions. An early 1836 print by Kuniyoshi, for example, shows the spectre of Oiwa emerging from a lantern, her face merging with the lamp, a pretty striking representation of how vengeance consumes and transforms. Such imagery was mass-produced, indicating that even those who never experienced a ghost firsthand had a pretty vivid idea of what a ghost would probably look like. But the ghost stories in Edo weren't just for cheap thrills. They often contained social commentary on moral lessons beneath all the horror. Censors, during the Tenpo era of the 1830s, kept an eye on theater and literature, so authors had to find clever ways to critique society through allegory. Ueda Akinari, in the preface to his Ugetsu Monogatari, hinted that he used old ghost tales to veil commentary on his own times. To quote Akinari, "Sometimes an author laments the insincerity of the world. Other times he laments the nation's arrogance. However, considering the forces of current times, and fearing the displeasure of the people of high rank, an author would set the story as an affair of the past to veil the present." Isn't that interesting? Well, people still do that these days, I suppose. In other words, a story about an ancient spirit's revenge might really be a disguised jab at contemporary corruption or folly. Similarly, the popularity of vengeful female ghosts in kabuki like Oiwa and Okiku has been interpreted as a subtle critique of the injustices women suffered in the rigid society of Edo. While audiences screamed at the ghost's appearance, they might also cheer inwardly as the downtrodden, albeit in spectral form, struck back against those who wronged her. The geographic spread of ghost lore during the Edo period is also significant. As commerce and travel flourished, the 5 highway routes that linked provinces to Edo spread stories that were once local to a national level. A merchant from Osaka might tell an Edo friend about a ghost from Kansai, and vice versa. Folklorists of the time compiled multi-region anthologies. For example, Negishi's Mimi Bukuro contains tales from all over Japan that he heard in his duties. Through such sharing, certain regional ghosts entered national imagination. The Kappa, once a provincial river imp, became universally known as a water goblin who drags the unwary into the streams. The Yuki Onna, snow woman of northern folk legend, a beautiful spirit who appears in blizzards to freeze travelers, became a standard ghostly figure in repertoires. Many yokai have multiple local names and variations, but Edo period encyclopedists like Toriyama Sekein tried to catalog them. His illustrated books, etc., Kazuhyaki Yagyo, the illustrated night parade of 100 demons in 1776, gathered monsters and ghosts from various provinces into a kind of taxonomy of the supernatural. In doing so, he inadvertently created new standard models, turning disparate village bogies into widely recognized characters with fixed names and appearances. There is one delightful Edo period custom of that summer ghost story nights hosted by storytellers, rakugo performers, or itinerant monks who actually specialized in kaidan. People would pay a small fee to hear a set of tales by candlelight. These oral performances kept the ancient oral tradition alive even as printing boomed, and they also spawned urban legends. For instance, the tale of Okiku's well in Edo was so famous that tourists would visit the supposed well site to see if they could hear Okiku's ghost counting plates. Similarly, actors and staff involved in staging Yotsuya Kaidan were known to visit Oiwa's grave in Tokyo to pay respects and ask the ghost permission, lest strange accidents befall the production. A ritual, some say, is observed even in modern times when Oiwa's story is adapted. While we have discussed the broad evolution of ghost lore, it's worth talking about some regional variations. Each locale has its own color to add to the ghostly tapestry, often influenced by climate, local religion, or historical events in that area. So let's start with northern Japan, the Tohoku region. With its long winters and rural villages, they nurtured their own tales of snow women, the Yuki Onna, who appear on blizzard nights. In Iwate Prefecture, the town of Tono became famous for its compendium of folk legends. The Tono Monogatari of 1910, collected by Yanagita Kunio just after the Meiji era. It all included many ghostly happenings, and one well-known Tono legend is the Zashiki Warashi, a ghost of a child that haunts old farmhouses. But far from frightening, it's usually a playful spirit bringing good luck to the home and its inhabitants, provided the family acknowledges it. Tohoku's tradition of Itako spirit mediums, often blind women who communicate with the dead, also speaks to the region's strong connection with ancestral spirits. People would visit Mount Osore in Aomori, a desolate volcanic spot thought to be a gateway to the afterlife, to have Itako channel the voices of their departed loved ones. This practice shows a regional persistence in viewing ghosts not as horror figures, but as family members to reconnect with, especially in communities that are less touched by modernity. The Kansai region, Kyoto, Osaka, Western Japan, contributed many historical ghost stories due to its long history as Japan's cultural center. Kyoto, the ancient capital, is replete with tales of ghostly nobles and monks. One famous Kyoto haunt is the Rokujo Gahara, a field where executions took place. It was long considered a locus of hungry ghosts. The nearby Toribeno and Adashino fields, where bodies were once left to the elements, also spawned stories of Hitodama seen at night. In the Chugoku region, the province of Izumo in Shimane Prefecture, known for its ancient Shinto shrine Izumo Taisha, had legends of yurei that were closely tied to Shinto mythology. For example, in Matsue, a castle town, local folklore spoke of a ghost samurai guarding a treasure, or a funayurei ship ghost that would appear on Lake Shinji demanding a lantern. Funayurei in coastal regions were ghosts who died at sea. Fishermen from Kyushu and Hokkaido had variations on this belief too, but a common theme was that funayurei would clamor aboard ships on foggy nights, asking for a ladle. If given one, the ghost would use it to float the boat. The trick was to hand the ladle with no bottom, so it could never scoop water. This tale passed among seafarers from Okinawa to northern Honshu, and it shows how practical regional needs such as sea safety birthed ghost folklore with a moral: stay vigilant and stay clever. Far to the south, the Ryukyu Kingdom, which became Okinawa Prefecture, had a spiritual culture distinct from mainland Japan. Here, ancestor worship was and remains extremely strong. Every household maintains a family tomb and conducts rituals for the departed. Okinawan ghost lore includes the concept of mabui, spirit essence. A sudden shock could cause one's mabui to flee, requiring a ritual to call it back. Now that's not a ghost per se, but it shows how the spirit is thought to be somewhat separable, akin to the Ikkiryo idea. One unique Okinawan supernatural being is the Kijimuna, a mysterious and mischievous tree sprite, often depicted as a little red-headed boy. Kijimuna are said to live in banyan trees, and sometimes befriend or play pranks on fishermen. While not ghosts of the dead, they represent the Southern Isles' tradition of yokai-like spirits rooted in nature. Also, Okinawan lore has many yurei tales with local flavor. For instance, the Akagachi ghost, a spirit of a drowned person, that lurks around water at night and cries out for help, luring people to a watery doom. It's reminiscent of the mainland Funuyure, but shaped by Okinawa's island geography. During the horrific Battle of Okinawa in 1945, beyond our main period, many civilians perished, and local people still speak today of wartime ghosts in former battle sites, showing how new ghost lore continually emerges from regional tragedies. Up north, Hokkaido's integration into Japanese folklore is relatively modern, mostly Meiji era onward, since it was populated by Ainu and only heavily settled by the Japanese in the 19th century. Ainu ghost concepts, as mentioned, revolve around things like takup. The Ainu also feared tumor spirits, and certain evil entities could possess people, but their cosmology often involved appeasing animal spirits, the bear and the owl, rather than human ghosts. As Hokkaido became part of Japan, Japanese settlers likely brought their own tales with them. Thus, one finds Hokkaido versions of common stories, like adaptations of Okiku's Well or local haunted inns that were imported from Honshu. Lastly, within the regions, there could be urban-rural splits. In Edo, Tokyo, and Osaka, the big cities of the time, ghost lore often took the form of kidan, that is, strange rumors, or later urban legends. For example, Edo folks whispered of the Noperabo, a faceless ghost, startling people near the imperial palace at night. A famous story recounts an Edo merchant seeing a sobbing woman by a moat. When he tries to help, she reveals her face has no eyes, nose, or mouth, causing him to flee in terror. Fair enough, so would I. This story, Mujinna, became a classic Edo legend of a shape-shifting yokai in the city. In contrast, rural ghost stories might focus on local figures. The old miller's ghost still walks in the riverbank, or cautionary tales tied to specific sites, a shrine or a certain forest path. For instance, villagers in the Japanese Alps had tales of the Yamauba, a mountain witch who preys on travelers, clearly a product of remote wooded areas. Each village often had its own scary tale passed down, and that gives a rich local texture to the broader themes that we've discussed. And so we head into 1868, with the Meiji Restoration swept away the old feudal order and modernized Japan. This transition profoundly affected all aspects of culture, and of course that includes ghost lore. The new Meiji leadership, intent on civilization and enlightenment, promoted Western science, technology, and education. Supernatural beliefs came to be seen by many in power as backward or, frankly, embarrassing, relics of a superstitious feudal past. As Western rationalism gained prestige, Japan's intellectual elite grew skeptical of the old ways. During the Meiji era, there was a concerted effort to cast off what was termed as superstitions. Ghosts, yokai, and old folk tales were often dumped into this category. Many scholars and educators insisted that such stories were fine for the ignorant or for children, but had no place in a modern nation. Publications of kaidan collections, which were so prolific in Edo times, either waned off or relegated to niche presses. Indeed, Some early Meiji writers openly criticized the popularity of ghost stories. They argued that indulging in ghostly tales hindered progress, equating it with illiteracy or lack of scientific thinking, and government policies reflected the rationalist bent. For example, in 1873, the Japanese government temporarily banned performances of Namahage, a New Year's ritual in Akita involving demon-like figures scaring children, as superstitious practices, though the ban was later lifted when the cultural value was recognized. Similarly, local festivals that placated spirits or yokai were sometimes discouraged in favor of more rational observances. The separation of Buddhism and Shinto in the early Meiji period, part of establishing state Shinto, also inadvertently reduced the syncretic folk practices that dealt with ghosts, like Buddhist prayer rites for ancestors. However, it's important that we note that ghost lore did not disappear among the general public. Ordinary people still told the stories and attended the gatherings, even if the elite journals wouldn't publish them. In fact, the late 19th century saw a nostalgia for the disappearing Edo culture, and with it, ghost stories found a new champion. Strangely enough, a foreigner turned naturalized Japanese, Lafcadio Hearn, known in Japan as Koizumi Yakumo. Hearn arrived in Japan in 1890 and developed a keen interest in preserving old folk tales and ghost stories at a time when few Japanese scholars took them seriously. Yeah, sometimes it takes an outsider. Well, he wrote articles and books in English celebrating Japan's rich ghostly heritage, and in 1904 he published Kaidan, Stories and Studies of Strange Things, a collection of translated Japanese ghost stories that effectively introduced the Western world to yurei and yokai. Ironically, Hearn's works also reawakened Japanese appreciation for their own folklore. His recounting of tales like Mujina, the faceless ghost story from Edo, and Yuki Onna, the snow woman, showed that these artful narratives were something worthy of pride, nothing shameful about them. It's thanks to efforts like Hearn's that many Edo period ghost tales survived the rush toward modernization. Toward the end of the Meiji era and into the Taisho era, there was a kind of revival of interest among folklore. Native scholars like Yanagita Kunio began collecting and systematizing Japan's folk traditions, ghost lore included. Yanagita's foundational work in 1910, that is Tono Monogatari, and beyond, essentially saved countless local legends from oblivion. He and others established folklore studies as an academic field, legitimizing the study of peasant beliefs and oral traditions. Ghost stories thus entered universities, not as real supernatural accounts, but as cultural artifacts reflecting the psychology and values of the people. On the popular front, ghost stories adapted rather than vanished. The Meiji era saw the emergence of new media, newspapers, magazines, and eventually even cinema, which found new ways to talk about the ghost themes. For instance, ghost storytellers like the Rakugo performer Sanyude Enjo adapted their acts into written literature. Enjo's written version of Botan Doro in 1884 became the definitive text for that old tale of ghostly love. Meanwhile, newspapers occasionally reported on alleged ghost sightings, though often with a skeptical tone. Either way, it certainly piqued the reader's interest. The tension between belief and doubt became part of the fun. A rationalist might say, I don't believe in ghosts, but I won't go alone into that haunted ruin. It certainly captures a society in transition. And by the end of the Meiji era, Japan had not purged its ghost. Far from it. They had been forced off the main stage for a time, but they found new life in different forms. Perhaps, in a way, coming back for vengeance. In fact, with the dawn of the 20th centuries, ghosts in Japan were poised to make a comeback in fiction and art, now as conscious cultural heritage and horror genres. Authors of the modern period, such as Izumi Kyoka and Akutagawa Ryunosuke, would write ghostly tales with fresh literary twists, and Kabuki's ghost plays would remain staples. All that groundwork, laid by the Meiji folklorists, ensured that the old stories would never really die. Hold out your hand and imagine you are holding in your palm a silk slipper, so tiny it looks like it's made for a doll. And now imagine that this miniature shoe actually fit onto an adult woman's foot. How is that possible? It is possible through the use of Chinese foot binding. That is how. A cultural practice that for about 1,000 years reshaped not only the bones of millions of women's feet, but also Chinese society itself. So today, we will go through the story of Chinese foot binding, from its mysterious origins and rise in imperial China, all the way to its place as a status symbol and even a kind of ideal of beauty, and also the painful techniques and daily realities behind the so-called glamour of the golden lotus foot. A bit of a macabre topic, I know, but as part of modern history that doesn't often get mentioned. So here I am, mentioning it. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. Pleasure to have you with me today. Back to doing some Chinese history, and yes, it fits somewhat within the classification of modern history. We end our story pretty much when the Qing dynasty ends. Now, for anyone new to the channel, I'd like to welcome you. If you've not clicked the subscribe button yet, I invite you to do so. And you will notice that this video is 100% ad-free. Now, that is due to the generous contributions of those who chose to donate, those on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those even out of curiosity who took the time to check out the merch store. You have my thanks for all your support. If you want to become a part of that prestigious group, you can find where you need to go in the pinned comment or the description. Everything's all there. Now, without further ado and the introductions out of the way, let us get on to the topic for today. Of course, as we begin, we're faced with a bit of a problem, because the true origin of the practice is somewhat shrouded in legend. There is a popular story, though, that reaches to the 10th century in the Chinese court of the southern Tang kingdom. Emperor Li Yu, as the tale goes, became enamored with a court dancer named Yao Niang, who actually bound her feet with white silk into the shape of a crescent moon. Yao Niang performed a mesmerizing dance on tiptoe atop a 6-foot-tall golden lotus pedestal. With each step, she seemed to skim the petals of that lotus, her tiny feet moving so gracefully that, quote, lotus blossoms sprang from her every footfall. That is, at least, according to the myth. Now, the emperor was so captivated by her dainty curved feet and the ethereal dance that other court ladies began to emulate her too, binding their own feet to win favor and recreate that enchanting moment. Whether or not Yao Niang herself truly existed, this legend does show the symbolic start of foot binding as an aesthetic court fashion, one that's born from a mix of artistry, sensuality, and imperial whim, I suppose. But there are other origin tales too, and they also credit an imperial consort. For instance, an older legend claims an emperor in the 6th century had a beloved concubine with naturally small and arched feet, which inspired imitation. But historical evidence for foot binding becomes solid only later. The earliest known mention comes from the 12th century in written form. The scholar Zhang Bangji noted that women's foot binding began in recent times. It was not mentioned in any books from previous eras. Now, that is him writing in the 12th century. So that implies that the custom was new within his living memory. And it tells us that by the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279, foot binding was certainly known, yet it hadn't existed, or at least hadn't been documented in ancient Chinese classic texts. Indeed, archaeologists have confirmed that no earlier skeletons show bound feet. Of course, it's very easy to get archaeological evidence for that. We find a female corpse buried underground, of the skeleton of one, and of course the bones on the feet would be arranged in that typical manner. Now, the earliest physical evidence of bound feet comes from the 13th century. Prime example of that. A noblewoman's tomb contained tiny shoes and the skeletal remains of misshapen feet with bent toes and an exaggerated arch, indicating, of course, the binding process. It's the most clear evidence that we can have, and it actually helps quite a lot with dating and identifying the time periods of remains being found underground. Thus, we do believe, right now at least from our evidence, that foot binding first arose in the 5 dynasties and Song period, and that's likely around the 900 to 1000 CE in China's south. And from there it spread culturally among the court dancers and high-born ladies. But it's probably a bit confusing, isn't it? Because why exactly did this practice catch on? Apart from all the myths and fables, things like that, that kind of romanticize it, it seems to be quite a, well, frankly, painful practice. So why exactly was it gaining popularity? Well, from what we know, it initially seems to have been a status symbol, and even an erotic fashion among the elite. In a refined society that prized delicate and small-boned feminine beauty, a tiny foot became the ultimate hallmark of grace. A small foot also suggested that the woman didn't need to perform heavy manual labor, which is, of course, an aristocratic privilege. By the Song dynasty, foot binding was becoming widespread in aristocratic and well-to-do circles. Now, before we move on, I'll just mention quickly a little bit of a modern Chinese practice. It's going away a little bit now, but it's still there. You can spot it if you look close enough. And when we talk about the exclusion from manual labor, there's a few ways that people like to express this. Now, among the men, there is an old practice that's still quite alive, and that is letting the pinky finger's nail grow quite long, and of course keeping it as clean as possible, all that sort of thing. Now, of course, this is to express that somebody has a inside job or they're quite well-to-do, that kind of thing. Of course, if you're going to be digging trenches or working on the farm, you're not, well, that little pinky finger's nail is not going to last for too long, let alone be kept clean. So a lot of people still do that to express some kind of form of wealth, which is quite ironic because it's never the rich people in China who do it. It's only the poor people who do it to try to convince others. Maybe they try and convince themselves, I'm not sure. But gradually that process is going away. Now, back to our main talk. I do apologize for going off on a bit of a tangent. What about the poets? Well, those of the era began to celebrate the allure of bound feet in their verses. comparing a woman's small feet to new moons or even lotus flower buds. Over the subsequent centuries, what started as a courtly trend evolved into a deeply entrenched cultural norm. The practice spread from the imperial court to the scholar official class, and then gradually to merchants, landowners, and eventually permeated even the peasantry in many regions. And so by the Qing dynasty, that is 1644 to 1912, foot binding was nearly ubiquitous among Han Chinese women, not just of the upper classes, but of all social strata, from the richest city courtesans to the wives of poor farmers, especially in northeastern and central China. Now, I will say, some regions, let's say like in the southwest, like Yunnan, they did not practice it too much. Perhaps only the upper classes, but the normal women were out there working in the fields with the men. Of course, you couldn't have bound feet when you were doing that. But either way, it's estimated that by the 19th century, over 40% of all Chinese women had bound feet. And in some communities, almost every girl had her feet bound, except those in the most impoverished families. Of course, the most impoverished families would need as many work hands as they could. But it is important to note that foot binding was not practiced by everyone. Now, we've mentioned Yunnan quite briefly, but we'll also mention the Manchus. Now, they ruled China during the Qing dynasty, and they explicitly forbade foot binding among Manchu women. Manchu empresses and banner women instead wore platform shoes, sometimes with curved soles to simulate a mincing gait, but their feet were left natural. Early in his reign, the Qing Emperor Kangxi tried to ban foot binding for all subjects, partly seeing it as an undesirable Han Chinese custom, Han being, of course, the minority group in China. But the ban failed due to popular resistance, and eventually they had no choice but to rescind it. Frontier peoples like the Mongols, Tibetans, and others generally did not bind women's feet either. There were a few instances, mainly among the upper class, trying to replicate some of the other court ladies, but for the most part they were not doing it. And within Han society, there were also regional and class variations. In some poorer areas among groups like the Hakka in southern China, women remained natural-footed because families needed them to work out there with them or because of different cultural norms in general. But still, for the majority of Han Chinese communities over centuries, a bound foot became a nearly indispensable mark of not only femininity but social propriety. But why exactly did this practice persist for so long? Well, if you want to know that, you've got to have a look into traditional Chinese culture. In a word, bound feet were idealized as the epitome of female beauty and refinement. I know it sounds a little bit strange, but stay with me. We'll get to the point. You see, a well-bound foot was likened to a golden lotus. In Chinese, they call it san cun jin lian, lian being the word for lotus, okay, like the flower. Now, this kind of poetic term, right, most poetic, they call them chengyu, right, these 4-character terms in Chinese. It encapsulates this aesthetic. The foot about 3 inches long with a high arch and the toes tucked under. It actually quite resembles the flower bud of a lotus. 3 inches, around 7 to 8 centimeters, was the dream called the golden lotus foot. And a girl who achieved that extreme was considered quite a rare beauty. 4-inch feet were called silver lotuses. Pretty respectable, but nothing extraordinary. Anything above 5 inches was actually quite jokingly derided as an iron lotus. which sounds like a Chinese metal band, to be honest. Maybe it should be. Either way, it implied that the girl's feet were big and unrefined. Well, in social terms, these measures of foot size could also almost determine a woman's marriage prospects. Families with marriageable sons sought brides with the tiniest feet possible. A petite foot could literally serve as a form of, bridal currency of sorts in negotiating betrothals. I know it all sounds a bit weird, but in the marriage market of the late imperial Chinese period, a girl's foot size was very much as important as her dowry. A common saying, in fact, among matchmakers was, for every inch less in her feet, add an inch to the dowry. Smaller feet meant a higher value bride. But bound feet also became a marker of class. Originally a privilege of aristocratic ladies with leisure, the practice eventually filtered down, because every family aspired to climb that social ladder and wanted their daughters to have this mark of gentility. If a peasant family could afford to have the woman of the house bind their feet and thus limit their ability to do hard labor, it signaled that the family was doing well enough in financial terms. In this way, tiny feet came to embody status and respectability. A popular belief was that only a woman with bound feet could possess the poise, modesty, and graceful demeanor that was expected of a proper lady of high-born status. But conversely, women with natural, big feet were often labeled as peasants, unfeminine, and at the extreme end of things, even immoral. In fact, big-footed became a derogatory term for an unsophisticated woman. This social pressure ensured generation after generation of mothers felt compelled to bind their daughters' feet to secure them a good future. Very, poisonous kind of peer pressure, I suppose. Now, as one elderly Chinese woman, Zhuo Guizhen, later recalled with bitter clarity, at the time, if you didn't bind your feet, no one would marry you. That's a pretty stark ultimatum, isn't it? All provinces and centuries hearing that one and taking the precautions. Beyond status and marriageability, bound feet also carried a potent erotic and romantic fascination in Chinese culture. For many men of the scholar gentry class, who often left copious poetry and literature behind, the sight of a tiny swaying foot in a silk slipper was intensely alluring. Unlike in Western traditions, where other features were more sexualized, Chinese erotic aesthetics often focused on the feet. Paradoxically, the most erotic part was not seeing the foot uncovered, but rather it was the mystery and symbolism, the subtle way a woman minced along, her small steps making her hips and waist sway gently. That was considered irresistibly feminine. I suppose everyone has their own likes and dislikes. Poets wrote of a girl's lotus gait, that is G-A-I-T, rather, praising how softly and slowly she would walk, almost as if she was floating through. A famous poetic image described a beautiful woman who, quote, "When she walks, you can imagine a lotus blooming with each step." In private, a lover might lift the tiny embroidered shoe and catch a hint of the woman's natural scent mixed with perfume on the bound foot, an act that was loaded with sensual meaning. Bound feet were sometimes called fragrant archers, in fact, and romantic literature from the Ming and Qing eras is replete with rhapsodies about kissing a lover's delicate shoes or gently massaging her bound feet. One notorious 17th century novel, Jinping Mei, that is The Plum in the Golden Vase in English, offers a window into this erotic imagination. The male protagonist is obsessed with his mistress's 3-inch lotus feet, finding them most arousing to him. So culturally, foot binding wasn't seen as merely a crippling deformity, even though it kind of was, but it was wrapped up in notions of desire, femininity, and even virtue of sorts. A well-bound foot indicated a woman was disciplined, obedient to her family and society's expectation, but also skilled in the womanly arts, since girls with bound feet often excelled in indoor pursuits, music, embroidery, fine needlework. In short, it was a symbol, not just of beauty, but also of a woman's character and obedience, I suppose. But at the same time, we have to note a kind of duality. Bound feet were fetishized, but they were also kept hidden. They were to be concealed within tiny slippers and ornate leggings. In public, a genteel woman never exposed her bound feet. Doing so would be as immodest as, ripping one's shirt off in the middle of the supermarket. Even within the home, many husbands supposedly never saw their wives' bound feet unclothed. Only the wife's mother or female attendants handled the actual washing and wrapping. The secrecy around the bound foot added to its general mystique. It also meant that the tiny embroidered lotus shoes became powerful fetish objects in themselves. And of course, these shoes, often just a few inches long, were crafted from fine brocade or silk with elaborate designs of flowers, birds, and auspicious symbols. Think of it as kind of like fancy lingerie, like how we have Victoria's Secret and the like in our modern era. That was how these little shoes were treated. Except, of course, you would wear them outside, too. Anyway, young women certainly prided themselves on sewing beautiful shoe designs. A bride's trousseau typically included many pairs of exquisite lotus shoes that she had sewn and decorated. And that was another demonstration of her domestic skill and creativity. But let's get a little bit away from the romanticized lotus foot, and let's look at how foot binding was actually done. And this is where, I suppose the fun never really started, but if the fun had started at all, this is certainly where it ends, this gruesome, painstaking, and lengthy process. It typically started when a girl was very young. How young? Well, around 5 to 8 years old. You see, at that age, the bones are still quite soft and malleable. The task usually fell to the child's mother or grandmother, who had themselves undergone the ordeal and sincerely believed what they were doing was best for the girl's future. Nevertheless, it was often an anguishing experience for both the child and the parent. Many memoirs recount the day of a girl's first binding as filled with tears and cries of pain, with the mother steeling herself to ignore those pleas, all for the sake of the daughter's long-term well-being. Now, think about it. I remember one time I went through some dental treatment. Not braces, but Invisalign. And, I wasn't crying and screaming the first couple of days, but I was certainly in quite a lot of discomfort. Having this foreign object in the mouth, these little buttons on your teeth and the plastic that goes around them. Terrible experience. Well, imagine that, but you don't get used to it. Well, perhaps the foot binding, of course, is a lot worse, but in trying to sympathize with the victims of this practice, I'm trying to find some kind of equivalent. Moving on. How exactly were the feet bound. Well, the procedure followed a pretty standard sequence across China, with a couple regional variations in technique, tightness, and timing. A typical binding session took place such as this. There'd be a few steps. First, there would be the soaking and softening. The girl's feet were first bathed in warm water or a mixture of herbs, sometimes animal blood, to soften the skin and tissues. Soaking also helped relax the foot, and was thought to be healthier and cleaner before binding. At this time, her toenails were trimmed extremely short, or sometimes entirely removed, to prevent them from ingrowing or causing infection once the toes were pressed tight together. And I can already see you wincing at that prospect. While the foot was soft from soaking, the binder, whether a mother or an experienced professional, would curl the 4 small toes under toward the sole of the foot. One by one, each of the girl's toes except the big toe was forcefully broken or dislocated at the joint. This was, as you can imagine, quite excruciating. The toes were then pressed flat against the bottom of the foot, and the goal was that the arch and ball of the foot would eventually form a pointed shape, with the toes tucked underneath, creating a triangular or lily-bud form. Next came the most critical maneuver, bending the arch of the foot. The binder would push the foot's heel and sole together, essentially trying to fold the foot in half. Often, the arch of the foot would essentially snap or break during this bending, and in some cases, especially if the initial binding was done gradually, the arch might not break immediately, but would be severely strained and would fracture over time as the pressure continued. The aim of this was to make the front part of the foot with the toes meet the heel, eventually yielding that coveted 3-inch length. This step was when many girls would scream or faint from the pain. Families sometimes gave the child a mild sedative, or just had female relatives hold her down and soothe her with songs or stories to distract from the agony. Well, with the toes bent under and arch forced down, the foot was wrapped with a long strip of cloth. Typically, binding cloths were about 10 feet long and 2 inches wide, 3 meters and 5 centimeters, respectively. The binder would start at the instep and then wrap the cloth in a figure-8 pattern, pulling it tightly over the curled toes, around the heel, and then back over the foot, again and again. Each loop of cloth yanked the toes and ball of the foot closer to the heel. The motto was that tighter was better. The more pressure, the more the foot would deform into shape. This initial binding was done as tightly as the girl could bear, often until she was howling out for it to stop. The feet were then secured, and the child was made to get up and try to walk on them to further crush the arch. One common practice was to encourage or force the girl to walk back and forth on bound feet for a while, even though this was excruciating. That movement helped break the arch faster and loosen the joints. Foot binding was not a single event, but an ongoing process that lasted for years. Every day or two, the bindings had to be removed and retied. During unwrapping, the feet were cleaned and treated to prevent infection. Often the washing solution included herbs or alum to reduce odor and toughen the skin. Dead or rotting flesh would be trimmed off. And yeah, it was not uncommon for parts of the flesh, especially on the underside of the foot or between the crushed toes, to ulcerate and rot. In fact, We have a few accounts that mention that excess flesh was purposely allowed to rot away to make the foot smaller. The smell of bound feet, of course, was notorious. One writer frankly noted that a room could announce the presence of a foot-bound lady by a distinctive, pungent odor of sweat and decay. Mothers combated this by sprinkling talcum and fragrance, but it's often quite a losing battle. As the bindings were reapplied, they were pulled ever tighter, and often a new, smaller pair of shoes was introduced to continue shrinking the feet. Over time, the girl's toes would remain bent under permanently, the bones knitting in that position, and the arch would form a deep, concave curve. After about 2 years of constant binding, the ideal shape was achieved. The sole and the heel were almost touching, with a deep cleft between the heel and the ball of the foot. Legend says that this cleft could securely hold a pearl or coin. At that point, the foot was essentially set in its new form and could fit into the smallest final shoe. But even then, the bindings could never be fully taken off. They had to remain in place, at least loosely, for the rest of the woman's life, to keep the woman's foot from trying to straighten up and causing renewed pain, of course. Now that pain, it's certainly hard to overstate it. The process routinely led to blood, pus, and infections. And in many cases, if infections got bad, such as gangrene, the girls might even lose a toe. Or if sepsis spread, they could even die. Some historical reports claim that 10% or more girls did not survive the foot-binding years due to infections or other complications. Those who did survive had to endure a level of pain that is difficult to imagine, and that's day in, day out. One first-hand account from a woman with bound feet recalled how she cried every night for months. Her only comfort, the gentle nightly massage her mother would give her before rewrapping the bandages even tighter. As for the mothers, well, don't think of them all as so beastly. They were conflicted. They loved their daughters and hated to inflict pain. But because of this backwards culture, they firmly believed a daughter with natural feet would face a life of ridicule and a miserable marriage. Hard times, hard choices. It seems a world apart now, but it's all true. So, of course, they steeled themselves, wiping away their own tears as their daughters screamed for mercy. The daily life of a girl during these binding years was, of course, severely impacted. Often she could not walk unassisted. Girls crawled or were carried until they adjusted somewhat. Infection or injury might incapacitate them for days. Yet ironically, families sometimes intentionally made girls walk on their broken feet to hasten the shaping, literally crushing the arch under their weight. Neighbors could hear the girls' wails as they learned to hobble along, and in some wealthy families, professional foot binders were hired, elderly women who specialized in coming to bind and rebind feet as tight as possible, sometimes using brute force that even a mother might shrink from replying. But despite all this torment, by adolescence, many girls adapted to their bound feet. The pain would dull after a few years, once the major bones had fractured and reformed. The result were feet that were permanently deformed. The 4 small toes folded under the foot, often to the point of disuse, and the big toe and heel forming the 2 ends of a shortened arc. An X-ray of a bound foot looks quite startling. The foot shape resembles a hook or a club. From the outside, when encased in a tiny shoe, the foot might still appear almost doll-like. But when unwrapped, the flesh was often pallid, with deep indentations from the cloth, and the toenails, if not removed, often grew in odd directions. Most women continue to have some pain, or at least tenderness, throughout their lives from their bound feet, especially if they had to stand or walk for long periods. They were also prone to falls. A bound foot woman's balance is quite precarious, since her weight rests mainly on the heels. In old age, many suffered hip and back problems from a lifetime of altered posture. Yet generation after generation, millions of women went through this, upheld by the conviction that the beauty comes from the pain, and that a woman's duty was to endure this pain for the sake of her own prospects, but also the honor of her family. There was even a saying that a mother's love was shown by how well she bound her daughter's feet, counterintuitive and monstrous as it sounds. A mother who bound too loosely was considered to be neglectful, because her daughter's feet might end up big and ruin her marriage chances. So mothers took pride in producing a perfect pair of lotus feet. Family and friends would often gather to appraise a young lady's feet, praising a well-formed arch or tiny shoe. Girls, on their part, sometimes even developed a sense of pride in how small their feet were, despite all the suffering they went through. In later interviews, some foot-bound women recalled feeling a competitive spirit as teens. They wanted to have the smallest feet in the village. In that warped way, the pain was normalized. It became a rite of passage. Much as high heels causing blisters might be accepted by modern fashionistas, if infinitely it's not as extreme, well, a well-bred girl might smile demurely and claim her feet didn't hurt, even if they did, to show a strong character. That endurance was a virtue cultivated by foot binding, and it was often said that a woman who could endure the binding years could endure the hardships of marriage, childbirth, and servitude to in-laws. Thus, bound feet were training in discipline and obedience, the first grueling step in a pretty horrible life. Well, let's talk a little bit about the broader social ramifications. You see, the practice of foot binding had profound consequences for society and women's daily lives. On the most immediate level, it meant that virtually every woman of respectable class in late imperial China was living with a physical disability by design. Bound feet limited women's mobility in a drastic way. A woman with tiny lotus feet could not walk quickly, run, or jump. Her stride was shortened to perhaps a few inches per step. Going up and down stairs was difficult without support. Long-distance travel on foot? Well, pretty much impossible. This enforced a form of seclusion. Women literally stayed in place. It was just too hard to go anywhere. And that dovetailed with Confucian norms that a virtuous woman's place was in the home, not wandering around outside, and small feet certainly kept a woman inside the house, dependent on others to conduct outside business or even assist them physically. In rural areas, bound-foot women still participated in farm work, but their activities were limited to lighter tasks close to the home, like tending garden or feeding animals, rather than plowing fields or carrying heavy loads. Many women with bound feet focused on domestic crafts, embroidery, weaving, sewing, spinning, that kind of thing. And in fact, scholars have noted an important economic dimension here. Because bound feet kept girls and women seated in the home, they became a captive labor force for handicrafts. Families put them to work weaving cloth, making mats, or producing textiles, both for household use but also for sale. in regions of China that developed cottage industries, foot binding was especially prevalent. Now, when I say cottage industries, I mean, lace making, weaving, shoemaking, etc., things like this. Mothers needed their daughters to sit still for hours, and binding was one way to assure a flighty young girl was put at the spinning wheel. So from this perspective, bound feet were not merely about beauty, but also about economic productivity, within a certain traditional framework, of course. A recent anthropological study of foot binding even argues that the custom persisted so long partly because it enhanced a woman's work in handicraft. By immobilizing them, it trained them in fine manual labor that was economically valuable before industrialization. And I suppose there is a grim logic to it. Imagine if you broke your leg. You'd probably be spending quite a bit more time at home, wouldn't you? Hopefully engaged in productive pursuits. Perhaps you'd finish that little book you're working on. Perhaps I should finish mine. Good Lord. Well, surprisingly, foot-bound women were not entirely idle decorations. They're often very important workers in the domestic sphere, though their work was done in quite a bit of pain. But still, the social restrictions on the bound-foot woman were very significant. Education for girls was, unsurprisingly, not prioritized in imperial times, and foot-binding reinforced that. A bound-foot girl's curriculum was mostly learning domestic skills and maybe a little bit of poetry or literature, but that was only if she was of the upper elite class. And still, most of the time they didn't bother with that. Attending formal schools or roaming in intellectual circles was pretty much out of reach, both figuratively and literally. Furthermore, women with bound feet were largely excluded from public life. But there were exceptions. Some women with bound feet became writers, or even rebels. The famous Zhou Jin, born in 1875, had bound feet in girlhood, but later defiantly unbound them as she joined revolutionary activities. One can hardly blame her, and good for her for being a trailblazer. But by and large, this wasn't the case. Foot binding symbolized and cemented a rather patriarchal order in which women were subordinated. It was said that with bound feet, a woman can also not wander off, meaning she would stay chaste and faithful. And indeed, some have theorized that one covert rationale for foot binding was to control women in that manner. A woman literally couldn't go far from her home or her husband, reducing any opportunities for infidelity. That being said, when there's a will, there's a way, and that goes for both men and women. But if she did try, she could be easily caught, since she moved so slowly. Certainly not ideal for the midnight rendezvous. And in such ways, bound feet served as a kind of physical restraint, almost like a ball and chain around the ankle. And then there's the health ramifications. Bound feet left women prone to injuries from falls, as we've said, and there is evidence that foot binding contributed to lifelong balance issues and weakened lower bodies. The muscles just don't work properly in those sorts of situations. In fact, one study found that older women who had been foot-bound had less stability and more difficulty raising from chairs, which likely contributed to earlier mortality in some cases. Surprisingly, they had to do a study to figure that out, but here we are. But aside from the direct foot trauma, the general confinement and inactivity might have affected women's overall health. Not just psychologically, but think about it. Less exercise, less fresh air. It's not good to be stuck in the house all the time. We all know that, especially after the events of the last 5 years. Oof, we don't want to talk about them. However, we shouldn't assume that bound-foot women were all completely bedridden and frail. That was not really the case. Many of them lived remarkably tough lives, despite their condition. There are even photographs from around 1900 showing peasant women with bound feet carrying heavy baskets or doing field work, sometimes using a stick for support and sometimes not. But either way, they certainly found ways to cope and contribute, pain notwithstanding. Socially, foot binding created a shared female experience that cut across generations. It was often said that foot binding formed a kind of bond between mother and daughter, albeit a bond in suffering. On one hand, this was a space of woman's authority. When it came to this ritual, the men were shooed away. Get out of here. This is our job. And there wasn't many spaces where that was happening in those times. Inside the women's quarters, elder women taught the young, passed on techniques for enduring pain, for making shoes, and walking properly in bound feet. In a rigidly gender-segregated society, foot-binding was part of a female cultural sphere. Women composed rhymes and songs about their bound feet, exchanged tips on comfort, and yes, sometimes even admired each other's feet. A mother might gently tease her daughter, saying that your feet are almost as pretty as mine were when I was your age. And in that sense, it was a tradition women themselves upheld with pride, as much as it was imposed upon them. But if you ask me, it all sounds like Stockholm Syndrome. The psychological ramifications could be severe. And there's no doubt, and I don't think we need to engage in too much imagination, that many girls felt a kind of trauma and even resentment. In fact, we have letters and oral histories where women recall begging their mothers to stop, only to be admonished that this was all for their own good. It instilled in many a deep sense of duty and sacrifice. A girl learned that her personal comfort was secondary to family honor or future marriage. This sense of sacrifice and endurance became ingrained. As adults, these women often proved remarkably stoic in the face of other hardships. But we can also imagine that being physically impaired influenced their personalities and relationships. For instance, women with bound feet often married into families where they would live with the husband's parents. Being unable to run away or be independent possibly made young brides more vulnerable to abuse from tyrannical in-laws. Some writings from late Qing reformers described foot binding as keeping women in cages, rendering them helpless and at the mercy of their husbands' families. For many centuries, the practice was largely unquestioned and just accepted as a fact of life. However, that doesn't mean that there were no critics before modern times. Scattered voices did speak against it. As early as the 17th and 18th centuries, a few outspoken scholars and poets subtly criticized the practice. For example, Li Ruzhen, an innovative Qing dynasty novelist, wrote a remarkable satirical story in 1827. In his novel, Flowers in the Mirror, he imagines a topsy-turvy country of women where gender roles are completely reversed, and the men in that land must bind their feet, wear dainty shoes, and even endure the pain of childbirth, while women were the ones in authority. By depicting men suffering, it kind of showed the absurdity of foot binding. Li Ruzhen cleverly highlighted how cruel and arbitrary the custom was, and this satire suggested that foot binding was not a divine mandate, but rather a man-made oppression that could well be otherwise. Other literati occasionally lamented the harm done to women. The famous poet Yuan Mei in the 18th century, who advocated for women's education, also disapproved of foot binding, though quite gently. He loved women's natural beauty, and hinted that crippling their feet was a shame. These early internal critiques, however, had very little impact on society at large. Their voices largely lost in a wilderness of other literature. But once we get into the 19th century, when there was increased contact with the West and a general awakening to reform ideas, that is when foot binding came under serious attack. Western missionaries who arrived in China were universally horrified by the practice. They viewed it through a Christian humanitarian lens as a form of barbaric torture against girl children. Many wrote scathing depictions in their letters at home. One missionary in the 1840s described seeing a girl's unbound foot as, quote, a ghastly sight, the toes entirely bent under and bleeding. As Western influence grew after the Opium Wars, more foreigners encountered foot binding and publicized it internationally as an example of China's backwardness, or, quote, the plight of Chinese women. These depictions, while often a little bit self-righteous and sometimes sensationalized, did raise a bit of global awareness. By the late 1800s, Western women's groups were also rallying against foot binding as a kind of feminist cause. Some of the earliest transnational women's rights activism, by the way. But perhaps more crucially, Chinese reformers themselves began to link foot binding to national weakness. In the late Qing period, China suffered military defeats and internal crises, like the Taiping Rebellion, where notably the Taiping rebels outlawed foot binding in areas they controlled, calling for equality under Christian inspiration. Well, don't let that sound too good for you. The Taiping Rebellion was basically a man who thought he was the incarnation of Jesus Christ. And, well, it's a pretty long story. I did an old video on it, but I want to do a new one, and in greater detail, because, wow, it's just such a story to behold. I'll do one later. Leave me a comment if you want me to do one, actually. Yeah, I should do that. Anyway, reform-minded scholars and officials started asking questions. And one of the questions was this: how exactly can China strengthen itself if half of the population were literally crippled from childbirth? Good question. An influential essay in the 1880s by the scholar Xu Zhiyong argued that foot binding sapped the vitality of the race, and was one of the reasons why foreigners viewed China as weak and feeble. They used to use the term the sick man of Asia to refer to them. The logic was that binding made women unhealthy mothers, leading to weaker children, a kind of early eugenics argument. Others pointed out the simple fact that while Chinese women hobbled, foreign women could walk and work freely. Thus, to compete with the Western nations, China needed to liberate its women's feet. In fact, there was a popular saying that emerged under reformers: liberate the feet, liberate the nation. Women's bodies became a metaphor for the entire country. And in the 1890s, anti-foot binding societies began to form. The first known was the Heavenly Foot Society, founded in 1874 in the city of Xiamen by a British missionary, John McGowan, together with local Christian women. Now, at the time, Xiamen was known as Amoy. And by the way, if you do go to Xiamen, you owe it to yourself to visit a place called Gulangyu. It is an island that you take a ferry to about half an hour away It's just beautiful, one of the most beautiful spots in China. You must go. I order it. Okay. Well, anyway, this John McGowan, with the local Christian women, founded the organization, and it convinced a few dozen mothers to pledge not to bind their daughters' feet. And at the time that was a rather radical decision. This small start spread to other mission centers, and by 1895, a larger natural foot society was organized in Shanghai, notably led by Western-educated Chinese and some missionary wives like Alicia Little. These societies use pamphlets, public lectures, and pledges to promote natural and unbound feet. They had Chinese members make public vows. Men would not marry women with bound feet, and women would not bind their daughters. Now, this two-pronged pledge was pretty clever when you think about it. It tried to break the marriage market incentive for binding. Newspapers in treaty port cities carried debates about foot binding, often framing it as a struggle between civilization and feudalism. An editorial from the era called foot binding, quote, a millstone around the neck of China that had to be shed if China hoped to modernize. As for the imperial court, they initially hesitated to intervene with such an entrenched private custom, but eventually even the Dowager Empress Cixi was convinced, or perhaps pressured, to act. Either way, it's the kind of pressure that you want, right? Not the other pressure of the feet. And so, in 1902, an imperial edict was issued declaring foot binding illegal in the Qing Empire. And that was an astonishing moment. After roughly 1,000 years, the highest authorities said no more. And of course, laws on paper didn't automatically change the minds on the ground, especially since most of the population was rural and, well, it's a little bit Wild West out there. Many people, especially in the conservative rural communities, simply ignored the ban and just continued it in secret. However, the edict did empower local officials and anti-foot binding leagues to step up their campaigns. Schools for girls, another new phenomenon in the early 1900s, often required students to have natural feet, forcing some parents to unbind their young daughters if they wanted them educated. Chinese feminists and revolutionaries also took up the cause. Figures like Zhou Jin, which we've discussed before, she's often called China's first feminist, by the way, spoke passionately against foot binding. Zhou Jin herself had her feet bound as a child, but as a young adult around 1903 she dramatically removed the bindings and let her feet grow, though by then they were damaged quite beyond repair and never returned to their full size. She wrote essays urging women to cast off this legacy of oppression and to educate and empower themselves. To Zhou Jin and her compatriots in the early 20th century, bound feet symbolized everything that was holding China's women back. Ignorance, subservience, pain, seclusion. Freeing the feet was the first step to freeing the mind and body of the Chinese women. After the Qing dynasty fell in 1911 and the Republic of China was founded, the new government reaffirmed the ban on foot binding. Leaders of the Republic saw themselves as modernizers of sorts, and they rigorously promoted a slogan of "Heaven bestows no foot bindings" in their legal code. In some areas, local warlords or officials enforced anti-foot binding rules by sending inspectors to villages. These inspectors would check young girls' feet and even forcibly cut bindings or fine families. In fact, one woman from Yunnan in the 1910s remembered how her mother tricked the inspectors by wrapping her feet in big shoes to hide the fact they were still bound, an example of the cat-and-mouse game between tradition and law, I suppose. But over time, however, the social tide truly turned. By the 1910s and 1920s, among urban populations, bound feet were increasingly seen as old-fashioned, or even embarrassing. A modern girl wanted to have natural feet, as a sign of being enlightened and modernized. The cities led, and the rural areas followed more slowly. And by the 1930s, foot binding was rapidly vanishing. Though one could still find teenagers with bound feet in some isolated districts, some families in remote village continued binding in secret, away from the prying eyes. But the practice was clearly on the decline. Now, when the communist government came to power in 1949, they enforced prohibition absolutely wherever and any lingering cases was found. The communists, as part of sweeping social reforms, condemned foot binding as one of the cruel, feudal traditions that had to be abolished, often touting that as one of their early successes in women's liberation. Health workers were sent to educate and assist women in unbinding their feet if any were still doing it. Essentially, by around 1950, no new foot bindings were being started anywhere in China. But it is important to recognize that the end of foot binding was not just due to government bans. It was because cultural perceptions had fundamentally changed. What was once revered as beautiful had come to be seen almost overnight in historical terms as ugly and backwards and even shameful, a symbol of the old China. And the old China was weak. The old China was humiliated. The new China was strong. And to build a strong new country, they needed women too, who were healthy and mobile, not just hobbling around on tiny feet. The discourse around foot binding thus changed from reverence to ridicule. A folk adage emerged in the 20th century: small-footed mothers, big-footed daughters, reflecting the pride that the new generation had unbound feet and a completely new look. And of course, we think of the quote from Mao Zedong, Chairman Mao Zedong, women hold up half of the sky. Of course, you can't have a new China with half the population stuck in the home. Everyone needs to do their bit. And so, as we've mentioned, the final unbinding is quite a dramatic chapter in itself. The official bans came in 1902, reinforced in 1912, but enforcement varied. In some cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou, foot binding almost disappeared by the 1920s, simply because urban society shunned it. But in the more rural areas, the transition was slower, sometimes even surreptitious. Some families compromised somewhat by binding their daughters' feet loosely, so they could claim that they weren't binding, but they were just hoping to shape the feet a little bit. I'm sure no one really believed that excuse, but others hid the practice entirely. In fact, there were instances during the warlord era, 1916 to 28, where local powers turned a blind eye to foot binding and saw slight revivals in communities not reached by the new education of the new reforms. However, the communists were the fatal blow to the practice. They saw themselves as liberators of women, and we already mentioned that quote from Mao Zedong, and that was part of a vision that women would fully participate in work and society, and that's impossible with bound feet. So the new government sent out everyone to educate them. In the early 50s, there are accounts of officials literally cutting off the bindings of some elderly woman to force them to unbind, though one imagines these poor women's feet unwrapped after decades would have been both terribly painful and weak. Perhaps that's a bit of an oversight on these new reformers' behalves. But essentially the practice was stamped out. So much that by the late 20th century, many young Chinese women had only heard of foot binding through their grandmothers' stories or their history books. One of the last generational cohorts to experience foot binding were those born in the 20s and 30s, remote areas who got bound as toddlers before the practice truly ended. These women were in their 70s and 80s by the turn of the 21st century, and as of today, there's only a handful of very elderly women, well and truly into their 90s, who still have bound feet, living relics of a bygone custom. In fact, in the 2000s, journalists and researchers rushed to document their stories before they passed away. Some of these women expressed conflicting feelings. A number said they regretted having their feet bound, knowing now it was just unnecessary suffering. For example, Zhou Guizhen, whom we met earlier, said in old age, "I can't dance. I can't move properly. I regret it a lot." Yet, in the same breath, she reflected that in her youth, bound feet were simply the only way. Social death awaited an unbound girl. Others of her contemporaries took a sort of stubborn pride in the tiny feet. A 90-year-old in rural Yunnan smiled and boasted, "It's not a single other woman in this area who could fit into my shoes." Weird flex, but okay. Well, that pride shows the lingering internalized value. A lifetime of identity, wrapped up, literally, in those bindings is not easy to cast aside, even when society has moved on. Old habits die hard. Now, before we finish up, here's an interesting postscript. Some of these last bound feet women found new roles in the modern era. In the early 1990s, a group of elderly women in China formed a bound feet women's dance troupe. Yes, not joking. They creatively turned what was once a stigma into a kind of performance art. These grandmothers would put on their old-style outfits and tiny shoes to perform traditional dances, including curious tourists, of course. They became minor local celebrities. One of them in their 80s reminisced how she never imagined people would one day applaud her for the very feet she used to hide. However, it is of course a little controversial. Some people felt it was quite exploitative, a kind of freak show to capitalize on these women's deformities. Local media debated if the troupe was really celebrating cultural heritage or just commodifying past cruelty. But the women themselves seemed to enjoy the attention, not to mention the extra income, perhaps even a sense of camaraderie. Either way, the scenario shows the complicated legacy of foot binding, reviled in principle. But in practice, these women took ownership over their narrative in their twilight years. Perhaps that's one way of gaining power back. The Great Wall of China. It is perhaps one of the most iconic security investments that any country has ever built. Stretching over mountains, deserts, grasslands, it winds across northern China like a giant stone snake. Yet contrary to the popular belief, the wall was not a single continuous project by one emperor. In fact, it goes back a long, long way. It is the legacy of many dynasties over more than 2,000 years, built, destroyed, rebuilt, and modified in fits and starts. It has witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the clash of nomads and farmers, and of course the changing philosophies of Chinese statecraft. Oh, and by the way, you can't actually see it from space. Now, with all that in mind, today we go on an exploration of the Great Wall of China. It's a story that is as winding and layered as the structure itself, and we'll talk about not only the engineering feats of it, but the mindset of a civilization balancing between fear and confidence. It's quite a fascinating story. So how about you come with me, and we can learn all about it. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. We are going to have a great time today. If you are new here, I invite you to click the subscribe button, and if you're coming back, well, welcome back. Now, this video, along with every other video on the channel, is proudly ad-free for your enjoyment, your uninterrupted viewing. This is made possible due to the contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who had the curiosity to check out the merch store, and the occasional donation. All of the appropriate links for those inclined are in the pinned comment and video description, as well as the channel description. Now, without further ado, let's set out on our journey. Of course, we have to start from long before there was this perception of our modern rendering of a Great Wall, long before a unified perception of that existed. Ancient Chinese states built their own walls. Now, we've got to start from the Eastern Zhou dynasty, especially the Spring and Autumn period, that is 771 to 476 BCE, and moving into the subsequent Warring States period, 475 to 221, where China was divided into rival kingdoms, and that rivalry, of course, was breeding constant conflict with each other. It didn't help that there was all the raiders from the northern steppes either. Problems. Well, problems require solutions. In any case, each state sought to protect its borders by constructing fortified walls and earthen ramparts. And these early walls were not like the ones that we see now. They were typically made of compacting earth and gravel between wooden boards. It's a technique of what they call hung tu, which is rammed earth. Not unique to the Chinese. But they were not yet the majestic stone battlements we see today. These would come in much later. In any case, they were more about function rather than form. They served as vital barriers against both hostile neighbors, but also nomadic incursions, whichever one of them came first. And so by the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, several states already had notable defensive wall systems. The state of Qi, for example, built a long wall in today's Shandong province as early as the 7th century. Some historians consider this the first Great Wall, albeit in a loose sense. Now, Qi's wall, about 600 kilometers in length, defended its territory from attacks by the state of Chu to the south and various nomadic groups. Now, speaking of the state of Chu, there was a fortified border known as the Square Wall, in Chinese Fangcheng, built to guard its northern frontier. Meanwhile, the state of Zhao constructed walls in two phases. One wall around 333 BCE along its southern border to fend off the state of Wei, and another around 300 BCE along its northern frontier. The northern Zhao Wall was initiated by the visionary king Wu Ling of Zhao, who famously reformed his army to wear the attire of the Hu, which is nomads, and master cavalry tactics too. After adopting nomadic-style warfare, if you can't beat them, join them, I suppose, King Wu Ling still found it prudent to build a line of defense, just in case. And so they did. An earthen wall snaking through the hills of northern Shanxi to protect agricultural lands from the very steppe nomads whose ways he had learned. And then we had the state of Yan in the northeast. They also built an extensive wall. In 290 BCE, Yan constructed a wall along the Yanshan Mountains to shield against incursions by the Donghu and other northern tribes. That wall, reportedly over 500 kilometers long, was one of the last big walls before China's unification. Other smaller states, such as Wei and Zhongshan, raised their own defenses in this period of endemic warfare too. Now, these early walls were certainly local in scope, but they are important when we're talking about the evolution of walls, or even great walls. They certainly mark the origin of the idea, using massive labor to build linear fortifications across different terrain for strategic defense. They were built by peasants and laborers under duress. Defending one's state often meant back-breaking work for the common people. Tales of suffering began early on. There was a famous legend from this era that involves the beacon towers of western Zhou, that is, preceding the warring states. It is said that King You of Zhou died 771 BCE, lit warning beacons as a practical joke to amuse his concubine, tricking his lords into mustering troops for a non-existent emergency. Well, when a real rebellion came, the story goes that no one answered the beacon fire. The boy who cried wolf, reminiscent of that. Of course, this resulted in the downfall of the king. Everyone thought it was another one of his clever jokes. Well, who's laughing now? Whether it's true or not, still a bit of a cautionary tale. It shows how seriously these signal towers and walls were taken in the Chinese imagination. In any case, by 221 BC, on the eve of imperial unification, northern China's landscape was etched with walls from various states, like segmented pieces of armor along the long frontier. But it would take a true conqueror of great ambition to link these fragments into something greater. And here we are, at the first great emperor. 221 BCE, King Zheng of Qin defeated his rival states and unified China, proclaiming himself Qin Shi Huangdi, which literally means the first emperor of the Qin, Huangdi meaning emperor, by the way. Among the transformative projects launched by this new emperor, who centralized administration, standardized writing, currency, built roads, standardized all the weights, that sort of thing, was an unprecedented defensive bulwark in the north. Qin Shi Huang decided to connect and extend the existing walls of the former warring states to create a continuous barrier against nomadic peoples of Inner Asia, especially the ever-troublesome Xiongnu Confederation pressing on the northern borders. It was essentially the Great Wall in its first rendering, the big project of a newly imperial China. Now, historical records from the Qin era are pretty scarce, unfortunately, and that is, well, it's Qin Shi Huangdi's fault. He burnt many books, not to mention burning the people who wrote the books. Perhaps a topic for another video, I suppose. We won't get into that. But the great Han Dynasty historian, Sima Qian, 145 to 90 BCE, gives an account in his Records of the Grand Historian. Well, according to Sima Qian, Emperor Qin Shi Huang sent his trusted general Meng Tian to drive back the Xiongnu and fortify the frontier. Meng Tian marshaled hundreds of thousands of laborers. Some sources say up to 300,000 of them. That includes soldiers and convicted criminals, to build the Wanli Changcheng, which literally means the long wall of 10,000 li. Li is about a third of a mile, by the way. So 10,000 li, that suggests a wall of 3,000 miles long. Though the phrase is usually a metaphor. Oh, and 10,000. That is usually just used as a number to express a great amount. If you say like 1 yen, like 10,000 years, you're pretty much just trying to express forever, this kind of thing. But using and linking the old walls of Zhao, Yan, and others, Meng Tian's forces constructed ramparts stretching from the Gansu corridor in the west all the way to the coast of Dongbei in the east. By about 212 BC, this early Great Wall traversed northern China's rugged terrain in an arc delineating the empire's northern limit. But unlike the latter stone walls of the Ming, the Qin Great Wall was mostly made of tamped earth, clay, and gravel. Still a pretty good achievement. No one's denying that. Workers built it by piling earth between wooden frames layer by layer. A pretty arduous task, performed in remote mountains and deserts. Trees were cut for palisades and gates. This was back-breaking labor for sure. Countless workers are said to have perished under the harsh conditions, and ancient accounts claim that the bones of the dead were buried in the wall, giving rise to that grim legend that each stone of the Great Wall represents a fallen worker. But there's a bit of doubt of that in terms of modern historical thought. Not many people believe that workers were literally entombed inside the wall en masse, aside from possibly a quick burial near work sites. Suppose we can't really argue against that, since bodies, of course, would weaken the structure's integrity. However, the high-def toll, that's pretty unquestionable. The popular folklore tale of Meng Jiangnu illustrates this suffering too. In that legend, a young wife treks to the wall to find that her husband has died from exhaustion and has been built into the actual wall itself. Her bitter weeping causes the section of the wall to collapse, revealing his bones so she can give him a proper burial. Well, it's just a myth, sure, but it certainly symbolizes the human cost of the Qin wall's construction. Not many happy stories about that time, that's for sure. In any case, the Qin dynasty's wall had immediate strategic value. It created a continuous northern barrier for the first time, slowing down the raids of the Xiongnu horsemen. The wall was studded with beacon towers for signaling too. By day, columns of smoke. By night, fire. These signals could race from tower to tower, warning the capital of invasions in a matter of hours. In fact, Chinese sources call such signals Langyan, that means wolf smoke, because burning wolf dung was said to produce a particularly thick and steady smoke that wouldn't dissipate in the wind. A network of patrol roads and garrison forts accompanied the wall, and General Meng Tian also built straight roads southward to the Qin heartland, so troops and supplies could move swiftly to any threatened point. In essence, Qin Shi Huang had created a structured military frontier. A job very well done. Of course, done by other people. I'm sure that Qin Shi Huang wasn't getting his hands dirty on the work site. Well, let's move on to the Han Dynasty. That's 202 BCE to 220 CE. And that followed the Qin Dynasty and was one of China's golden ages. We'll get to the other golden age later. And it both consolidated and extended the Great Wall. The early Han emperors, starting with Gaozu or Liu Bang in 202, were cautious about overextending. But eventually they faced the same relentless threat from the Xiongnu nomads of the north. The Han knew that mere walls were not a complete solution. It was something, but diplomacy and warfare had to go hand in hand, But they valued the defensive advantage that walls provided. Certainly better to have the wall around than not. Over 4 centuries, the Han regime repaired older walls and built new stretchers, pushing the defensive lines deeper northwest into Central Asia than ever before. A key turning point was the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, that is 141 to 87 BCE, an aggressive ruler who decided to break the Xiongnu's power. Emperor Wu dispatched the explorer envoy Jiang Qian around 138 BCE on a mission to the western regions, that being Central Asia, to seek allies and intelligence. Jiang Qian's epic journey He was even captured by the Xiongnu for years, by the way, before reaching as far as Bactria, ultimately revealed trade opportunities, but the possibility of an alliance with Central Asian peoples too. So when Jiang Qian returned in 125, the Han court gained both knowledge and motivation to secure the Hexi corridor, that is the narrow Gansu corridor linking China to the west. To protect this crucial corridor, which was a lifeline of the emerging Silk Road trade, the Han Empire extended the Great Wall westward, all the way to the gates of the Tarim Basin. Under Emperor Wu and his successors, walls and signal towers were built across the Gobi deserts to Dunhuang, where the famous Yumen Pass and the Yang Pass guarded the routes to Central Asia. By the end of the 1st century BCE, the Han Great Wall system stretched from the seaside in the east to the sands of Central Asia in the west, further than any wall would reach for another 1,500 years. The Han-era walls were, like the Qin-era ones, largely composed of ram earth and crude stone in the western regions. Some of these remote sections survive today as low earthen ridges, dotted with the ruins of watchtowers slowly crumbling away in the desert. They mark the Han Empire's determined push to secure the Silk Road trade routes from nomadic banditry. And along this wall line, the Han established military agricultural colonies and garrison towns. One notable defensive strategy was the creation of Zhonghu, that is, border guard farmers, soldiers who would also farm the land near their forts, making frontier regions self-sustaining. The wall was their shield, but also a base from which to launch counterattacks or pursue retreating raiders. And here's a window into Han strategic thinking, one that comes from the famous debate on salt and iron held in 81 BCE. In this debate, recorded by Huan Quan, scholars argued the merits of Emperor Wu's expansive and expensive policies. The Lord Grand Secretary, as one of the high officials, defended the government's monopolies on taxes, explaining that they were needed to fund the frontier defenses, and he reminded the court that the Xiongnu had once freely raided into Chinese territory, plundering and devastating the frontier settlements, until the late emperor constructed fortifications and watchtowers to protect the people. These forts and towers, clearly referring to the Great Wall system and its garrisons, of course required heavy expenditure, since the salt and iron monopolies were there to pay for them. Opposing scholars steeped in Confucian ideals countered that moral governance would negate the need for costly wars. If the emperor ruled virtuously, even the barbarians would submit without a fight. One critic even quoted Confucius, "Of what use to him is expenditure," implying that virtue could succeed where walls could not. The secretary rebuked that idea. Such idealism apparently ignored the reality. He argued that the Xiongnu were fierce. They were not persuaded by virtue, only by force and preparedness. Thus, walls and armies were indispensable. So in the end, the emperor kept the monopolies and frontier defenses, indicating that the practical view prevailed. Well, during the Western Han period, especially the 1st century, a sprawling line of Han Great Wall fortifications spanned over 4,000 kilometers. The Han walls often followed a two-tier strategy, an inner line closer to Chinese settlements and an outer line in the steppe. The outer line included a string of beacon towers and fortified supply points across the desert, enabling the famous journeys of Han generals like Huo Qubing and Wei Qing, who campaigned deep into Xiongnu territory. The Han even erected a monumental pillar, the Yumen Pass tablet at the western end of their wall, effectively proclaiming that that was the empire's limit, at least for now. Well, these defenses were not static barriers, but just part of an active defense in depth. The walls deterred small-scale raiders and gave early warning of larger invasions, buying time for the Han cavalry to respond. And indeed, the Han managed to push the Xiongnu north of the Gobi for a time. The empire maintained these remote defenses until economic strain and nomadic resurgence forced a partial withdrawal. And by the Eastern Han, that's the 1st and 2nd century CE, the empire's focus shifted more to internal stability, and some frontier posts were abandoned. Nevertheless, even as late as 150 CE, Chinese generals like Ban Chao could operate along the far-flung watchtowers of the wall in the western regions, and that certainly shows how far the Han shield had extended. But eventually the Han dynasty collapsed. Come on, couldn't stick around forever, couldn't it? And when it did, China splintered and much of the north fell under the control of non-Han, so-called barbarian rulers. The 3rd through 6th century CE saw nearly constant warfare. It was a time known as the period of disunity, encompassing the 3 kingdoms and Jin dynasty and the northern and southern dynasties. During the early part of this era, China's Great Wall defenses suffered a lot of neglect, or were easily bypassed. In the 4th century, nomadic tribes such as the Xiongnu, Xianbei, and others actually established kingdoms inside what used to be Han borders. So clearly the old walls no longer marked a secure frontier when the enemies had effectively moved within them. It was not until the Northern Wei dynasty, 386 to 535 CE, a state founded by Xianbei, a nomadic people who had adopted many Chinese customs, the large-scale building was resumed. The Northern Wei unified northern China in the 5th century, and significantly, its rulers began to see value in Chinese-style defensive walls. As the Northern Wei became more Sinicized, i.e. they settled into the Chinese-style cities and relied on agriculture and taxation, they faced pressure from even fiercer nomads beyond the borders, notably the Zhoudan, that is an Asian steppe nomad group, likely related to the later Mongolic groups. According to chronicles, in the year 423 CE, the Northern Wei Emperor ordered the construction of a defensive line over 2,000 li long, that is 1,100 kilometers, to repel the Zhoudan. This wall roughly followed the old Zhao State Wall from Shanxi province, eastward through the mountains of Hebei, ending near what is today's Beijing vicinity. Then, in 446, Northern Wei mobilized 100,000 men to build an inner wall closer to the capital, then at Pingcheng near modern-day Datong. This inner wall stretched from the Yan Mountains, looped south of Pingcheng, and ended at the Yellow River's east bank. The combination of the 2 walls formed a double barrier protecting the Northern Wei heartland. Significantly, 1,000 years later, the Ming dynasty would reuse the same corridor for its double-layered wall system around Beijing. But we'll get to them a bit later. Well, in addition to walls, the Northern Wei also established the famous 6 frontier towns, that is, heavily fortified military colonies on the edge of the steppe. They served as both defenses and launch points for campaigns. And this shows that by the 5th century, even a dynasty of nomadic origin recognized the strategic utility of walls to channel and deter the movements of other nomads. The Northern Wei eventually split and fell, succeeded by the Northern Qi, 550 to 577, and the Northern Zhou, 557 to 581. Now, these short-lived regimes took wall building to new heights, and perhaps new extremes. The Northern Qi, in particular, constructed an enormous length of new wall in a remarkably short time, facing the aggressive Gokturk Turks to the north. The Northern Qi, from 552 to 556, built up 3,000 li of walls, it's about 1,600 kilometers, from the Taihang Mountains in Shanxi all the way to the eastern seaboard at the Shanhai Pass at the Bohai Gulf. Now this undertaking was pretty colossal. In the year 555 AD alone, the state supposedly mobilized 1.8 million laborers to extend fortifications and build the Juyong Pass defenses north of modern Beijing. That number, even if exaggerated, indicates an extraordinary allocation of manpower. For comparison, 1.8 million might have been a significant portion of the able-bodied male population in northern Qi. In any case, the Qi wall was built in haste, largely with local earth, stones, and whatever natural barriers could be linked. One chronicle notes that in 557, northern Qi even constructed a secondary parallel wall inside the main wall, creating another layer of defense. Why not? 2 walls are better than 1, certainly. Fortunately for us, some remnants of the Qi wall survive today. Low stone and earth ridges, and a few meters high at that, and they're distinguishable by their reddish color due to the local soils, earning a later nickname, the Red Wall, in parts of Hebei. When the northern Zhou conquered the northern Qi in 577, they inherited the fortifications. The northern Zhou rulers repaired and maintained the existing walls. Though they did not significantly expand them, their rule was short, ending just 4 years later in 581. But we find that by the end of the 6th century, a chain of walls and fortified passes stretched across northern China's frontier, much of it ancestor sections of wall that we know today. And interestingly, the route of the northern Qi and Zhou walls west of the Gubei Kou was later followed closely by the Ming dynasty's wall in that region. However, wall building on such a scale, one can imagine, comes at quite a cost. The northern Qi's frantic construction campaigns may have been blamed for burdening the populace and draining the treasury, and with that weakening the state. And indeed, Chinese historians through the ages frequently used the northern Qi as a cautionary tale of a regime that toiled millions on walls only to fall swiftly to invaders. In their case, the northern Zhou, who were rivals from the west, rather. Yet, the urge to secure the frontier with walls was irresistible whenever an immediate threat loomed. In any case, by 581, Yang Jian usurped the northern Zhou throne and founded the Sui dynasty. And as we'll see, the Sui would continue wall building, perhaps to an even more ambitious extreme, one that nearly mirrored the first emperor of Qin's exploits, and with a similarly ruinous result. So let's talk about the Sui dynasty. They reunified China in 581 and lasted until 618 CE rather. The Sui emperors were determined to cement their control and protect their newly reconstituted empire, and they embarked on huge infrastructure projects. Grand canals, grander palaces, and even grander, greater walls. The founding Sui emperor, Emperor Wen, that is also Yang Jian, and his son Yang Guang, devoted immense resources to frontier defenses against the Gokturk nomads, who at the time formed a vast Turkic empire to the north. The Sui thus represented another peak in Great Wall construction, but one tragically followed by the dynasty's collapse, due in part to the exhaustion of people under the heavy Corvée labor. Almost immediately after taking power, Emperor Wen began the wall construction. In 581, the very first year of Sui, he ordered walls to be built in Hebei and Shanxi provinces to guard against the Turks and their Kagan Ishbara. But the steppe threat was dynamic. In 582, the Gokturk forces simply just rode around the new walls to invade western China, raiding in Gansu and Shanxi. Realizing this was a gap in his defenses, Emperor Wen responded by extending the walls further west. Between 585 and 588, the Sui constructed walls through the Ordos region, the great northern bend of the Yellow River, into what is now Inner Mongolia. Even the official Sui histories note the scale of this effort. In 586, as many as 150,000 men were recorded working on these frontier walls, whether they liked it or not. Emperor Wen's successor, Emperor Yang of Sui, he was even more zealous. Around 607 to 608, he famously conscripted over 1 million laborers, a number repeated in multiple sources, but still might be a little blown out of proportion, to build a new Great Wall line in the northern wilderness. This wall ran roughly from Yulin in today's Shanxi, across the mountains and steppes towards what is near modern Hohhot in Inner Mongolia. This undertaking was immense. The Book of Sui claims that up to 500,000 people died on the work site. Whether or not that number is exaggerated, it still conveys the remembered toll. Entire peasant families were uprooted to toil on the frontier, and many of them never returned. The Sui walls themselves, hurriedly built of tampered earth and whatever materials at hand, stretched the empire's defenses to cover newly conquered territory in the north. Portions of Sui-era ramparts still survive in Inner Mongolia, by the way. They're typically low earthworks, about 2.5 meters tall, with watchtower fortifications rising a little bit higher. But it is worth noting that Emperor Yang's wall building was just one of his major projects. He also constructed the Grand Canal and launched massive military campaigns to invade Korea, at the time called Goguryeo. The simultaneous strain of these projects proved to be unbearable, and by the early 7th century the Sui populace was seething with discontent. Rebellions erupted across the land. The vast labor drafts for the Great Wall and other works had sapped the empire's strength and its loyalty, and in 618, Emperor Yang was assassinated, and the Sui dynasty imploded. 37 years in total. Well, as the Sui dynasty gave way, a new and more enduring dynasty took power, one that adopted a pretty different approach to frontier security. That was the Tang dynasty, and they would largely abandon the strategy of long wall building, favoring other methods to deal with the nomads. And here is a dramatic turning point in our story, the period where the Great Wall, for a time, lost its preeminence in the Chinese defense strategy. So, the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907, a true golden age. It's renowned for its cosmopolitan culture, military prowess, and, of course, expansive empire. Now, when the Tang founders, led by Emperor Gaozu and his son Emperor Taizong, established their rule, they inherited a China that was weary of Sui overexertion. The Tang emperors made a conscious choice to reverse the wall-building frenzy of their predecessors. Instead of pouring resources into repairing or extending the Great Wall, the Tang favored a combination of diplomacy, mobile cavalry armies, and forward offense to handle the northern threats. Early in his reign, Emperor Taizong, also known as Li Shimin, considered one of China's greatest rulers, by the way, was confronted with proposals to rebuild the aging walls as a defense against Turkic nomads who were still powerful in the steppe. And there's a famous anecdote from court records that illustrates the Taizong's view. When some officials urged restoring the Great Wall, Taizong scoffed at the idea, pointing out that the late Sui emperor had made the people toil to build great walls against the Turks, but in the end, this was of no use. Rather confidently, Taizong declared he needed only to station a capable general at the frontier to keep those nomads in check, implying that good leadership and offensive strategy would succeed where static walls might not. And, True to the philosophy, he appointed skilled generals like Li Shiji to lead swift cavalry strikes and preemptive campaigns into enemy territory, rather than hunkering down behind the defensive walls. Thus, during the Tang, we see minimal new wall construction. The regime did maintain fortified outposts and garrisons along key routes, but these were essentially walled cities or forts rather than continuous walls. For example, the Tang built a chain of garrison towns in the steppe, with grandiose names like cities of submission, though they were actually military bases to overawe the tribes. The idea of all this was to project power beyond China's immediate border. At its height, the Tang Empire expanded into parts of Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Central Asia, often negating the need for a defensive wall on those frontiers because Tang armies patrolled far afield. But it's not that the Tang empires naively ignored defense. Rather, they believed a strong cavalry and diplomatic management of nomadic tribes through titles, marriage alliances, and trade would be far more effective, and not to mention less costly, than wall building. And for a time, this proved to be quite true. In 630, Emperor Taizong's forces defeated the Eastern Turk Khaganate, and the Tang established suzerainty over much of the steppe, even taking the title Heavenly Khagan. With the major nomadic threats subdued, no extensive wall building took place for the next 2 centuries. The Great Wall from previous eras gradually deteriorated in many places, unused and unmaintained, though sections near strategic passes were likely still garrisoned to guard entry points. Another factor of this was that the Tang, unlike most earlier dynasties, had extended well north of the old Qin-Han border. For instance, Tang controlled the Ordos Loop and beyond, that is the region inside the big northern bend of the Yellow River. A territory, of course, that earlier had walls that marked its edge. Now it was just not necessary, it was actually the interior. Tang China's frontiers were delineated more by natural barriers and distance. The deserts and the mountains of Inner Asia, things like this. The concept of a linear barrier was less relevant when the empire's influence stretched deep into the steppe. So instead, the Tang set up the protectorate of the western regions and other frontier jurisdictions to manage far-flung areas without physically walling them off. And ironically, the absence of wall building in Tang times is recorded in later histories as a sign of confidence and strength. A Tang poet might boast that China was so powerful that our virtue is enough of a wall, a line reflecting the ideal that a truly great dynasty doesn't need to hide behind fortifications. However, later on in Tang rule, especially by the 9th century, the empire weakened, and nomadic pressures, like those from the Tibetan Empire and the Uyghurs, increased. Even then, though, we do not read of any significant great new wall campaigns. The Tang's decline was due more to internal rebellions, like the An Lushan Rebellion of 755, than foreign invasion, and their frontier defenses remained the network of military colonies and alliances, rather than defensive new walls. Now, we could talk about the Tang dynasty all day. Really, we could. But this is about the Great Wall, not the Tang dynasty, so let's move on from them. And following the Tang, China enters another period of division. That was the Song dynasty, 960 to 1269. They eventually unified the south and central parts of China, but notably did not control the traditional northern frontier regions that earlier walls had spanned. Instead, powerful barbarian empires ruled the north. First, the Khitan Liao dynasty, 907 to 1125 in the northeast, and then the Jurchen Jin dynasty, 1115 to 1234. which conquered the Liao and also overrun North China, carving the Song Empire in half, basically. And in the northwest, the Tangut Western Shah dynasty, 1038 to 1227. Now, interestingly, each of these non-Han dynasties engaged in some wall building of their own, illustrating that the concept of frontier walls was not unique to the Han Chinese, but could be adopted by others when useful. The Khitan Liao, who were semi-nomadic peoples from Manchuria, or Dongbei, as we call it today, established control over a huge swath of territory, including modern Mongolia and northeast China. The Liao had a hybrid, nomadic-style kind of rule. They generally relied on cavalry mobility and tribute relations rather than walls for defense, and there's not much evidence that the Liao built long walls on the scale of a great wall. However, they did fortify certain border areas. Notably, the Liao and their southern neighbor, the northern Song Chinese state, fixed their boundary by treaty, which ran through what is now Hebei and Shanxi provinces. The Song, lacking control of the steppe, sometimes made use of pre-existing walls as part of this boundary. For instance, one historical note says that the Song-Liao border in places followed an old northern Qi wall that still stood, showing how these fortifications could outlast the states that built them. Now let's talk about the Western Shah, that is the Tangut Kingdom. They were located in what is now northwestern China, Ningxia and parts of Gansu and Inner Mongolia. They're a bit of an intriguing case. The Tanguts were a Tibeto-Burman people who traditionally were not known for building long walls. They were more famed as horsemen and castle builders. Yet archaeological discoveries in recent years have revealed that the Western Shah did construct substantial walls on the northern frontier. In 2011, archaeologists in the desert of Omnogovi province of Mongolia, just beyond today's northern Chinese border, uncovered about 100 kilometers of long walls that lay within what was Western Shah territory. Radiocarbon dating placed the construction between 1040 and 1160, and that's squarely within the Western Shah period. These walls, built of mud and local shrubs in some sections and black volcanic basalt rocks in others, show a fairly sophisticated method, suggesting transport of materials and organized labor even in harsh terrain. And believe me, up there the terrain is very harsh, not to mention the sun in the summer. Oof. Or the winter's worse, actually. Not for the sun, but for the cold. In any case, they reached about 2.7 meters high, and were likely a couple of meters taller originally. The Western Shah likely built them to defend against Mongolic or Turkic nomads to their north, perhaps the rising power of Genghis Khan's Mongols in the early 13th century. However, it appears these walls were incomplete or quickly overrun. The fact that archaeologists found little traces of human activity like garrison posts along one stretch suggests it may have never been fully manned. But nevertheless, it's quite remarkable to think of a smaller kingdom like the Western Shah investing in walls in the Gobi Desert. One more testament how dire the nomadic threat was becoming. And speaking of threats, in the early 13th century, the Jin Empire came under assault by the formidable forces of Genghis Khan and his Mongol hordes. Historical records show that the Mongols generally did not attempt to storm the Jin Great Wall head-on. Instead, they brilliantly outmaneuvered it. In 1211, for example, Genghis Khan's armies found a gap at an underdefended section in the modern Zhangjiakou. Rather than attacking the fortified Juyong Pass directly, the Mongol cavalry just rode around the end of the wall, through an open corridor, and then turned on the opposing forces from behind, winning a devastating victory at the Battle of Yehuling. Elsewhere, the Mongols exploited treachery and resentment, Many frontier garrisons were staffed by Khitan and other non-Jurchen troops. When the Mongols invaded, some of those Khitan defenders saw the Mongols as liberators, of a sort at least, and they surrendered without a fight, opening gates that rendered the walls useless. One by one, the Mongols penetrated the defenses. Only at Juyong Pass, a crucial fortified gate in the Great Wall northwest of Beijing, did a serious engagement occur. The Mongol general, Jebe, avoided a protracted siege by luring the Jin defenders out of the pass and ambushing them, then charging through the open gates. By 1215, Genghis had captured the Jin capital, Yanjing, modern-day Beijing, of course. The Jin court retreated south, but the dynasty eventually fell in 1234, under the onslaught of Genghis's successors. The Western Shah, too, fell to Genghis Khan in 1227, famously after the dying Genghis ordered the annihilation of that great kingdom. Any incomplete walls they had were no salvation, and the Song Chinese in the south, though they had fewer walls on the open plains, held out behind their formidable city walls until 1279, when the Mongols finally extinguished the last Song stronghold. And so by the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire, that becoming the Yuan dynasty in China, reigned supreme. And for the first time in history, all of China and the vast steppe beyond the west were under one rule. In such a context, the Great Wall paused. There was simply no need for a barrier within an empire that stretched from Korea to Hungary under Mongol rule. And philosophically, the Mongols were a mobile, expansive power that saw fortifications as obstacles to be circumvented or absorbed, not lines to establish themselves. Well, as a telling anecdote, when Marco Polo traveled through Yuan China in the late 13th century, he made no mention of the Great Wall in his account. This has often been cited to suggest that the Great Wall was not a prominent feature in the consciousness of people at the time, or that it was in such disrepair that it did not merit any note. In any case, the Yuan fell in 1368 rather, and with that there was the rise of a native Chinese dynasty, the Ming. That was from 1368 to 1644, and they came to power and kicked the Mongols out. Early Ming emperors, particularly the founding Hongwu emperor, known by his actual name, Zhu Yuanzhang, believed in maintaining a strong military presence in the steppe and using a forward defense to prevent the Mongols from regrouping. In his first few decades after 1368, the Ming armies even pursued the retreating Mongols deep into Mongolia, and the court established a series of outer garrisons beyond the Great Wall's latter line. The whole idea of this was to keep the former Mongol Yuan rulers on the run and not allow a stable power to form just outside the borders. However, as decades passed, the realities of sustaining long-term campaigns on the steppe were setting in. Logistics were difficult. Mongol cavalry could strike and vanish, and Ming resources, though vast, were certainly not infinite. By the 1440s, the Ming stance shifted from offense to defense. A watershed moment was the Tumu crisis of 1449, in which a Ming emperor, Zhengtong, personally led a campaign against the Oirat Mongols, and it was a disastrous failure. The Ming army was annihilated, and the emperor himself was captured by the Oirat leader S.N. Khan. This humiliation shook the Ming leadership to the core. It made clear that aggressive expeditions could be high risk. After the Tumu debacle, Ming strategy increasingly emphasized protecting the core Chinese territories, especially the capital region around Beijing, rather than trying to hold remote steppe ground. And this crisis, the Tumu crisis that is often cited as the turning point after which the Ming largely became defensively minded on the northern front. Already before Tumu, some defensive measures were in place. Emperor Yongle had moved the Ming capital from Nanjing in the south up to Beijing 1421, precisely to better manage the Mongol threat from the north. And just quickly, Nanjing literally means southern capital. Beijing literally means northern capital. So there's that for you. In any case, around Beijing, the Ming fortified key passes in the mountains, often building on earlier walls in those areas. For instance, in the late 14th century and early 15th, the Ming erected or reinforced walls in the Liaodong region, which is today's Liaoning province, to guard against the remnants of Mongols and Jurchens in Manchuria. They also set up 130 military outposts at strategic points north of the capital, on the advice of frontier experts. These outposts, some connected by short walls, formed a kind of cordon in the Beijing-Hebei area. But initially these were meant for regional defense, not a continuous Great Wall. After 1449, the Ming doubled down on their wall construction. The late 15th century saw successive Ming rulers and generals fortifying what are called the 9 frontier defense commands, which covered different stretches from the Bohai Sea in the east to Gansu in the west. The most famous wall segments near Beijing, like those at Juyong Pass, Gubeikou, and Mutianyu, etc., were built or greatly strengthened during this time, that is the 1480s to 1500s. The early Ming walls were often still rammed earth and tamped rubble, but as Mongol raids kept going, the Ming began upgrading critical portions of the wall to stone and brick. A pivotal series of events occurred in the 16th century. In 1550, the Mongol leader Altan Khan, frustrated by Ming trade restrictions, led a large cavalry force right up to the gates of Beijing in an audacious raid. Altan cleverly bypassed the heavy defenses of the main Ming frontier, the Xuanfu-Datong line, by detouring to an inadequately defended sector at Gubeikou, sneaking through a pass and wreaking havoc on the outskirts of the capital. The raid of 1550 was quite a shock. According to one source, over 60,000 people were killed, and another 40,000 were captured around Beijing during that incursion. The Ming court realized that the existing walls in that area were too low and sparse to stop determined horsemen. In reaction, the Ming moved the focus of defense precisely where Altan had broken through, the Jizhou and Changping commands, northeast of Beijing. In the aftermath of 1550, they embarked on rapidly upgrading the wall there to stone and mortar. The new walls were built atop steep ridges wherever possible, with higher ramparts, proper battlements, also known as crenellations, and integrated guard towers. When Mongol raiders tried a similar attack just a few years later in 1554, they were reportedly shocked to encounter a much taller stone wall and fierce resistance, resulting in their defeat. This success greatly encouraged the pro-wall faction at the Ming court. Shortly after, in 1567, the Ming appointed 2 experienced generals, Qi Jiguang and Tan Lun, to take charge of the frontier defenses in crucial Beijing sectors. Qi Jiguang had earlier won fame fighting pirates along the southeast coast, and now he turned his considerable energy to the northern walls. Between 1568 and 1572, Qi Jiguang oversaw one of the most intensive phases of wall construction in Chinese history. It's recorded that under Qi's direction, the Ming built 1,200 new watchtowers. Critically, Qi Jiguang introduced the innovation of hollow brick towers. Until then, many wall towers had just been solid mounds with a hut or platform on top for a few guards. But Qi's towers were multi-story brick fortifications with interior rooms, allowing soldiers to live inside, store ample weapons and grain, and shelter from weather and arrows. These robust towers, many of which still stand today, give the Ming Wall a tremendous defensive depth, Archers and later musketeers could fire from embrasures on multiple levels, and troops could rapidly respond along the wall walk between towers. So now the wall was a bit more recognizable to our modern Great Wall, but it is important to note that the Ming did not view it as a standalone solution. They continued to use diplomacy on occasional offensives too. For example, after Aldan Khan's raids were thwarted, they chose to negotiate. In 1571, they granted the Mongols lucrative trade terms, essentially opening border markets, and that peace stopped large Mongol incursions for a couple of decades. During this relative calm, Qi Guang and colleagues hastened to close all the gaps in the frontier defenses. They walled off even rugged terrain that earlier had been left open. The reasoning for that, well, what is impossible to an army one year might be possible in a drought, or if an enemy finds a new path. This is why today you can see the Great Wall trail across incredibly steep ridges. The Ming decided to seal the border completely, creating the spectacular stone dragon that winds unbroken over the mountains. It's really quite a sight to see. You must see it. While the Ming Great Wall achieved its immediate aim, it significantly impeded Mongol raids. Job done. While minor raids continued and some traders still smuggled goods across, the Mongols could no longer penetrate in large numbers easily. But for nearly a century, the Ming Wall stood as the empire's shield. However, it was not a complete safeguard. In the early 17th century, the Ming began to face new problems, internal rebellions and a new external enemy, the rising Manchus, descendants of the Jurchens, led by Nurhaci and his heirs. The Manchus were uniting up in Dongbei and would soon challenge the Ming. Meanwhile, prolonged fiscal strain and climate-induced famines led to peasant uprisings within Ming China. The Great Wall, despite being maintained to the end, couldn't do a thing about turmoil from within. The end of the Ming and the role of the Great Wall was quite a drama. In 1644, a rebel army led by Li Zicheng captured the Ming capital, Beijing, after the desperate Ming defenders surrendered several key passes without a fight. They were starved, and not to mention mutinous. The last Ming emperor hanged himself in the palace gardens as rebels swarmed the city. At the same time, on the far northeastern frontier, the Manchu leader Prince Dorgon saw an opportunity. A Ming general, Wu Sangui, was in charge of Shanhai Pass, the eastern terminus of the Great Wall at the sea. Caught between Li Zicheng's rebels now controlling Beijing and the approaching Manchu army, Wu Sangui made a fateful decision. He opened the gates of Shanhai Pass and invited the Manchus in. The Manchu banner armies marched through the Great Wall, not by breaching it, but by just going through the door, let in by a Chinese general switching sides. Well, in May of 1644, the Battle of the Shanhai Pass, the Manchu forces joined Wu's remaining troops and defeated Li Zicheng's rebels. By June 1644, the Manchus occupied Beijing and soon proclaimed the Qing dynasty. Thus, the Ming, the greatest wall-building dynasty in Chinese history, fell in part because of the Great Wall's strongest gate being opened from within. The Mongols, whom the wall had largely held at bay, were not the ones to topple the Ming, but it was a combination of internal collapse and the ascent of a new foe who gained entry through guile and betrayal. Well, yet the Ming Wall itself, the physical edifice, remained. Its impressive ramparts would stand for centuries to come and endure through a new foreign dynasty and into the modern era. And here let's talk about the Great Wall under the Qing. The Qing dynasty, 1644 to 1912, was established by the Manchus, a people from beyond the Great Wall. And understandably, the Qing had a different attitude towards the wall itself. They did not need it to protect against themselves, of course. And once in power, they also expanded the empire far to the north and the west, in effect rendering the wall obsolete as a defensive boundary. The Qing controlled Manchuria, the Manchu homeland, Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet, areas well outside or beyond the old Ming frontiers. Since the empire now encompassed the homelands of the very nomads the walls had been trying to repel, maintaining a large wall along the former border was no longer a strategic necessity. In fact, the Qing were somewhat weary of the symbolism of the Great Wall. As conquerors who wanted to legitimize their rule over the Han Chinese, and also integrate Mongols and others, the Qing rulers downplayed any notion of a strict divide between Chinese civilization and barbarians marked by a wall. The Great Wall represented, in cultural terms, the old Ming ideology of Han-centered defense separation. The Qing preferred to promote an image of unified and multi-ethnic empire under heaven's banner, not a China closed off by barriers. And consequently, they did very little to repair or rebuild the wall, beyond basic upkeep in a few sections, and in some cases they even repurposed parts of it. But one interesting use of wall-like structures by the Qing was the willow palisade that is up in Manchuria. This was not a stone wall, but an extensive fence of packed earth and willow trees planted across southern parts of southern Manchuria, and its purpose was not to keep enemies out, but rather to restrict Han Chinese migration into those northeastern regions, which the Qing considered the sacred homeland of their people. The Qing, having conquered China, wanted to preserve Manchuria as a Manchu preserve, at least until the late dynasty when pressures changed. So the Willow Palisade and existing Ming Liaodong Wall were used somewhat like administrative borders, controlling movement of Chinese farmers rather than defensive lines. That's a bit of an ironic twist. The Great Wall under the Qing served as an inward control rather than an outward defense in some locales. Well, culturally, the Qing elite didn't celebrate the Great Wall much. In fact, they suppressed, to an extent, its mythos. Traditional Chinese literati had sometimes referred to the Great Wall as a symbol separating the Chinese and the barbarians. The Qing, being of the outer origins themselves, generally discouraged any ideology painting them beyond the pale. Thus we don't see Qing emperors writing poems praising the wall. Instead, they emphasized the inclusivity of the empire. One Qing emperor, Qianlong, even wrote poems in Chinese and Manchu language, extolling the united realms of the dynasty with no mention of needing walls to do so. Meanwhile, outside eyes began to take notice. By the 17th and 18th centuries, European traders, missionaries, and diplomats reaching China had heard rumors of an awe-inspiring wall. Jesuit missionaries in the Qing court, such as Father Jean-Baptiste Regis, mapped China, and in doing so, traced the line of the wall on Western maps for the first time. In 1667, the Jesuit scholar Athanasius Kircher included an illustration of the Great Wall in his book, China Illustrated, labeling it a Gate of the Wall of China, and explaining its structure. This early depiction, based on reports from Jesuits in Beijing, fired the imagination of Europeans, and by the 18th century, the Great Wall was becoming known in Europe as one of the wonders of the East, though often with a great deal of fanciful exaggeration. For example, when Lord Macartney led the first British embassy to China in 1793, his delegation passed through a section of the wall north of Beijing. One of his companions, a diplomat named John Barrow, later wrote about the wall with a mix of admiration and disappointment, noting its grand extent, but also its disrepair, and that it wasn't as colossal as imagination had suggested. Nevertheless, the mystique grew. Western accounts often emphasized it as a singular monument of antiquity. The idea that the Great Wall was the only man-made structure visible from the moon emerged in the 19th century, but like we said in the introduction, it's quite a myth, popularized by various travel writers long before anybody could even verify that authenticity. In reality, while the wall is very long, it is very narrow, so it generally blends in with the environment. Even from low Earth orbit, it's not easily discernible to the naked eye, certainly not from the moon. Now, after the Qing fell in 1912, and the Chinese Republic, later the People's Republic, emerged, the Great Wall underwent a transformation in meaning. What had been a Qing ignored relic became a potent symbol of national pride and continuity. Chinese revolutionaries and reformers, seeking to build a new national identity, latched onto the Great Wall as a token of the nation's longevity and ability to withstand hardship. And there was plenty of hardship, don't worry about that. The very term Great Wall, Changcheng in Chinese, started appearing in political rhetoric, poems, and popular culture as something that united the people. There is a famous slogan by Sun Yat-sen, that is Sun Zhongshan in the other rendering, founder of the Republic of China, that urged the Chinese to, quote, become as strong as the Great Wall. And later, Mao Zedong, in a 1935 poem, wrote the line, 不到长城非好汉, which means, well, pretty much if you haven't gone to the Great Wall, you're not a true hero. Well, that links the idea of achieving greatness with climbing the wall, a line still often quoted by tourists who clamber up to the site at Badaling. And then, through the 20th century, portions of the wall suffered from both neglect and intentional damage. During China's warlord era and the Second Sino-Japanese War, some sections saw fighting. In the Cultural Revolution of 1966 to 76, some bricks were taken by villagers or Red Guards for use in local construction, since old monuments were not a priority to protect. But as China began to open up and appreciate its heritage again, efforts shifted to preservation, and in 1987, the Great Wall was designated a UNESCO Heritage Site, cementing its status as a treasure for all humanity, and one that we can very luckily enjoy today. It was the mid-16th century. Catholic missionaries from Europe arrived on the shores of Japan with high hopes of a spiritual conquest. And indeed, over the ensuing decades, tens of thousands of Japanese, including peasants, samurai, and even some feudal lords, had embraced the new faith. This had raised the prospect that Japan might become a predominantly Christian nation in the East. By 1582, the Catholic population had grown to roughly 150,000, and by 1614, it reached an estimated 300,000 out of a population of 15 to 20 million Japanese at the time. Yet, things did not go to plan. By the mid-17th century, this nascent Christian community was all but crushed, wave after wave of persecution wiping them out. Japan's rulers not only outlawed Christianity, but they also sealed the country off from most Western contact for over 200 years. But the faith survived in the shadows, preserved by clandestine communities of hidden Christians passing down their beliefs in secret. It's a rather interesting story, From start to finish, it's quite fascinating. And today that's what we're going to talk about. Why Japan never Christianized. Or rather, the more incendiary title, How Japan Crushed Christianity. I want to welcome you to the channel. It is good to meet you if you're coming here for the first time. And if you're returning, good to see you again. Now this video is ad-free, along with all the other videos on this channel. Feel free to check out the playlists, all because of the kind support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store with lots of little goodies on there, and the occasional donation through YouTube Super Thanks or Patreon. All the links can be found in the description. But if you're not inclined to check that out, then just enjoy the video. After all, that's what we're here for. So with welcomes all out of the way, let's begin. And we begin with none other than St. Francis Xavier, a Spanish priest and actually a co-founder of the Jesuit order. He was the one who spearheaded the first major Christian mission to Japan. He arrived in Japan in 1549, almost by accident. His ship, a Chinese junk, blown off course and landed in Kagoshima in Kyushu, the homeland of his Japanese companion and translator Anjiro, who took the Christian name Paulo de Santa Fe. Interpreting this landing as divine providence, Xavier wrote back to his colleagues that in Japan he had counted, quote, the best people who have yet been discovered, predicting that we shall never find among heathens another race equal to the Japanese. Interesting compliment, I suppose, but a compliment nonetheless. Pretty early signs of optimism, and it stemmed from Xavier's observations of Japanese society in general. You see, he was not encountering a backwards land of savages and barbarians, this kind of thing, but rather he was impressed by their intelligence, decorum, and a general curiosity and eagerness to learn. The mission of Xavier made a promising start. The local lord of Kagoshima initially welcomed the strangers, and over 100 people were baptized in the first year, including many of Xavier's interpreter's own relatives. Xavier reported that these new converts were led by what Paul told them, and that entire families became Christian, until, of course, a local edict forbade any further conversions. And indeed, the warmth of Kagoshima's welcome cooled once the daimyo, that is the feudal ruler, realized the political implications of this foreign religion. It's all fun and games when they first show up in the early days, but, well, when people start converting to a different religion that's different to the ruler's religion, well, that's when you get rebellions and break-off kingdoms, this kind of thing. So this is essentially, in a simplified term, what the daimyo would have been worried about. Well, facing a ban in that domain of Kagoshima, Xavier decided to move on in search of more receptive authorities. Traveling through Kyushu and Honshu, Xavier learned just how complex Japan's religious and political landscape was. In 1550, he ventured to Yamaguchi, the capital of a powerful domain, where he tried out a new tactic. Dressed in fine garments and bearing gifts and letters from Portuguese authorities, he presented himself to the Lord of Yamaguchi as a kind of ambassador of a great Western king. And the strategy worked pretty well. The daimyo of Yamaguchi granted Xavier permission to preach publicly, and even provided an abandoned Buddhist monastery for his missionaries to use. And so, for several weeks after, Xavier and his companions preached in the streets twice a day, attracting audiences of commoners and samurai noble classes alike. Many listened with curiosity, and a little bit of emotion. The missionaries recounted the story of Jesus, and, quote, "When we came to his most bitter death, they were unable to restrain their tears." That's a quote from Xavier. Well, I tell you what, he must have been a pretty good teller of the gospel, if he was bringing everyone to tears, if indeed that is what happened. Some noblemen invited the Jesuits into their homes to hear more in private, expressing that if Christianity proved to be better than their own beliefs, they would embrace it unhesitatingly. The pressure is certainly on for the Jesuits now. Yet genuine conversions in Yamaguchi were few, illustrating the cultural headwinds that the Jesuits faced. Xavier's noted that some townspeople openly mocked the missionaries as they were walking by, joking, "There go the men who declare that it is wicked to have more than one wife," a reference to Christianity's monogamy in contrast to the concubinage accepted in Japan at the time. But more fundamentally, Xavier was struck by the Japanese people's lack of concept of a single creator god. Monotheism was a confusing thing to them. A foreign concept, suppose we could say. In a letter, he marveled that the Japanese, quote, "were greatly astonished on hearing it said that there is one sole author and common father of souls, by whom they were created, because the Japanese religious tradition nowhere is any mention of a creator of the universe." The Japanese were steeped in Buddhist and Shinto cosmology that assumed the universe and nature had no singular beginning, so getting this concept across was going to be a bit of a challenge. It made the Christian doctrine of a sole god and creation ex nihilo a pretty novel idea, one that required quite a lot of elaboration. Fortunately for these missionaries, Xavier found the Japanese eager to debate and learn. He observed, "The Japanese are led by reason in everything more than any other people," describing how they bombarded the Jesuits with questions on astronomy and theology, and listened most eagerly when the foreigners could satisfy their curiosity. This intellectual engagement gave Xavier hope. By the time that he left Japan in 1551, he had planted the seeds of a Japanese Christian church numbering perhaps a few thousand converts in total. In letters to St. Ignatius Loyola, Xavier expressed confidence that Japan could be won for Christ, given more time and a few more workers, calling it the delight of his soul, and urging more missionaries to follow. But at this point, Xavier had gone. In the decades after Xavier's departure, the Christian mission in Japan indeed grew quite significantly, but it also became entangled in the country's turbulent politics. Jesuit missionaries, building on the groundwork set by Xavier, concentrated their efforts in western Japan, that is, Kyushu, where they found that converting a local daimyo often led to the conversion of his subjects too. This top-down strategy yielded remarkable results. A number of regional lords such as Omura Sumitada and Arima Harunobu accepted baptism, and in turn thousands of their retainers and villagers became Christians. By 1580, the port city of Nagasaki, given to the Jesuits by a Christian lord, had become a thriving center of Catholicism. The Christian presence was strongest on the peripheries of Japan, far from the capital, and for one time it enjoyed the protection, or at least tolerance, of the country's supreme warlord, Oda Nobunaga. Now, Nobunaga, who was then campaigning to unify Japan, warmly welcomed the Jesuit trade, and especially the guns, but he also appreciated the missionaries' open opposition to Buddhism. In fact, Nobunaga saw militant Buddhist monasteries as a political threat. He had many of them destroyed. He therefore viewed the Christian priests as useful allies against his Buddhist rivals. He allowed churches to be built in Kyoto, and even hosted Jesuits at his castle. However, Nobunaga's assassination in 1582 and the subsequent rise of Toyotomi Hideyoshi as his successor dramatically changed the fortunes of Christianity. Hideyoshi initially continued Nobunaga's pragmatic tolerance. He enjoyed the exotic gifts brought by the Westerners, and even welcomed a Jesuit embassy in 1586 with all the European novelties. But as Hideyoshi solidified his control over Japan, unifying the feudal domains under his authority, he grew suspicious of the foreign creed. In 1587, after leading a campaign in Kyushu, Hideyoshi was startled by the fervor of the local Christian population. A great many of them samurai, some of them feudal lords according to one account. He began to fear that Christian daimyo might not be fully loyal to him, or even worse, that European powers might use religion as a pretext for invasion. And so that year, Hideyoshi abruptly issued the anti-Christian edict, ordering all Jesuit missionaries to leave Japan immediately. He declared quite forthrightly, "I do not want this religion," calling Christianity a religion of love and union, and therefore harmful for this kingdom. This pretty striking statement. It reveals the mindset of Japan's rulers. Hideyoshi perceived that Christianity bound people together in an allegiance that transcended the feudal divisions of society, and that's an allegiance that could undermine the absolute rule that he sought. If they were all united under Christianity, well, they were not united under him. So Hideyoshi's 1587 expulsion edict was only sporadically enforced at first. The Jesuits largely went into hiding, but they did not leave Japan, and many converts continued to practice in secret. For several years, Hideyoshi seemed content with nominal compliance, perhaps because he valued trade with the Portuguese, or because he was preoccupied with other campaigns, but probably because he wanted the guns to keep flowing in, I'd say. However, there was a tragic incident in 1596 that swung Hideyoshi back towards persecution. The Spanish galleon San Felipe, wrecked off the coast of Shikoku, became the catalyst for a rather deadly turn. When Japanese officials interrogated the ship's pilot about Spain's intentions, the frightened, or perhaps boastful, Spaniard allegedly claimed that the missionaries came as the first step in the Spanish conquest of these lands. Probably not the wisest thing to tell them. This claim, which was likely a desperate bluff, confirmed Hideyoshi's worst fears about Christian missionaries being agents of colonial powers, and he reacted with swift brutality. February 1597, Hideyoshi ordered the execution of 26 Christians, foreign missionaries and Japanese believers alike, as a macabre warning to the Church. The 26 martyrs of Nagasaki, as they were called, they were a diverse group. 6 Franciscan friars, mostly Spaniards, 3 Japanese Jesuits, and 17 Japanese lay Christians, including catechists and even children. They were forced to march over 600 miles from Kyoto to Nagasaki in the dead of winter, each man's left ear cut off as a mark of criminality. On a hill overlooking Nagasaki Bay, the 26 were crucified on wooden crosses and then pierced with spears on Hideyoshi's authority. Among them was 33-year-old Paul Miki, who preached from his cross, forgiving his executioners. In his final sermon of sorts, delivered in a loud voice to the stunned onlookers, Miki proclaimed, "There is no way to be saved except the Christian way." And he publicly pardoned Hideyoshi and urged him to seek baptism. According to missionary reports, the martyrs remained composed and resolute in their faith till the end. Their bodies were left on display for months as an intended deterrent. But instead, the sight of their death became hallowed ground for Japanese Catholics. Hideyoshi died the following year, 1598, leaving a tenuous situation. Around 300 churches still existed in the Christian community, and that community itself was now about 150,000 strong, enduring, albeit the threat of persecution loomed over them. Hideyoshi's death ushered in a struggle for power that ended with Tokugawa Ieyasu establishing himself as shogun, that is, the military ruler of a unified Japan in 1603. Ieyasu would found the Tokugawa shogunate, a regime that brought peace and stability to Japan for over 2 centuries, in part by rigorously controlling foreign influence and also stamping out Christianity. In the first years of his rule, Tokugawa appeared more tolerant than Hideyoshi had been. He was more pragmatic and interested in foreign trade. European traders bought firearms, technology, and exotic goods that Ieyasu wanted for Japan's benefit. Jesuit missionaries cautiously returned to open activity, and a new order of Catholic missionaries, the Spanish Franciscans, also entered Japan in the 1590s with Hideyoshi's begrudging permission. By 1605, there were even a few Japanese who had been ordained as Catholic priests. That was pretty quick, wasn't it? Well, the Christian cause for a brief moment seemed to revive under the new shogun. A very brief moment. Of course, Ieyasu's tolerance had its limits. From the outset, he kept a wary eye on Christianity's spread and enacted small-scale restrictions. In 1600, soon after taking power, he issued orders forbidding missionaries from proselytizing in his personal domain around Edo, that is, modern-day Tokyo. He was testing the waters, basically. Over the next decade, as Ieyasu consolidated political control, reports of seditious behavior by converts, and a little bit of intelligence from English and Dutch traders, rivals of the Catholic Portuguese, by the way, heightened that suspicion that Christianity might be a threat to social order, and ultimately a Trojan horse for European conquest. Ieyasu was also constructing an ideology to buttress his rule. With the help of advisors schooled in Confucianism and Buddhism, he envisioned a strictly hierarchical society, with the shogun at the apex, and a populace, of course, unified by traditional religious values, as long as they were traditional Japanese religious values. Christianity, which acknowledged no Lord above God, was certainly a clash with that vision. A Jesuit of the time perceptively noted that Ieyasu's government was developing, quote, the most peculiar form of government in the world, in which each man enjoys absolute power over his family and servants, and he may cut them down as he pleases, without having to give an account to anybody. In such a system of absolute, patriarchal, and feudal authority, the Christian message of the spiritual equality of all souls was profoundly subversive. Ieyasu instituted a rigid caste system in Japan. There was a social pyramid, and guess who was at the top? Well, one Japanese Jesuit had said, Christianity, on the contrary, was a creed of all men equal. Those two mentalities could not coexist. Ieyasu's distrust finally hardened into outright persecution in 1614. In that year, after a series of regional incidents and perhaps under pressure from his outraged Buddhist and Confucian advisors, Ieyasu promulgated the Christian Expulsion Act. This edict banned the practice of the Christian religion throughout all of Japan and ordered all Catholic clergy and missionaries to immediately go home. It also mandated that all Japanese converts abandon the faith, coming back into the fold of the old religions. In chilling language, the edict justified itself by painting Christianity as an existential threat to Japan's polity and native belief. As one chronicle records, Ieyasu's decree warned, quote, "The Christian band have come to Japan, not only sending their merchant vessels to exchange commodities, but also longing to disseminate an evil law, to overthrow right doctrine, so they may change the government of the country and obtain possession of the land." Thus, in no uncertain words, Christianity was denounced as an evil law, a false and subversive doctrine, spread under the guise of free trade and friendly commerce. The edict went on to contrast this evil Christianity with Japan's time-honored traditions, declaring that, quote, "Japan is the country of the gods and Buddha. The principles of benevolence and right-doing are held to be of prime importance. Quickly cast out the evil law and spread our true law more and more." It was here that Ieyasu, or the advisors drafting the edict, such as the scholar-monk Isshin Suden, explicitly upheld the true law of Japan's own gods and of Buddhism, as well as the Confucian virtues of benevolence and righteousness, in direct opposition to Christianity. The message is pretty unmistakable. No politicians mincing words here. The message was that the foreign faith was completely incompatible with Japan's sacred heritage and moral order, and therefore it had to go. Importantly, the 1614 edict not only appealed to religious patriotism, but it also showed the political danger of Christianity. It accused the Christians of seeking to overthrow the proper government and seize the land. Ieyasu had likely heard of how Spain used its missionaries in the Philippines, and he had been warned by Protestant Dutch and English merchants that Catholic powers might colonize Japan if they were given the chance. Now the edict's dire tone, another quote, "This is the germ of great disaster and must be crushed," reflects Ieyasu's determination to snuff out the danger before it could metastasize. The enforcement of the edict was pretty merciless. Ieyasu's agents rounded up the foreign missionaries, by now mostly Jesuits and Franciscans, and they forced them onto ships out of Nagasaki, bound for Macau and Manila. Entire boatloads of clergy, brothers and catechists were expelled in late 1614, shoved onto ships and compelled to abandon their flocks. Among them was the renowned samurai convert Takayama Ukon, a Christian lord who refused to renounce his faith. He was exiled, and he eventually died in the Philippines in 1615. Japanese authorities further commanded all daimyo to eradicate Christianity within their domains, or face dire punishment. Many lords who had been sympathetic or lenient were now forced to choose between their loyalty to the shogun or their loyalty to the foreign religion. And unsurprisingly, most chose the shogun. The alternative was, well, you know. Some Christian samurai lords went into exile rather than apostatize, but many more converts, especially the ordinary people, had to conceal their faith or renounce it under duress as the noose tightened. Ieyasu's death in 1616 did not slow the persecution either. In fact, it intensified under his son Tokugawa Hidetada, and especially his grandson Tokugawa Iemitsu. The Tokugawa shogunate had committed itself to an anti-Christian policy as a matter of state security. In the years after 1614, surveillance was institutionalized to ensure the eradication of the, quote, evil creed. Families were required to register at Buddhist temples and obtain certification that they were followers of Buddhism or Shinto, as long as they weren't Christians. In every village and every urban neighborhood, groups of households were organized into mutual monitoring units. If one Christian were discovered in a group, the entire unit would be punished. This created an intense pressure on communities to police themselves and ferret out the hidden Christians. The authorities also enlisted the help of Buddhist clergy in this effort. A striking example of how native religious institutions were mobilized to reinforce this ban on Christianity. But why did Christianity, which had initially won so many Japanese converts, come to be seen as an intolerable threat? Well, we've answered that a little bit, but part of the answer lies in the profound cultural and religious resistance that it provoked. Let me explain. Japan in the 16th and 17th centuries had a pretty rich spiritual tradition, dominated by Shinto, Buddhism, and Confucian ethical principles. These belief systems were deeply interwoven into the Japanese identity and also the political authority and social order, so Christianity was not only a foreign import, its theology and practice challenged the very underpinnings of the Japanese worldview. It was going to be a very hard sell from the beginning, especially to those who would effectively have to give up their power. So let's consider how each of these traditions set that stage for a backlash against the new foreign religion. First of all, we have Shinto, the indigenous belief system of Japan. It venerates a pantheon of what are called kami, or divine spirits or deities, associated with different natural phenomena, particular places, and ancestors too, including, of course, the imperial family's divine lineage. Now, Shinto doesn't have a dogmatic creed or a single founder. It's rather a collection of old stories and rituals, and reverence for the native gods of Japan. In the late 1500s, Shinto coexisted and mingled with Buddhism for the most part, but it was also a wellspring of Japanese patriotism and uniqueness. The Tokugawa Edict of 1614 pointedly described Japan as the country of gods, Shinkoku. Well, that implies that the land was under the special protection of the Shinto deities. Christian missionaries, by preaching one exclusive god and denouncing all the others as false, inevitably insulted the Shinto worldview. And in fact, missionaries were known to slander Shinto by dismissing the native gods as devils or idols, which is generally not a very good idea. Not the manners of a good house guest, I suppose. So you see, from the standpoint of the Japanese villagers and leaders, a Christian convert's refusal to participate in Shinto observances, for example, not offering prayers at a local shrine or not honoring the emperor's divine status, could be seen as an act of disloyalty to the community and the nation. As time went on, the shogunate deliberately fostered Shinto alongside Confucian ethics as a part of its state ideology, emphasizing loyalty and reverence for Japan's unique gods as an antidote to this Christian influence. So in short, Shinto provided a cultural immune response of sorts. Christianity's exclusivist monotheism and rejection of Japan's native deities were just too alien for most Japanese to embrace. And they were easy for native propagandists to cast as blasphemous and dangerous. Now, as for Buddhism, that had been Japan's dominant organized religion since the 6th century, and had permeated all levels of society. By the 16th century, however, numerous Buddhist sects such as Zen, Pure Land, and Nichiren had flourished, each with extensive monasteries, clerical hierarchies, and lay followings. Buddhist temples were not only religious centers, but also educational institutions and community gathering places, even registrars of births and deaths. And the Buddhist monastic establishment in Japan initially viewed the Christian missionaries as just another rival sect, albeit a peculiar one from across the sea. Jesuits like Francis Xavier often referred to Buddhist monks as bonzes, from the bonzo Buddhist priests, and noted their considerable influence. Xavier wrote that there were a great number of these bonzes and bonzesses, that is, nuns, in Japan, and that they enjoyed immense respect among the people. It was inevitable that Buddhist clergy would resent the inroads Christianity was making, especially when some zealous converts went so far as to destroy Buddhist statues or shrines in their domain with the encouragement of certain militant Jesuits, which is never good. No matter what side you're on of anything, destroying statues and historical monuments, I cannot see any way that is a good idea. Well, the Jesuits themselves saw Buddhist monks as their chief detractors and obstacles, of course. Missionary reports frequently mention public debates held between Catholic priests and learned Buddhist monks over points of doctrine. While these debates sometimes earned the admiration of Japanese audiences for the foreigner's knowledge, they also highlighted the pretty stark differences in belief. Let's take, for instance, that Buddhist teachers taught the salvation and enlightenment could be achieved through following the path of the Buddha, and many Japanese believed in the mercy of Amida Buddha to save souls, ideas utterly incompatible with the Christian teaching that salvation comes only through Christ. No one else, nothing more, nothing less. The Jesuits, confident in their own theology, called Buddhist teachings morally lax or fraudulent. Xavier recounts that the bonzes preached that even the most sinful people could escape hell through the monks' intercession, a claim that he considered a deceit to extract donations. Such criticisms did not endear the missionaries to the Buddhist establishment, that's saying the least. So in response, Buddhist monks at times stirred up popular opposition to the Western barbarians by accusing them of blasphemy and sacrilege. The 1614 edict echoes these complaints. It accuses the Christians of calumniating, my goodness, third time lucky, huh? Calumniating the true law, rather, which in context means slandering Buddhism. It's a new word for you and me, I suppose, and of disrupting the social harmony that Buddhism and Confucianism norms maintained. Well, once the Tokugawa had outlawed Christianity, Buddhist temples became enforcers on the ban, the boots on the ground, issuing the required certificates and organizing the fumie ceremonies to test people's faith. This symbiosis between the shogunate and Buddhism meant that by 1630, every Japanese was effectively required to be Buddhist on paper. This made it exceedingly difficult, as you can imagine, for Christianity to compete or even survive. Buddhist institutions formed a powerful bulwark that the new religion could simply not overcome. And then we have Confucian values. It added yet another layer of resistance. Now, Confucianism's interesting because it's not a religion per se. but rather a moral philosophical system originating from China. It emphasizes filial piety, loyalty, and proper conduct, and above all, social harmony. Now, during the Tokugawa era, Neo-Confucianism was adopted by the shogunate as an official ideology to rationalize that rigid social order. Ieyasu and his successors patronized Confucian scholars who taught that everyone had a proper place. Samurai, artists, peasants, merchants, everyone. And that obedience to one's lord and parent was the highest virtue one could attain. To these Confucian thinkers, Christianity appeared to be disruptive for several reasons. Now, the first reason is that it taught that loyalty to God and the Church could supersede loyalty to the temporal authorities, which was anathema to Confucian hierarchies. In practice, converts sometimes defied their feudal lord's commands, for example, refusing to renounce Christianity or fighting against their lord in the name of the faith, confirming Confucian fears that the religion bred this kind of insubordination. Secondly, Christianity's assertion that all men are equal in the sight of God was a complete contradiction to the stratified class system that Confucianism upheld. The very idea that a lowly farmer and a high-born samurai should kneel side by side as brothers in Christ, well, that was pretty radical in feudal Japan. Tokugawa ideologues capitalized on this point, with one advisor warning that, quote, those who join the Christian sect throw aside all social obligations. Children disobey their parents, and vassals regard their lords as equals, paraphrasing the sentiment of anti-Christian literature of the time. Whether or not such claims were true, they amplified the perception that Christianity was antithetical to the Confucian virtues of filial duty and loyalty. Ieyasu's edict alluded to, quote, the principles of benevolence and right-doing, key Confucian terms, as being under attack by the Christians. So in essence, Confucian scholars portrayed Christianity as a source of social chaos, undermining ethical norms and the chain of authority from family patriarchs all the way up to the shogun. And the shogunate buttressed this view through propaganda and education. By the mid-17th century, Confucian ethics and Buddhist Shinto worship were fused into a state-sanctioned orthodoxy, sometimes even called Japanism, a term one scholar uses to denote the synthesis of native beliefs that Christianity could neither accommodate nor ultimately supplant. The strength of this native threefold religion made it exceedingly difficult for a foreign creed to take permanent hold. It's like when everyone's standing in a circle talking at a party, and they will just not let you in. Think about it like that. Well, in the eyes of most Japanese, one could not be a good subject and a Christian at the same time. They were just poles apart. This cultural conviction, cultivated by the authorities, meant that even before the persecutions began, Christianity faced inherent limits on its own accord. Well, despite the growing headwinds, many Japanese Christians remained ardent in their new faith, and some would pay the ultimate price for that. The period from 1614 to 1640 is often described as a time of great martyrdom, an era when thousands of believers, rather than recant their faith, endured torture and execution. The shogunate intended these brutal crackdowns to eradicate Christianity, but in the process, they created a legacy of martyrdom that would inspire stories and legends for centuries to come. In any case, once the Tokugawa prohibitions took effect, officials devised increasingly cruel methods to expose and eliminate any Christians. One infamous practice was the annual fumie ritual, Suspected Christians were ordered to trample on an image, usually a wooden or bronze tablet of Christ or the Virgin Mary. Those who hesitated or refused unmasked themselves as believers and were arrested. This test of apostasy was psychologically agonizing for devout Catholics. It meant desecrating the image of the very figures they worshipped, and it effectively forced a choice between faith and staying alive. Which one's more important? Well, that's for the individual to decide, I suppose. Many Japanese Christians, in fact, did commit what they saw as the sin of apostasy under much duress, perhaps consoling themselves that God would forgive them. But a steadfast core refused, and for them they reserved the more harsh torments. The torments inflicted on unrepentant Christians were deliberately designed to break the spirit and serve as a terrifying deterrent to others. The common punishment in the Nagasaki region was to send captive Christians to the volcanic hot springs of Unzen, known as Unzen Jigoku. Now, Jigoku actually means hell, so it's not a very nice place. Now, beginning in 1627, the local lord Matsukura Shigemasa and his officers used Unzen's boiling sulphurous pools as execution grounds. Christians who refused to recant were taken to this hell and forced to watch as others were scalded alive, stripped naked, bound, and slowly doused with ladles of boiling water from the springs. The ordeal often continued until the victim's skin peeled, and they died in, well, unimaginable pain. Another dreaded technique was the anazuri, or whole hanging, described by officers like Inoue Masashige, the Tokugawa official in charge of Christian suppression after 1638. In anazuri, the victim was tightly bound with ropes and hung upside down by the ankles over a pit, with one arm usually left free so the torturers could prod the body. The head and torso would also be lowered into the pit, and a lid placed around the victim's waist to trap them in darkness, and sometimes this pit was sometimes filled with excrement or other corpses. Not a very nice pit. While in this inverted position, blood rushes to the head, causing excruciating pressure. According to one account, the victim's blood would collect in their heads, causing pain that gradually intensified, eventually beyond description. But death did not come quickly. Pain came quickly, but not death. It could take days. In some cases, the torturers would periodically raise a victim out of the pit to ask if they were still a Christian, and if they were, back down to the pit they went. The slow torture often broke the will of all but the most resolute, and indeed officials like Inoue preferred it precisely because it extracted renunciations without creating the inspiring, heroic beauty of quick martyrdom. European witnesses later marveled that any faith could survive such an assault. Nevertheless, there were martyrs that endured until the end. Jesuit records and letters chronicle many instances of extraordinary faith under torture. For example, Pietro Kibe, a Japanese Jesuit priest who clandestinely returned to Japan in 1630, was eventually captured and subjected to the pit torture. Even as he and two catechist companions hung upside down in filth, Kibe reportedly encouraged them to remain steadfast. Frustrated by his resolve, the torturers finally pulled him up from the pit and executed him by heaping wood on his belly and lighting it on fire. When asked why he simply would not give up his faith to end the agony, Kibe's final words to his tormentors were, quote, "You cannot understand this. Therefore, it's no use guiding you." Well, such stories, smuggled out through letters or told later by surviving witnesses, spread an aura of sanctity around the fallen believers. By the 1630s, the litany of martyrs included not only priests and samurai, but women, children, humble farmers who chose death over apostasy. These were people for whom, in the words of one doomed convert, the heart's belief was more important than the body's life. The Tokugawa authorities had hoped rather, that a combination of fear and attrition would make Christianity simply fade away, and indeed, by the mid-1630s, the open practice of the religion had been virtually extinguished in most regions. The Christian population, once approximately 300,000, was reduced to a combination of apostasy and martyrdom, to perhaps half that number or fewer, and those remaining had been driven underground. Yet just when it appeared that organized Christianity was finished, one final convulsion occurred that would shake the Tokugawa regime, the Shimabara-Amakusa Rebellion of 1637–38. This uprising was not exclusively religious. It was also provoked by harsh taxation and hunger, but it was heavily composed of desperate Catholic peasants and ronin, and it was led by a charismatic young Christian, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Amakusa Shiro was a teenage samurai from the Amakusa Islands of Kyushu, born around 1621 into a Catholic family. By his mid-teens, he had gained a reputation among hidden Christians as a prophet or miracle worker. Some even called him Heaven's Messenger and attributed miraculous powers to him. As the Tokugawa crackdown intensified, the people of his region, already suffering under tyrannical lords' taxes and cruel punishments, began to see in Shiro a kind of savior figure. Secret prophecies circulated that God would send a deliverer, and many came to believe Shiro was the one. In late 1637, when simmering grievances in the Shimabara Peninsula boiled over into open revolt, thousands of oppressed farmers and masterless samurai flocked to Shiro's banner. They painted their banners the Christian motto, "Praised be the Holy Sacrament," in Portuguese, and according to tradition, one rebel banner even proclaimed, "We were born in the age of martyrs, and we are ready to die for our faith." Armed with whatever weapons they could seize, spears, swords, and lucky ones got a few muskets, if they knew how to use them, the rebels chose as their stronghold the abandoned Hara Castle on the Ariake Sea coast. There in December of 1637, about 20 to 30,000 insurgents, including women and children who had joined them for safety, barricaded themselves inside, preparing to withstand the retaliation of the shogun. The Shimabara Rebellion was the last major armed conflict of the Tokugawa period, and one of the largest civil uprisings in Japanese history. Tokugawa Iemitsu, the third shogun, grandson of Ieyasu, dispatched a massive punitive force to quash the rebels, viewing them not only as traitors, but heretics. In early 1638, shogunate armies numbering over 100,000 converged on Hara Castle, and what they encountered was fierce resistance. Amakusa Shiro, though only 16 years old, was said to have inspired his followers with messianic fervor. He allegedly told the besieged, "Those who accompany in being besieged in this castle will be my friends under the next world," promising eternal reward for their loyalty. His presence gave the rebels unity and hope that God was on their side. In the initial assaults, the poorly provisioned rebels miraculously repelled the samurai armies, inflicting heavy casualties and even managing to kill the commanding general, Itakura Shigemasa. These setbacks shocked the Tokugawa leadership. Eventually, the shogunate forces settled into a long siege, surrounding the castle through the winter of 1638. They cut off all food and water to starve the rebels out. and even enlisted the help of the Dutch traders at Nagasaki, who were Protestant, by the way, who sailed a ship to bombard the castle with fire from the sea. By the early spring, starvation and ammunition depletion sealed the fate of the insurgents, and in April of 1638, the shogunate army stormed Hara Castle for the final time. What followed was a slaughter. Virtually all the rebels, some 37,000 men, women, and children, were utterly annihilated. Amakusa Shiro was captured, and he was given a nice retirement in the countryside. No, I'm just joking. They beat him and then cut his head off. And then his severed head was displayed on a pike in Nagasaki as a grim warning to any other would-be Christian upstarts. One contemporary account notes that the besiegers, upon entering the castle ruins, found nothing but emaciated corpses and skeletal survivors too weak to put up a fight. The rebellion's end was unspeakably violent, and its repression marked the final nail in the coffin for Christianity in Tokugawa, Japan. In the aftermath, the shogunate was even more convinced that Christianity had been the root cause of the unrest, a seditious doctrine that incited peasants against their lords. Iemitsu's government responded by tightening the policy of national seclusion. In 1639, just 1 year later, Japan completely expelled the Portuguese, who had been, of course, the main conduit for Catholic priests, and closed its borders to almost all foreigners. Only a small Dutch trading post at Dejima and trade with Korea and China were permitted thereafter, and that was under strict supervision. For the next 220 years, Japan remained isolated, and the very word Christian became synonymous with danger and treason. The Shimabara Rebellion was thus the dramatic full stop to Japan's brief Christian century, the dying gasp of old Catholic Japan. But in the wake of the Shimabara Rebellion's suppression, the Tokugawa shogunate believed that Christianity in Japan had been eradicated for good. The penalties for being discovered as a Christian were terrifyingly clear. Torture and death. Not good. And the surveillance apparatus across the country was very pervasive. Publicly, Christianity disappeared. Churches had been demolished. Missionary priests were gone, and former converts were compelled to register as Buddhists and participate in temple rituals. For all appearances, Japan had succeeded in exorcising this evil creed. Yet remarkably, the Christian faith was not entirely extinguished. In remote villages, on small islands, and even in the privacy of some farmhouses, small groups of the faithful continued to practice their religion in great secrecy. These communities came to be known as the hidden Christians, and their quiet perseverance over more than 2 centuries is perhaps one of the most extraordinary tales of religious survival in history. So how did they do it? Well, the very measures that the missionaries had taken during the years of persecution to prepare lay people to carry on the faith made it possible for this clandestine church to survive, albeit always hanging on by a thread. During the mission era, a shortage of priests meant that Jesuits and others had to train Japanese catechists and leaders to perform baptisms, lead prayers, and teach doctrine. This created a class of hidden elders, often called Mizukata or Koshi, that is, baptizers and exhorters respectively, who took on priest-like roles once the actual priests had gone. In the 1640s and beyond, these hidden Christian elders led their villagers in what translated form of Catholic practice they could manage. They baptized infants, preserved fragments of liturgy, and passed down prayers orally from generation to generation. Many of these prayers were in heavily Japanized Latin or Portuguese, memorized syllables whose original meanings had sometimes been lost or garbled, yet cherished as sacred sounds. The core beliefs, the Trinity, the sacrifice of Christ, intercession of Mary, etc., were all kept alive, though often without a deep understanding due to lack of scriptures and clergy to guide them, but always doing their best with what they had. But how to avoid detection? Well, the hidden Christians developed ingenious methods of camouflage. They knew they would be scrutinized by neighbors and required to show outward adherence to Buddhism. Thus, they syncretized elements of Buddhism and Shinto into their practices. They created statues and icons that looked Buddhist, but carried Christian significance. The famous example is the Maria Canon, statues of the Virgin Mary, disguised as the Bodhisattva Canon, the goddess of mercy. These porcelain figures, often depicting a gentle mother with child, could be placed on a household altar and passed off as a Buddhist image while secretly serving as an object of Marian devotion. Similarly, some hidden Christians referred to God as Dainichi, the cosmic Buddha, or used other syncretic terminology in public, all the while meaning the Christian God in their hearts. They also had religious items hid in plain sight. For instance, they fashioned rosaries that looked like Buddhist prayer beads, and they consecrated everyday objects as stand-ins for the Eucharist or crucifix. Baptism remained the cornerstone of faith. They would, baptize their children at birth, of course, thus initiating them into the Christian community without any outward sign. But despite complete isolation from the global church, most of these secret communities maintained a surprising continuity with Catholicism. They observed sacred days as best as they could remember. For example, they would celebrate a kind of Christmas and observe a certain saint's day, though quietly and often on adjusted dates. They preserved the practice of prayer in common. It was noted later that hidden Christians in different villages still knew Pater Noster, the Lord's Prayer, and Ave Maria, albeit in a creolized form. One report says that they recited the Our Father in Japanese and the Hail Mary in Latin, so corrupted that it was barely recognizable. Points for trying, though. Crucially, they kept alive the memory of their identity. They knew they were Christian, followers of Yoisoto, a Japanese rendering of Deus, God, and of Jesus Kirishito, Jesus Christ, even if they had to outwardly behave as Buddhists. For protection, hidden Christian families developed signals and codes to transmit their faith. They often formed tight-knit clandestine networks, usually comprising a few families that would intermarry or preserve the faith lineage. Outsiders were rarely admitted for fear of betrayal. Under the constant threat of denunciation, they prefaced the art of dissimulation known as kakure. Some communities went as far to create dual religious lives, attending Buddhist temples regularly to avoid suspicion, while secretly performing Christian rites in their homes. The dilemma of duplicity, of course, would weigh on them after a while. After all, their ancestors had died rather than trample on an image of Christ. Yet in the context of this absolute prohibition, quite a few of them saw it as the only way, not just to keep themselves alive, but to keep the faith alive. And alive it stayed, albeit on life support. For 200 years, through the Edo period, small pockets of hidden Christians endured in areas like Nagasaki, Hirado, and the Goto Islands. Generations passed without any priest or outside sacrament. There were losses, Some groups gradually drifted into complete syncretism or lost their Christian identity, essentially becoming a folk religion, but others held firm to the inner truth of their creed, awaiting the day when the Christian church would return openly. It was a pretty remarkable perseverance, and it was finally revealed to the outside world after Japan reopened to foreign contact in the mid-19th century. In 1854, Japan's self-imposed isolation was forcibly ended by Western powers, and by the 1860s, foreign missionaries were once again operating legally, in a few port cities at least, albeit for the benefit of expatriates since Christianity was still officially banned for the Japanese. In Nagasaki, French Catholic priests built a small church, that is, older church, in 1864 to serve their European merchants. And what happened next seemed nothing short of miraculous. In March of 1865, a group of about 15 Japanese villagers from Urakami approached the French priest, Bernard Tade Petitjean, and revealed themselves as Christians. After cautiously observing the church from afar, these people, mostly women, entered and kneeled, whispering to the priest, "We are of one heart with you. Where is the statue of Santa Maria? Where do you keep the Pope?" Petitjean was astonished. By all expectations, there should not have been any Japanese Christians left. Yet here they were, after more than 2 centuries, secretly keeping the flame alive. They tested him with 3 key questions their ancestors had passed down as the criteria to recognize the true faith once it returned. Do you venerate Mary? Are you led by celibate priests? And do you obey the Pope in Rome? When Petitjean affirmed all 3 of the questions, the visitors began to weep with joy. News of the event spread rapidly. Over the next month, thousands of hidden Christians emerged from the surrounding countryside to see the foreign priest. Estimates say about 10,000 people in Nagasaki region alone had maintained the faith in secret. This extraordinary discovery vindicated the sacrifices of their martyred forefathers and astonished the international community. It was as if a time capsule from hundreds of years ago had opened. These humble farmers and fishermen had preserved the core of Christianity through oral tradition, under an unprecedented persecution. Some carried with them the ancient medals of the Virgin or faded pieces of scripture that had been handed down. They had even developed their own version of confession and litany to compensate for the absence of priests. The return of open Christianity was not without its complications. Even after the Meiji Restoration of 1868, the Japanese government was initially reluctant to lift the ban. In fact, in the late 1860s, some hidden Christians who went public were exiled or punished by local officials, still hostile to the religion. But international pressure finally led to the ban's complete removal in 1873. Meanwhile, some hidden Christian communities faced a heart-wrenching choice: rejoin the Catholic Church now that the priests and resources were available, or continue their unique syncretic traditions that had been sanctified by generations of secrecy. A majority returned to Catholicism, receiving proper sacraments for the first time, but a minority refused, not out of a lack of faith, but because their Christianity had over 2 centuries diverged in form. They had come to cherish their prayers and customs, even if they were a little irregular. They were theirs, they were unique, and old habits die hard. These groups persisted as independent hidden Christians well into the 20th century, a living link to the past. But in any case, by the late 19th century, Japan had once again an openly practicing Christian minority, with churches being built in major cities, and missionary schools sprouting up. However, that opportunity for mass conversion had long since passed. Japan never became a Christian nation. Quite far from it. And I don't think it ever will. At least not in the way the missionaries of the 1500s had once hoped. The number of Christians, even today, remains a pretty small percentage of the population. It's about 1 to 2%. And of course, how many of them are practicing, or the degree of which they take it seriously is, well, that's something that's hard to quantify. In any case, the brief bloom of that Christian century in Japan was followed by a very, very long winter. Dawn breaks in feudal Japan. Following a rigid schedule molded by centuries of custom, a lone samurai rises with the sun. But this is not a time of war. Even though warriors might go weeks or even years without actual fighting, the day of a samurai was organized around a strict regimen of training, leadership, cultural activities, and moral reflection. What did this all look like? How did it feel to walk in a samurai's shoes? How exactly was it that a samurai was expected to conduct himself? We're going to talk about all of this today. It's my hope that you'll walk away from this with a real understanding of what a samurai actually did. A typical day in the life of the Japanese warrior class will be explored in our time together today, including their administrative responsibilities, the spiritual ethos of Bushido, early morning rituals, martial training, and we will end on the twilight of their era. So, please relax. Welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. If you enjoy this kind of content, like and subscribe, and you might learn something. And check out the Patreon if you feel inclined. So without further ado, let us now begin. I believe the best way to begin this is to implant an image into your mind of a character of a samurai, so we can work up from there. Let us start in the comparatively tranquil Edo period, 1603 to 1868, when it was customary for many samurai to rise at 4 a.m. or earlier. According to Yamamoto Tsunetomo, a retainer who collected his sayings in the Hagakure in the early 18th century, one should rise at 4 in the morning, bathe and arrange his hair daily, eat when the sun comes up, and retire when it becomes dark. He notes that samurai of previous generations would bathe, shave their foreheads, and put lotion in their hair, cut their fingernails and toenails neatly, and without fail pay attention to their personal appearance. Does it sound like vanity? Actually, it is a sign of readiness. Being discovered disheveled or with damaged equipment was a disgrace. A real warrior never knew when duty might call. The samurai usually took a moment to meditate in silence after being cleaned and dressed in a fresh kimono, which frequently featured the warrior's family crest. Since many of them practice Zen Buddhism, the early hours were perfect for contemplating mortality, or for seated meditation known as Zazen. The Hagakure famously says, meditation on inevitable death should be performed every day. Now, that sounds a little grim, don't you think? The purpose of imagining death every morning, however, was to drive out fear of it and promote composure. Another part of the Hagakure states, every day When one's body and mind are at peace, one should meditate upon being ripped apart by arrows, rifles, spears and swords, and every day without fail, one should consider himself as dead. The samurai sought a sense of freedom by practicing his own death, living as though he had already passed away, so that he would act without hesitation in an emergency. He would eat a simple breakfast, body and mind ready. Despite his position, he frequently ate very cheap food that adhered to Confucian principles: pickled vegetables, miso soup, some steamed rice, perhaps combined with barley, and fish or tofu were pretty typical dishes. Even influential people like Tokugawa Ieyasu, the great shogun, according to historical accounts, generally ate modestly and saved feasts for special occasions. It was customary to use a toothpick after eating. Even though he has not eaten, jokes one passage, showing how even a small attention to form remained crucial to a samurai's demeanor. By now, the paper shoji screens, as they are called, may be opening to let in some daylight. To honor his ancestors and the gods, the samurai would frequently bow before a small household altar, such as a Buddhist butsudan or a Shinto shrine. This tradition upheld the divine order he lived under and the family legacy that he served. Then, when etiquette demanded, he might put on his formal clothes, including the 2 swords, daisho, the katana, and the shorter wakizashi. In many eras, samurai were the only ones allowed to wear 2 swords. This was a privilege that set them apart from commoners, both legally, but also aesthetically. And now, standing by the paper shoji screens, can you imagine our samurai? I'm sure you have an image in your mind. Please, think about that as we move forward. Combat. The core of a samurai's life continued to be martial training, even during peace times. The idea that a true warrior developed both letters and weapons was summed up in the proverb Bunbu Ryodo, the dual paths of pen and sword. You will find allusion to this in the Book of 5 Rings, Miyamoto Musashi, which I've done a full unabridged reading of. But the latter was usually the start of each day. Samurai may practice their weapons in a courtyard or the domain's dojo after breakfast. Training in kenjutsu, swordsmanship, including practicing thrusts, parries, and cuts repeatedly using bamboo shinai or wooden bokken. To instill proper form, footwork, and timing, the warrior would practice kata, meaning pattern, under close supervision of a fencing master. In order for the action to become instinctive, these moves were frequently performed hundreds of times. The renowned duelist Miyamoto Musashi wrote in the Book of 5 Rings, "You must train day and night in order to make quick decisions." All this meant that a samurai's regular sword drills were not tasks to be completed and then simply forgotten, but rather an integral part of living the way. In strategy, it is necessary to treat training as part of normal life, with your spirit unchanged. That's what they believed. Several works from this era contain the well-known adage that the way of the warrior is resolute acceptance of death, which reflects a mindset of perpetual readiness. Each sword swing was performed as though it might be truly required on the battlefield. Archery, too, and perhaps horseback riding followed. Samurai were taught kyujutsu, archery, and ba-jutsu, equestrian skills, from a very early age. They engaged in yabusame, or mounted archery drills, where they rode at full speed and aimed arrows at targets. This is a traditional warrior skill that dates back to Japan's medieval past. Despite the declining frequency of large-scale mounted archer battles during the Edo period, the practice continued to be a source of pride and, of course, tradition. Additionally, it functioned as a public spectacle, drawing large crowds to witness these feats of talent and pageantry. The Tokugawa shogunate's Buke Shohato, laws for the military houses, reminded samurai to be ready even during times of peace, by stressing the importance of ongoing study of literature and the military arts, including archery and horsemanship. Because versatility was valued, the samurai might drill with a naginata, kind of like a polearm that resembled a glaive, or perhaps the spear, known in Japanese as the yari, after finishing their archery practice, of course. Mock assaults, castle defense scenarios, and formations could all be used in group training. Manuals that frequently included Chinese classics like The Art of War were used to study battle tactics. Another quote from Musashi: "If you know the way broadly, you will see it in everything. The principle of strategy is having one thing to know 10,000 things." In other words, sparring acts as a mental and physical rehearsal that improves strategic thinking and opponent reading. And lastly, a few fighters engaged in the unarmed grappling art of jujutsu. Even though a samurai's primary weapon was a sword, unarmed tactics were useful in confined spaces, when apprehending suspects, or when a weapon might be misplaced. Just in case, it's better to have the skill than not. Strength and accuracy were further refined through conditioning exercises, such as calisthenics, or cutting practice on rolled tatami mats, also known as tameshigiri. The samurai would carefully clean and check his equipment by the end of the morning, because samurai were permitted to legally own and wear long swords. Maintaining that sword was almost regarded as a sacred duty. A well-kept blade was more than just a weapon of war. It was the soul of the samurai. This furthered the samurai's martial identity, and placed a kind of distance between him and the general public. So, of course, this brings us to discuss Bushido, and in general this moral behavior that was expected of samurai. They were defined by their code of ethics, known of course as Bushido, which was just as important as their martial skills, despite the fact that Bushido was never a single cohesive doctrine. Samurai culture is represented in works such as the Hagakure and Book of Five Rings, and that gives us a pretty good sense of things. A samurai may stop to consider these ideas after a demanding morning of training. That statement, "The Way of the Samurai," is found in Death by Yamamoto Tsunetomo, may be the clearest way to describe Bushido, as there's not many other clear ways to describe it. In order to prevent fear or hesitation from impeding them in crucial situations, samurai were trained to accept the certainty of death, a kind of Japanese memento mori. Additionally, they were obliged to their lord, called a daimyo, by loyalty. This loyalty was frequently put to the test in battle in previous centuries. During the protracted Edo peace, it showed up as a more rigid, hierarchical relationship. In 1600, Tori Motodada, a samurai who gave his life protecting his lord's castle, wrote to his son, "It is not the way of the warrior to abandon a castle that should be defended, or to value one's life so much as to avoid danger. Needless to say, giving one's life for one's master is an unalterable principle. His remarks emphasize how loyalty comes much before one's own survival. And then the other essential virtue, meiyo, honor. The reputation of a samurai may be more than just their life. The custom of seppuku, or the ritual taking of one's own life, permitted him to maintain or regain his honor by a final act of resolve in the event that he had betrayed his lord or committed a serious transgression. Although it seems pretty unsettling to us now, certainly the practice demonstrated how highly the samurai regarded their own reputations, and because only samurai were allowed to perform it, this ritual of seppuku was not taken lightly. It was a kind of grim privilege that demonstrated the seriousness of the way of the warrior, the way of Bushido. Other qualities that were frequently linked to Bushido were self-control, known as rei, benevolence, jin, courage, yu, rectitude, gi, and honesty, makoto. Rectitude guided moral decisions. Benevolence required the warrior to show compassion to those under his authority. Respect shaped polite interactions. Honesty forbade deceit. Self-control would restrain anger and indulgence. And courage, that was tested both in combat and daily life. Bushido required that a samurai who presided over a court case give a fair verdict without abusing his position of authority. He must maintain his composure and civility if he finds himself in a confrontation. Even recreational pursuits like poetry or tea ceremonies, they were avenues for developing virtue and awareness. Everything had its time, everything in its place. But of course it doesn't end there. There are social roles and responsibilities that someone with that kind of position has to adhere to. You see, the samurai usually transitioned from private cultivation to public service. Although they were the dominant military class in a stable and hierarchical society, the majority of the samurai served as administrators and bureaucrats rather than active combatants, because the Tokugawa shogunate had largely maintained peace. The duty of governance accompanied their place in the rigid social hierarchy, with the samurai at the top, and the peasants, artisans, and merchants firmly below. A samurai in peacetime may be in charge of tax collection, storehouse management, or farmer dispute resolution depending on his domain. Many worked as domain officials or assumed positions at the nearby castle that they were in charge of upholding the shogunate's laws. The castle town, where samurai lived close to the lord's castle and townspeople, and merchants lived in the surrounding districts, was a typical sight during the Edo period. In fact, even lower-level samurai could be scribes copying documents for domain officials, castle guards, or instructors for younger warriors. Townspeople are respectful of the samurai when he strolls through the streets in the afternoon, because they recognize his two swords and unusual clothing. He is done with his morning training, and he sets out for his duties within society. But theoretically, he could punish anyone who was insulted, a practice known as kiritsude gomen. However, the samurai were frequently reminded to exercise restraint by domain regulations. Samurai were required by the laws for the military houses to maintain their thrift, abstain from ostentatious conduct, and generally set an example of moral behavior. They were supposed to be honorable men who would not misuse their position of authority. Being loyal to the daimyo meant more than just showing up. In return for complete loyalty, the lord would give his samurai a stipend in cash, or perhaps rice. Because their grandfathers had fought to create or defend the clan, some samurai inherited a long family tradition of service. Speaking in the most practical terms, a samurai may be asked to organize domain defenses or accompany his lord to Edo, the capital of the shogun, under the Sankin Kotai system, that is the alternate attendance system. Despite the rarity of major armed conflict during the 17th and 18th centuries, domain schools frequently conducted readiness exercises. As a soldier administrator, he bridges the gap between the realm of government paperwork and warrior tradition. For example, he might be tasked with teaching a small group of ashigaru, that being foot soldiers. He would instruct them in spear techniques or make sure that the castle armory is adequately stocked. It's these kinds of things that he must busy himself with when there are no wars to fight. Relationships with the general public, on the other hand, well, they were quite complex. Samurai provided protection and governance for the peasants who were in charge of growing rice, which was the foundation of the economy. However, farmers occasionally objected to oppressive officials' high taxes. In order to quell uprisings, wise lords were encouraged to treat peasants with compassion by samurai codes and also domain laws. I'll give you one example. A sympathetic samurai official could postpone or lower taxes during famine to quell rebellions. It was all up to the individual choice. Samurai frequently engaged in trade with artisans and merchants, who would supply them in turn with armor, apparel, and other items. Some samurai suffered from fixed stipends that did not keep up with inflation, while many merchants, despite their theoretically lower status, became extremely wealthy. Of course, silent tensions resulted from a merchant discreetly lending money to a samurai who was unable to just draw his sword if he didn't pay back the loan. Nonetheless, the samurai did maintain their social standing in public, a kind of respect along with a fear, I suppose. The townspeople may greet our samurai with civility in the streets if he administers the town fairly. Youngsters may playfully mimic his warrior stances as they gaze upon him in wonder. Adults are aware that despite his considerable power, he is also held to a standard of moral code. There is an expectation that his behavior will be upright. He can preserve a cordial relationship with the common people he governs by acting in accordance with Bushido. Social barriers, they still exist. A samurai usually avoids mingling freely with merchants or peasants, out of concern that this could compromise his authority. And that is how the samurai would view society. But how exactly would society view him? That's complicated. The societal perception of samurai becomes more evident as the evening draws near. Samurai were viewed by peasants, craftspeople, and merchants as both noble aristocrats and valiant individuals. They were considered cultural icons on one hand, portrayed by playwrights in kabuki drama or puppet theater. Stories of bravery, such as the well-known tale of the 47 Ronin who exacted revenge for their lord's unjust death. They gained immense popularity among common people who looked up to the ideal of a samurai, the loyalty and retaliation for wrongdoing, the exacting of justice by any means necessary. But it wasn't always the case. Some samurai were viewed as indolent bureaucrats, Many warriors had few actual battles to fight during the Edo peace, and critics claimed that they became complacent or haughty, living off stipends, while farmers performed the real hard work. Sometimes writers and humorists would make fun of snobbish and indebted samurai. While relying on merchant credit, a merchant might privately mock a samurai who publicly detested trade. However, since samurai had the legal right to vigorously defend their honor, it was a little dangerous to openly mock them. Public deference continued to be the standard as a result. But the samurai also provided stability to the shogunate's meticulously regulated social structure. To maintain distinctions, laws designated specific hairstyles, surnames, and attire for samurai. Under skilled samurai administrators, taxation, law enforcement, and record-keeping frequently operated without any real speed bumps, perhaps a few hiccups. As a result, they were feared, respected, and relied upon by the locals. Peasants and townspeople could live in relative peace in areas where domain lords and their retainers were just, satisfying that the samurai's sword served primarily as a symbol. Occasionally, resentment did simmer, and it erupted in peasant protests where corruption had taken root. The general idea was that each class did its part. The peasants farmed, the artisans created, the merchants traded, the samurai governed. In this so-called perfect world, it was meant to have everyone benefit. If everybody performed their traditional duties, what could possibly go wrong? By the late Edo period, Western tourists visiting Japan made remarks about the samurai they saw, who were identified by their upright stance, two swords, and taciturn demeanor. They resembled medieval chivalry and appeared to be distinct and a proud social class to the outsiders. Real samurai were, in fact, as diverse in character as any other group. Some were less obedient, while others embodied the noble Bushido spirit. However, taken as a whole, they influenced the political and cultural landscape of the nation. And so, on our samurai's way home from his administrative duties, he may hear the townspeople murmur, "There goes one of our lord's men." Or he may notice a merchant looking nervously at him for fear of drawing his ire. Either way, the presence of the samurai throughout the domain was felt one way or another. Night falls. The samurai's personal time takes precedence over their duties now, what little that they have. Even this leisure frequently included sophisticated activities. A lot of them had a bias to self-improvement. He might take off his formal robes and immerse himself in an evening of cultural activities following a day of mental and physical strain. The adage that samurai should be proficient in both literary and martial arts was reflected in the proud tradition of the pen and the sword coming together. And now it's a bit more time for the pen. Poetry was a popular hobby. Writing 31-syllable Japanese poems called waka, or kanshi, Chinese-style verses. A samurai of the Edo period may have cherished the aesthetic sensibilities instilled by both Zen and Confucian principles. Themes for poetry might include nature, the changing of the seasons, perhaps even introspection. And this was not just a decorative practice. The acceptance of mortality they fostered every morning resonated with the belief held by many samurai that writing poetry honed the intellect, fostered humility, and enhanced appreciation for the transient beauty of a fleeting life. Of course, We also have the very quintessential tea ceremony that was deeply practiced by other samurai. Master practitioners like Senno Rikyu refined this ritual, which placed a strong emphasis on Bushido-related ideas, albeit in a different context. Things like simplicity, harmony, and purity. As the host and guest shared a bowl of whisked green tea in a tiny little room, status differences seemed to be somewhat subdued. Each gesture was purposeful and represented mindfulness and reverence. High-ranking samurai and daimyo frequently held tea parties as a sign of their hospitality and cultural sophistication. The precise, serene movements of the tea ceremony mirrors the discipline of the swordsmanship for a warrior. Everything has its place. Another aristocratic art form was No theatre, that is N-O-H if you want to look it up. No, which dates back to the 14th century, was characterized by dance, chanting, and stylized masks. It frequently explored the themes of spiritual redemption or warrior ghosts. In addition to occasionally acting themselves, many daimyo ran or supported No troops. For our samurai, seeing a No performance could be the high point of the evening, valuing its elegant and solemn ambience. Townspeople thought kabuki was a little bit more lively, and therefore was well liked. In the past, samurai were even prohibited from going to kabuki theaters. But by the late Edo period, kabuki incognito had gained popularity among samurai who were attracted to its more dramatic flair. Some samurai were skilled calligraphers or ink painters who used their practiced brushstrokes to create delicate landscapes or to mimic the well-known Chinese styles. Painting was similar to a martial drill in that it required a steady hand, controlled breathing, and perhaps most of all, a calm spirit. Others engaged in outdoor activities like fishing or falconry, which challenged their abilities and allowed them to connect with nature. For a long time, elite warriors had used falconry in particular as a status symbol. Shoguns and daimyo organized lavish hunts with skilled hawks. The joy of getting together with friends to enjoy sake, chat, and maybe a game of go or shogi, Japanese chess, well, that was even more casual. Strategic thinking is said to be sharpened by these kinds of board games, the perfect activity for a samurai's downtime. In order to integrate social and intellectual interaction into a cohesive whole, the samurai would converse about politics, poetry, or fighting techniques, all while playing friendly matches. In a way, this was still self-improvement, an opportunity to uphold relationships with peers, exercise civility, and sharpen one's intellect. In the event that our samurai had a family, he might spend a portion of the evening discussing domestic issues with his wife or teaching his children fundamentals of a sword or morality. Although samurai marriages were usually arranged for prestige, many couples ended up becoming respectful, loving partners. The samurai's wife was expected to maintain samurai values while running the household. Of course, this was more difficult while her husband was away, but it is what it is. Samurai women played their own role in preserving the stability of the warrior household by managing servants or farmland and learning the naginata for self-defense. The samurai may withdraw to a small study, illuminated by lantern or candle, to read as the night grows darker. He could read strategy manuals in Japanese or Chinese, historical chronicles, Confucian classics. The Hagakure does not downplay the value of knowledge, but it does warn against sacrificing martial vigor through excessive training. In addition to writing philosophical treatises and practicing ink paintings, Musashi was a master of deadly duels. The fashion of art and violence, war and culture, perfectly captures the core conflict of the samurai. He spent many hours introspecting, refining his art, but he lived in constant danger of being killed or having to kill. And so our samurai carefully puts his swords away before retiring. He could read a little poem, or simply look at the moon. He considers his day, including his morning routine, his administrative responsibilities, loyalties, artistic moments, finished. And then he sleeps with his armor and sword close at hand. He continues the legacy of innumerable ancestors who followed in his footsteps in the silence of the night. Well, what did you think about that? A bit of a different sort of style today, but I want to try it. Before I go, the final section of this video is about the decline of the samurai and a little upon their legacy. The decline of the feudal role of the samurai and their lasting influence on modern Japan and beyond constitute the final chapter in their history. The Tokugawa shogunate was under pressure from both outside and in by the middle of the 19th century. When Commodore Perry arrived in 1853, Japan was forced to open its ports, exposing how far behind Western powers it was in terms of technology. Reformist groups realized that Japan needed to modernize rapidly or face colonization, and many of them were headed by lower-ranking samurai. The Meiji Restoration, which ended the shogunate in 1868, gave the emperor nominal authority again and aimed to establish a more modern, centralized state. The new government sought to modernize the army, end feudal divisions, and finally unite Japan. It was primarily composed of former samurai from the Satsuma and Choshu. Thus, the samurai class came to an end. The domains were dismantled, beginning in the late 1860s. Daimyos lost their ancestral lands, and the new government was burdened with samurai stipends. By the middle of the 1870s, a number of laws led to the Haitore Edict of 1876, which made it illegal to carry a sword in public, apart from formal occasions. The samurai's special legacy and social standing was essentially taken away, and they were no longer allowed to carry their two swords. This new order caused hardship for many samurai, as you can imagine. Some adjusted by joining the imperial army's modern officer corps, which adopted elements of Bushido to promote discipline. Others took advantage of their administrative experience and literacy to land jobs as teachers or civil servants. However, when their stipends were turned into government bonds with questionable value, many lower-ranked samurai were left in poverty and despair. A number of rebellions erupted out of this dissatisfaction, the most well-known of which was the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori, a former supporter of modernization, who had later turned against the state. Modern conscripts with rifles and artillery engaged traditional samurai, who frequently brandished swords and spears. The suppression of the uprising served as a metaphor for how quickly the new technological era had supplanted the old customs of the samurai. But despite all of this, the legend of the samurai persisted. Bushido was romanticized and repurposed as a national ethic during the Meiji period and beyond, particularly in the new military. Schools used idealized samurai virtues to teach students about sacrifice, loyalty, and honor. The government-driven reinterpretation of Bushido can be partially attributed to the militarism of the early 20th century Japan, and of course those tragedies of the Second World War, where soldiers were urged to fight to the death rather than surrender. In the meantime, the samurai ethos's more admirable qualities, discipline, respect, self-improvement, well, they kept continuing to influence cultural life. Former samurai families produced influential figures in politics, business, and the arts. Once used for training on the battlefield, martial arts have developed into contemporary sports or ways. Kendo, which substitutes bamboo swords and protective armor for safe competition, has supplanted Kenjutsu's deadly swordsmanship. By stressing mental concentration, Kyudo preserved the art of archery. Classical jujutsu gave rise to judo, which focuses on throws and grappling in a more sport-like setting. The discipline, focus, and moral code that characterize samurai is still present in these disciplines, which these days are practiced all over the world. Samurai aesthetics are still prevalent in calligraphy, tea ceremonies, and other arts that were once favored by our warrior aristocrats. The idea of a well-rounded person perpetuates the ideal of combining literary or artistic endeavors with martial arts proficiency. Although Japan has clearly changed significantly since the daimyo era, the echoes of Bushido can be seen in contemporary Japanese society in the form of group cohesion, loyalty to employers, and a general sense of honor. Finally, imagine our samurai from the beginning of the talk, during the late 19th century transitional period. He might feel that the centuries-old feudal system that molded his world is coming to an end. The privileged status of the warrior class is abruptly revoked when the government announces universal conscription, and swords, they are reduced to ceremonial objects. Maybe he adjusts. Maybe he trades in his kimono and topknot for Western clothes, a suit and tie, and a short back and sides, and accepts his position in the new bureaucracy. Or maybe he struggles to make sense of things in a society that no longer requires a samurai. Whatever the route, the samurai code he once adhered to doesn't really disappear in an instant. Its core values, discipline, loyalty, and honor, remain ingrained in the culture. In fact, it can be heard in the meticulously planned tea ceremony, the martial arts dojos, and the measured civility of daily life. Since the samurai were actual men, they undoubtedly had imperfections. No one was perfect, and by today's standards, their system was frequently harsh and oppressive. However, they did create a unique way of life that combined ferocity and refinement. From morning meditations on death to daily sword drills, to evening poetry and refined tea gatherings. What I want to do today was show these warriors as more than just swordsmen, shed a little light on their everyday lives and social roles. These poets, statesmen, bureaucrats, family men, and cultural patrons, all molded by a code that valued both silent contemplation as much as it did deadly skill. And thus the story of the samurai is ultimately one of paradoxical unity between the worldly and the spiritual, the martial and the artistic. The greatest legacy is the enduring allure of their philosophy, a reminder that self-control, responsibility, and a readiness to accept death can motivate both remarkable military achievements and enlightening tea-room moments. So I hope that this examination of the daily life of a samurai, from the first morning to the late evening, will be a captivating story for you. Even though the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the formal class, The spirit endures, shining like a polished sword that captures both the beauty and the harshness of life. In the year 218, the people of Kashgar watched in awe as Mongol horsemen stormed through their city. But not to obliterate their faith, they came to announce its freedom. A Persian chronicler relates that the Mongol conquerors permitted the recitation of the takbir and the azan, and caused a herald to proclaim the town that each should abide by his own religion and follow his own creed. Then we knew the existence of this people, the Mongols, to be one of the mercies of the Lord. The scene was repeated across a vast empire. The Mongols, fearsome warriors who sacked cities all the way from Beijing to Baghdad, often showed an extraordinary and, frankly, surprising tolerance for the religion of those they conquered. It's a striking paradox. How can the same empire that spread terror on the battlefield foster a realm where Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, and others generally worshipped in complete peace? It's the kind of paradox we explore today, examining the religious tolerance of the Mongols from the time of Genghis Khan's rise around 1206, through the heights of the unified empire, and into later khanates like the Yuan dynasty in China and the Ilkhanate in Persia. We'll travel from the felt tents of Genghis Khan's encampment, where shamans and imams might both find favor, to the cosmopolitan capital of Karakoram, where as one visitor marveled, quote, 12 temples of idols, 2 mosques, and a Christian church, all stood within the walls. So, we're going on a 13th century world tour. We'll see Genghis Khan forging unprecedented policies of religious freedom to bind together his sprawling conquests. We'll sit in on debates among monks, mullahs, and priests at the great Khan's courts. We'll observe Kublai Khan in later times, honoring every prophet he knows in a grand gesture of respect to all faiths. But we'll also scrutinize things where we can, a banned ritual here, a zealous prince there. Everyone's tolerance has its limits. I think by the end, you might just view the Mongol Empire in a new light, not only as history's largest contiguous empire, but as a unique experiment in medieval coexistence. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. It's good to see any newcomers coming along today. Interesting topic. Thank you very much for those supporting on the Patreon and who visited the merch store. And thank you to those who clicked the subscribe button, which is conveniently located next to the like button. Well, thank you very much. Well, that's enough of that. Let's get into the topic. Nice and relaxed, as always. Well, we better start with Genghis Khan then. It seems like the best place, or the only place to start with the Mongol Empire. If you don't know, he came to power in 1206 as the supreme leader of a once fragmented cluster of Mongol and Turkic tribes. His unification of the steppe was achieved through blood and iron, sure. Yet from early on, Genghis showed a notable openness towards diverse religions. Raised in the shamanistic tradition of the Mongols, a belief in the eternal blue sky, Tengger, and in shamans who could communicate with the spirit world, Genghis nevertheless sought wisdom from many sources. The secret history of the Mongols' own 13th century chronicle, depicts him as a man who believed he was guided by heaven's will. While it does not lay out explicit policies on foreign faiths, it certainly recounts how Genghis valued spiritual power. For example, he curbed the influence of an overreaching shaman once, Kokochu Tebtenger, when it threatened his authority, indicating that Genghis respected religion, but only so long as it did not challenge his rule. Once again, we say that tolerance has its limits. So from the start of his imperial conquests, Genghis realized that pragmatic toleration could be a powerful tool. His empire exploded outward in all directions, quickly encompassing Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Taoists, and others. Imposing a single belief on these disparate peoples was neither desirable nor practical to him. Instead, he famously declared that all religions should be respected, so long as they do not undermine the state. According to Juvaini, a Persian historian who served the Mongols, Genghis introduced a formal policy of religious freedom during the war against the Khwarezmian Empire, that is from 1219 to 1221. In the midst of that ferocious campaign in Central Asia, he proclaimed that Islamic practices were to be allowed. Juvaini specifies that Mongol leaders permitted the recitation of the Islamic call to prayer, called the Azan, even as Mongol armies occupied Khwarezm cities. And this was no small gesture. If you are familiar with it, the call to prayer is a public and, frankly, very open symbol of Islam, very powerful, very loud. It's hard to miss. For the newly subjected Muslims to hear Allahu Akbar ring out unmolested in Mongol rule was a clear sign that their faith would not be persecuted. Genghis likely saw that contented subjects were easier to govern, and that by respecting their gods, he might win their hearts even as he held their lands. In 1218, another episode solidified Genghis's reputation for tolerance, his intervention in the lands of Karakitai. The ruler of that Central Asian kingdom, a prince named Kuchlug, had brutally persecuted his Muslim subjects. In fact, he tried to force them to abandon the Islamic rites. Muslim envoys fled to Genghis Khan for help. Seizing the opportunity, Genghis marched in, defeated Kuchlug, and lifted any ban or restriction on Islam. The people of Kashgar, as we saw in the introduction, welcomed the Mongols as liberators who restored their freedom to worship. And it was here that Genghis first earned the honorific defender of religion among the grateful Muslims. To be sure that Genghis's motivations were not purely altruistic, by toppling Kuchlug and championing religious freedom, he also tightened his grip on a key region and the loyalty of its populace. Yet the outcome was that, unlike many conquerors, before and after, the Mongol Khan did not impose his own religion on the conquered. Instead, he used this tolerance as a tool of empire building. Beyond these grand pronouncements, Khan backed up his policy in concrete ways. One celebrated measure was his exemption of the religious clergy from taxation and labor. All holy men, whether Buddhist monks, Christian priests, Taoist sages, Muslim imams, all of them, they were excused from paying taxes and from corvée labor under Genghis's rule. I'm sure the lines to sign up for being a holy man were very, very long in those days because of this. And this was also codified in decrees and continued by his successors. A preserved Mongol edict shows the official formula. Quote, according to the decree of Genghis Khan, which says that may the Muslims, Buddhists, Christians, Taoists be exempt from all taxation, and may they pray to God on our behalf. Basically, the Mongols invested in the goodwill and prayers of the religious class. By lightening their burdens, the Khans earned the gratitude of priests and monks, who often in turn encouraged their flocks to accept Mongol rule. Genghis also showed personal respect to religious figures. He met with leaders of different faiths, famously inviting a Taoist hermit, Chou Chu-chi, to his camp in 1222 to seek spiritual guidance on how to live longer. He treated the sage with honor, calling him immortal, listening to his counsel. This anecdote, recorded by the Taoist disciples, illustrates his curiosity and respect, even to faiths far removed from his own shamanic roots. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. The Mongol tolerance had its pragmatic limits. Genghis Khan's chief priority was unity and obedience in his realm. That always came first. And if any religious practice seemed to threaten social order or his authority, he didn't hesitate to crack down. Loyalty to the Khan came before loyalty to anything else. A clear example of this came later in his reign, when despite his broad-minded stance, Genghis took an action against a certain Muslim and Jewish customs. According to Rashid al-Din, a 14th century Persian historian, Genghis at one point forbade halal slaughter and kosher practices, as well as circumcision within his domains. This decree meant that Muslims and Jews could not openly slaughter animals in the ritually prescribed way, or perform the rites of circumcision for a time. At first glance, such a ban contradicts the idea of Genghis as a defender of religion. So why did he do it? Well, the sources hint that Mongol sensibilities were offended by the aspects of these practices. For instance, the Mongols' traditional reverence for blood and aversion to spilling it on the ground clashed with the halal method of slaughtering animals by bleeding them. Additionally, there were incidents of Muslim subjects refusing to eat food offered by their Mongol overlords because it wasn't prepared halal, which the Khans frankly just saw as rude. Well, Genghis's solution was to temporarily prohibit the practice, causing friction. Notably, these restrictions were the exception and not the rule, but they were born of a specific practical concern and later lifted. Decades after Genghis, his grandson Kublai Khan reissued a similar ban on halal slaughter in 1280, when some Muslim officials refused to eat the food at the imperial table. But even Kublai revoked that decree after about 10 years. It certainly shows that Mongol tolerance, while broad, was not unconditional. The Khans expected that no custom, however sacred, should undermine imperial authority. If a ritual was seen as hindering governance or offending Mongol values, it might be curtailed. Yet importantly, even these rare edicts did not amount to general persecution. Genghis never tried to forcibly convert Muslims or expel them. He merely curbed certain practices at certain times. And by the end of his life, dying in 1227, an institutional culture of religious pluralism was taking root in the Mongol Empire. One could travel from the Mongols' original steppe homeland across Central Asia and find Buddhist monasteries, mosques, churches, all operating under Mongol protection. Inhabitants of this nascent empire learned that as long as they paid their tribute and did not rebel, the Khan would just leave them alone, basically. Genghis himself is said to have summed up his view in a simple metaphor. Just as God gave different fingers to the hand, he has given different ways to men. Yeah, it's an interesting way of looking at it. Well, whether or not these exact words came from Genghis, they're often attributed to a later Khan. The sentiment captures the early Mongol attitude that multiple paths to the divine could certainly exist. And this foundational ethos would be maintained and even expanded by Genghis's successors, who ruled history's largest land empire by becoming the guardians of many faiths. So, after Genghis Khan's death, his immediate successors carried the torch of religious toleration and held it high. Genghis' son, Ogedei Khan, who ruled from 1229 to 1241, inherited an empire spanning from China to the Middle East, filled with diverse peoples. Ogedei, a practical and affable ruler, understood that supporting many religions bolstered his legitimacy. During Ogedei's reign, the Mongol capital city of Karakorum truly became a showcase of the empire's pluralism. This city, rising on the windswept plains of Mongolia, was but a tiny microcosm of Eurasia. The Franciscan friar, William of Rubruck, who visited Karakorum in 1254, provides a pretty good eyewitness description. He marveled that within Karakorum's mud and brick walls there were 2 quarters, one for the Saracens, the Muslims, and one for the Cathayans, the Chinese. There were 12 idol temples, 2 mosques where the law of Muhammad is proclaimed, and 1 Christian church at the far end of town. Consider how astonishing that was in the 13th century. One small city on the Asian steppe, where one could find Buddhist temples, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, all serving their faithful. Traders from Arabia could say their prayers at a mosque, Chinese artisans could burn incense to the Buddha, and European captives or merchants could attend Sunday Mass, all under the Khan's protection. Rubruck's account shows that by the mid-13th century, the Mongols had created an environment where multiple religions literally stood side by side. And so, at Karakorum and other royal camps, the great Mongol Khans patronized interfaith dialogues and debates. Mongol rulers enjoyed pitting religious scholars against each other, learned in disputation, not to humiliate them, but to hear different philosophies and perhaps glean some wisdom, and also, some scholars note, for entertainment. Ogedei Khan reportedly sponsored such debates among Buddhist, Muslims, and Christians. The tradition continued under his successors. The atmosphere at the Mongol court was one of curious, if somewhat patronizing inquiry. Since the Mongols themselves had no dogmatic scripture beyond their reverence for Tenga, heaven, they were intrigued by the teaching of Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Taoism, etc. One could encounter a Taoist monk from China, a Syriac Christian priest, and a Sufi mystic from Persia, all dining together at the Khan's table. Each would pray in his own fashion before the meal, and the Mongols allowed each prayer, hoping to cover all bases of divine favor. The Mongol elite often synthesized or simultaneously practiced elements of different faiths. Many of them still observed shamanic rituals, honoring heaven and their ancestors, even as they also attended, say, a Buddhist ceremony. There was no notion of exclusive religion. The Mongols saw the spiritual world as plural. This outlook made them exceptionally adaptive and accommodating rulers of a very broad empire. The reign of Mongkut Khan, 1251 to 59, a grandson of Genghis, is particularly notable for the Mongols' ecumenical spirit, but as well as revealing some of its limits. Mongkut presided over the empire at its territorial peak, and he kept a firm policy of toleration. Like his predecessors, Mongkut exempted religious institutions from taxes, and even granted some churches and mosques official privileges. He was surrounded by a cosmopolitan court. His mother had been a Christian from the Karaite tribe, and many of Mongkut's closest advisors were either Muslim or Christian. William of Rubruck spent several months in Mongkut's court and left a detailed report of religious life there. On feast days, Mongkut would invite representatives of each creed, Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, offering prayers and blessings in turn. Rubruck describes one remarkable debate in 1254 that Mongkut had organized between himself and, as a Catholic friar, some Nestorian Christian clergy, a group of Muslim clerics and Buddhist lamas. They argued theology in front of the Khan, each defending his faith. Mongkut ensured the debate remained civil, though heated. and reportedly enjoyed the theological sparring. After one such debate or discussion, Mongol Khan gave Rubruk a candid explanation of why the Mongols patronized all religions. Citing the one god above, Mongol said to the assembled visitors, "We Mongols believe in one God, by whom we live and die. Just as God gave different fingers to the hand, so he's given different ways to men." Once again, this is where we get the attribution to the later Khans. In other words, the Almighty may be one, but he granted diverse paths for worship to him. This profound analogy, the hand with many different fingers, is one of the most famous statements of Mongol religious policy, and I actually really like it. I think it's a good saying. Either way, it came straight from the great Khan's mouth as recorded by Rubric, arguments notwithstanding. Mongol went on to chastise the Western Christians for not following their own scriptures fully, and explained that God gave the Mongols their own way, in their case relying on the shamans and their traditional worship of heaven. The Mongol ruler's view was essentially pluralistic. He had no need for all the peoples to share one religion, as long as they all recognized the overarching supremacy of heaven, and by extension, heaven's earthly instrument, the Khan. It's worth noting that Mongol's statement also carried an undertone of Mongol imperial authority. Immediately after the different fingers remark, he warned that if any group defied the Mongols, believing their religion made them superior, they would be swiftly dealt with. Tolerance was extended by the Mongols, but they expected reciprocal respect and political obedience. Another instructive encounter occurred during Mongol's era was the King Hethum I of Cilicia, a Christian monarch who visited Karakoram seeking alliance. Hethum reportedly urged Mongol to convert to Christianity. Mongol politely rejected him, stating that he wished that all his subjects truly worshipped the Messiah, an interesting remark showing he admired Christian devotion. But, he said, I cannot force them to change their religion. This response shows a critical aspect of Mongol policy. Unlike many rulers of that age, the Khans generally did not endorse forced conversion. Mongol saw value in Christianity, but he would not impose it on the multitudes of Muslims and Buddhists and others under his rule. For the Mongols, social stability and loyalty were far more important than anything else. In fact, forcing a new religion on conquered peoples would have been a recipe for rebellion, and that's a mistake that the Khans wisely avoided. Thus Mongol's reign continued the broad pattern. The Mongol Empire was an umbrella sheltering all faiths, so long as those accepted Mongol dominion. That being said, even under these enlightened Khans, not every Mongol princeling was tolerant, nor was every incident harmonious. There are no perfect worlds, after all. Some members of the royal family held personal grudges or prejudices. An example comes from a hostile Muslim source, Juaini or Juziani in India, who despised the Mongols for their conquest. He claimed that Genghis Khan's second son, Chagatai, was particularly cruel to Muslims, alleging among the Mongol rulers there was not one who was a greater enemy of Islam, and that Chagatai even urged massacring them all. Well, the account is likely a bit of an exaggeration, colored by the trauma of conquests. In fact, Juziani was writing about the destruction of Khwarezm and the slaughter in cities like Balkh and Bukhara. It's true that Chagatai Khan enforced Mongol laws strictly, which sometimes conflicted with Islamic customs. For instance, Mongol law forbade washing clothes in running water during certain seasons, a shamanistic injunction, frustrating Muslim needs for ritual cleanliness. Chagatai's reputation in Muslim chronicles is that of a hardliner, who showed less sensitivity to Islam. Yet even in his realm, we don't see evidence of a systematic persecution. Muslims remained in a majority in Central Asia and continued to practice their faith. It's a pretty harsh portrayal of Chagatai, but it serves to remind us that tolerance was not uniformly practiced by every Mongol authority at all times. There were debates within the Mongol elite as well. Some, like Chagatai, feared that adherence to religious laws, like Islamic Sharia, could undermine obedience to Mongol customs. Others, like Genghis's younger brother, Temugay, a Buddhist convert, or various Mongol queens who were Christian, championed their adopted faiths. Despite these internal differences, the official state policy from Ogedei through Mongke remained one of general religious pluralism. The exceptions, a zealous governor here and a restrictive edict over there, were bumps in an otherwise pretty smooth road. By the end of Mongol Khan's rule, the Mongol Empire had matured into a cosmopolitan realm. The connectivity of the Pax Mongolica, Mongol peace, meant that an imam from Bukhara could travel to the court in Karakoram, or a Buddhist could find himself in Iran, all under Mongol protection. Missionaries roamed freely. Franciscan friars preached in Mongol courts, Rubruk among them, and Buddhist teachers from Tibet gained converts in the Mongol ranks. The Mongols had effectively created a zone of religious freedom rare for its time. The French historian René Grosset aptly called the Mongol Empire a caravanserai of religions, a huge caravan rest stop where all traders and travelers, regardless of belief, could pause and worship in their own way without any fear. This broad tolerance set the stage for what would happen as the empire split into regional khanates, and as new generations of Mongol rulers, some of whom personally embraced foreign religions, came to power. In the year 1260, Kublai Khan, another of Genghis's grandsons, became the Great Khan. Congratulations. Eventually, he would found the Yuan dynasty in China, 1271 to 1368, and preside over a flourishing culture of religious life in the East. Kublai had been raised in a world steeped in religious diversity, you see. His mother was a Nestorian Christian, famed for her wisdom and charity, and she ensured that her sons were educated in a spirit of openness. Kublai himself, while staunchly Mongol in identity, developed a deep interest in Buddhism, particularly the Tibetan Vajrayana school. Under his patronage, Tibetan lamas like Phagpa were elevated to high positions as spiritual advisors. Yet Kublai did not make Buddhism the exclusive state religion. Instead, he maintained the Mongol tradition of supporting all faiths. If anything, Chinese influence and the vastness of his domains broadened that pluralism even further. Well, now we have an interesting character come in. Marco Polo. Sure you've heard of him. The Venetian traveller who lived at Kublai's court for many years. Well, he left us with a lively account of the Khan's religious policy. One famous story relates is how Kublai honored each of the major religions in his realm. During important festivals of the Muslims, Christians, Jews, Kublai would show public respect for each. Polo describes Kublai's practice during one Easter. The Khan, quote, commanded all the Christians to come before him and bring their book of the Gospels. He then had that book incensed with great reverence and kissed it devoutly. Likewise did all his nobles. He would do the same on the holy days of the Muslims and Jews, and even for the, quote, idolaters, his terms for Buddhists and other Indian and Chinese faiths. When asked why he performed ceremonies for so many religions, he gave a characteristically pragmatic answer. There are 4 great prophets who are reverenced and worshipped by different classes of mankind. The Christians worship Jesus Christ, the Muslims Muhammad, the Jews Moses, the idolaters Sakyamuni. I honor and show respect to all four, and invoke whichever one is indeed the supreme in heaven. In other words, Kublai was hedging his bets spiritually. By venerating all of the major holy figures, he hoped to secure divine favor, no matter who was truly in charge up there. It's a kind of, well, almost you could say a playful rationale to a very serious policy. That being that Kublai refused to alienate any of his subjects on religious grounds, so he went out of his way to make each community feel valued. The fact that the Supreme Emperor of China and much of Asia would publicly kiss a Christian gospel one day and respectfully bow at a Buddhist shrine the next left quite an impression on observers like Marco Polo. It demonstrated a degree of official religious cosmopolitanism that was virtually unheard of in medieval Christendom or the Islamic world at that time. Under Kublai's Yuan administration, all faiths had avenues to thrive. He established officers to oversee the needs of the various religious groups. Muslims, often called Hui in China, had their own officials and courts for personal law. Nestorian Christians built churches in the capital of Kanbalik, that is Beijing, the old word for it at least. Buddhists received large patronage. Kublai commissioned the building of grand Buddhist temples and monasteries, and he supported translations of Buddhist scriptures. Confucian scholars, while somewhat out of favor politically, were still respected and employed in education and administration. The social fabric of Yuan China was a mosaic. Mosques operating in Beijing, Islamic traders from Central Asia enjoyed high status at court. In fact, one of Kublai's favorite ministers was Ahmad Fanakati, a Muslim from Central Asia. And in southern China, Taoist and local Chinese folk religions continued to be practiced freely. Indeed, one could argue that religious tolerance was one key that allowed the Yuan dynasty to rule a culturally Chinese society, despite being foreign conquerors. By not attempting to suppress Chinese religions, Kublai avoided the mistake that later invaders made. He did not force the Chinese to convert to some steppe shamanism. Instead, he just adopted enough of their cultural norms and let them continue venerating their ancestors and gods, thus securing a smoother governance. But that's not to say that Kublai's era was entirely without religious friction. One notable exception in Yuan times was Kublai's conflict with certain Taoist sects. There had been long tension in China between the Buddhists and Taoists, and at Kublai's court, this came to a head. In 1258, before he was Great Khan, by the way, Kublai presided over a famous debate between Buddhist monks and Taoist priests regarding whose teachings were superior. The Buddhists, aimed by Kublai's Tibetan Lama, Pagpa, convinced him that certain Taoist writings, particularly those claiming Lao Tzu was the Buddha reincarnated, were heretical, and even some of them were plagiarized. After becoming emperor, Kublai took the rather unusual step of suppressing Taoist clergy who refused to cooperate. He banned the printing of some Taoist texts, and reportedly ordered many Taoist monasteries to be turned into Buddhist temples. Some Taoist monks were compelled to renounce their teachings. And this stands out as a case where the normally tolerant Kublai acted against a religion, albeit it was within the context of an internal Chinese religious dispute, and arguably more for the sake of resolving doctrinal chaos than out of pure bias. It shows that even in an intolerant Mongol world, the Khan favor could shift, and religion might be curbed if it was seen as socially disruptive or intellectually fraudulent. Yet Kublai did not persecute Taoism wholesale. Taoist practitioners continued to exist, and many Taoist temples persisted in Yuan China. The action was targeted, not a general ban on Taoism. Marco Polo also hints that privately, Kublai Khan had a soft spot for Christianity. He comments that the Khan seemed to regard the Christian faith as truest and best, praising its moral teachings, though Kublai never converted. He allegedly told Marco's father and uncle that he didn't become Christian because the Christians in his land were not impressive enough, and because he needed the prayers for all faiths for his enormous empire. This pragmatic streak in Kublai's thinking cannot be said enough times. He was managing a diverse realm, and he saw religion as a means of unification, not division. In Yuan society at large, the benefit of Mongol tolerance was a mingling of cultures never before seen. Persian astronomers worked in Kublai's observatories, bringing Islamic science to China. Christian artisans, some from as far as Russia or Georgia, built bridges, managed workshops. One legend even credits a Nestorian Christian from the Middle East with designing Kublai's siege engines. Muslim physicians ran hospitals in the Mongol Empire. This whole interplay of ideas was vibrant. Tibetan Buddhism gained converts among Mongols. Islam spread along the Silk Road, reaching new communities in western China, many which are still there. Christianity, too, saw a boost, with churches in major cities and even a Mongol royal, Prince Godan, showing interest in Christian theology earlier. Yuan China's art and literature bear the marks of this diversity. Miniatures and paintings depict Mongol princes with Buddhist icons and Christian crosses in the same scene, and that's definitely something to behold. A veritable United Nations for all faiths. And so by the end of the Yuan dynasty, which lasted until 1368, the Mongols in China had themselves been changed by this tolerant environment. Many Mongols there had adopted Tibetan Buddhism as their main faith, a legacy that continues, by the way. These days, Mongolia is predominantly Buddhist. Some had intermarried with Chinese and taken on local religious customs. The policy of tolerance had not only kept the peace, it had facilitated a cultural transformation and exchange. And when the Yuan eventually fell, it was not due to religious strife, but other political and economic issues. In fact, even the succeeding Chinese Ming dynasty, which ousted the Mongols, continued to have significant communities of Muslims and Christians, and that is a testament to how deeply religious diversity had taken root during the Mongol era. And so, while Kublai ruled in the east, another branch of Genghis Khan's family governed the Middle East and Persia. The Ilkhanate, founded by Hulegu, the grandson of Genghis. The Ilkhans offered a fascinating study of Mongol religious policies, because you see, over a few generations they went from being pluralist patrons of many creeds to themselves just converting to Islam, the majority religion of their subjects. Through this transition we can see both the high tide of Mongol tolerance and the subtle shift when a Mongol state adopted an official religion. So let's talk about that. Hulegu Khan, who established the Ilkhanate around 1256 after his devastating conquests in Iran and Mesopotamia, was religiously quite eclectic. Hulegu was a Buddhist, or possibly shamanist by inclination, but he also strongly influenced by his Christian wife, Dokuz Khatun, who was a Nestorian from the Keriot tribe. The Keriots, by the way, had been Christians for generations. When Hulegu's forces infamously sacked Baghdad in 1258, ending the Abbasid Caliphate, they slaughtered a huge number of the city's inhabitants. This massacre is often remembered for its brutality towards Baghdad's Muslim population. Yet notably, the Mongols spared the city's Christians. Contemporary accounts credit Dokuz Khatun's intervention. She purportedly asked Hulegu to protect Christians, and thus, quote, many of the citizens were massacred, but Christians were spared. Indeed, the Christian community in Baghdad only survived, but was favored under Hulegu, churches that were left intact while mosques were burned. Well, that's one example. For the Islamic world, the fall of Baghdad was, as you can imagine, a horrific blow, a nightmare come to life, and some saw it as a sign of Mongol impiety. But from the Mongol perspective, they were punishing a political enemy, the caliph who had failed to submit, rather than targeting a faith. After the conquest, Hulegu welcomed Buddhist monks and Christian clerics to court, and he maintained the traditional Mongol stance of patronizing all religions. He financed the building of Buddhist temples in Iran, remarkably as Buddhism had almost vanished in Persia since ancient times, and allowed Nestorian Christian churches to flourish. His chief minister was the famous Persian scholar Nasir al-Din Tusi, whom Hulegu saved from Baghdad and employed to build a great observatory at Maragha. That Hulegu, a nominal Buddhist, had a Muslim, albeit a Shiite Muslim, vizier and Christian queen exemplifies the multi-faith elite of the Ilkhanate early years. And in the late 13th century it remained a tapestry of those beliefs. Hulegu's son, Abaka, succeeded him and continued to favor Buddhism and Christianity, while also dealing diplomatically with his large Muslim populace. Many Ilkhan princes and princesses were baptized Christians, and Eastern Christians' Nestorian influence was also strong at the court. However, the Mongols in this region did not force their own leanings on the majority. The bulk of the population in Persia and Mesopotamia was Muslim, and they were generally allowed to continue Islamic law and customs under Mongol oversight. A number of Persian Muslims served in the government. For instance, the historian Atta Malik Juvaini was himself a Muslim official under Hulegu and Abaka, rewarded with the governorship of Baghdad after the conquest. The Mongol rulers valued talent over creed, you see. Juvaini's Islamic faith was no barrier to high office. As long as officials were loyal, they could worship as they wished. The Ilkhans even took advice from Sufi mystics and Islamic scholars on governance. There is an interesting report that one Ilkhan, Ghazan before he came Khan, once dressed incognito to visit a noted Sufi holy man to discuss spirituality, showing the private fascination that Mongols often had with these local religions. One could find Christian monasteries, mosques, and Buddhist shrines, all receiving patronage in Ilkhanate lands during the 1260s to 80s. The cosmopolitan city of Maragha, the Ilkhanate capital for a time, housed the observatory where Muslim and Chinese astronomers worked together. And nearby were monasteries for both Christian and Buddhist monks. Marco Polo, traveling through Ilkhanate territory on his way to China, noted that the Mongol rulers of Persia showed great honor to Christian sites. He mentions that Hulegu's successors even invited Catholic emissaries who were curious about Western Christianity, though ultimately they aligned more with Eastern Christianity. The Ilkhans also extended tolerance to the Jewish communities in their domain, which is noteworthy, since medieval Persia's Jews often suffered under other regimes. Under Mongol rule, Rashad al-Din Hamadani, a Persian Jew who converted to Islam, rose to become the Ilkhanate's vizier, kind of like a prime minister, and one of the most influential figures in the realm. Rashid al-Din, whose monumental work, Jami al-Tawarikh, the Compendium of Chronicles, is a major source on world history up to the Mongols. Definitely recommended if you want some homework. And in this work it embodied the Mongol ethos of inclusion. You see, his own background was multi-religious. Born Jewish, practicing Muslim, working for Buddhist or shamanistic rulers. It's complicated. He also champions scholarly study of all religions. In Rashid's histories, he respectfully recounts the stories of Muhammad, Buddha, Jesus, and many other prophets, reflecting the open intellectual climate that the Mongols supported. The Ilkhanate, in essence, became a bit of a melting pot of sorts, a place where a Syrian Christian bishop, a Mongol shaman, a Tibetan monk might all be present at court, advising on different matters. But there was a turning point. There are no happily ever afters, I'm afraid, and it came at the close of the 13th century. In 1295, a great-grandson of Hulegu, Ilkhan Ghazan, took power and converted to Islam. This was a watershed moment. The Mongol ruler of Persia formally adopted the religion of the majority of his people, becoming not just a patron of Islam, but a practitioner. But why did he do it? Well, it was driven by several factors: personal conviction, the influence of Muslim generals and administrators, and a pragmatic sense that embracing Islam would stabilize his realm by uniting Mongol and Persian elites. Once Muslim, Ghazan set about reorganizing the state along more traditional Islamic lines. So did this mean the end of Mongol tolerance in the Ilkhanate? Not entirely, but it was certainly a noticeable shift. Ghazan made Islam the official religion of his government. He ordered the construction of mosques and Islamic schools, and sometimes restricted other faiths in ways his forebears would never have done. For instance, Buddhist temples that had been established by earlier Ilkhans were converted into mosques or repurposed, since Buddhism had very few local adherents and was now seen less favorably. The active public promotion of Buddhism and Christianity at court diminished. Many of the Nestorian Christian nobles either converted to Islam to maintain influence or simply saw their roles reduced. Ghazan also reinstated the collection of the jizya, a tax on non-Muslim subjects under Islamic rule, from his Jewish and Christian subjects, which the Mongols had generally not enforced earlier. And this suggests a move towards the more normative Islamic model of governance. That said, Ghazan did not carry out persecutions. It wasn't like he was rounding everybody up and burning them, but he remained relatively tolerant by the standards of other regimes. Christians and Jews in the Ilkhanate were still protected. Indeed, his vizier, Rashid al-Din, was a convert from Judaism and continued in office. And the Buddhists, though out of favor, were simply asked to leave without causing a fuss, or integrate into other communities. Ghazan even continued correspondence with European Christian monarchs, presenting himself as a potential ally, somewhat opportunistically, despite now being a Muslim. In short, the Ilkhanate gradually Islamized, and as it did, its pluralistic shine dulled a bit. But it did not entirely vanish. Ghazan's successors, like Olyetu Khan, went further into Islamic identity. Olyetu became a Shia Muslim. By the 1310s, the Ilkhanate was essentially a Muslim kingdom in terms of state religion, yet the Mongol legacy of tolerance had left its mark. For example, Olyetu continued to employ Christian officers and kept diplomatic channels with Christian Europe. The administrative system built by Mongols was secular enough that even under an Islamic banner it could accommodate non-Muslims. Notably, when Olyetu's vizier, Rashid al-Din, was executed in 1318, on charges of poisoning, by the way, likely trumped up. It marked a sign that the new Islamic establishment was less comfortable with a man of different origins in power. Over time, the vibrant multi-religious court culture of the early Ilkhans gave way to a more homogenized Muslim one, a natural outcome, as the Mongols themselves were assimilated into the local population. The Ilkhanate itself fragmented and collapsed by 1335, but by then, most of the Mongol elite in the region were thoroughly integrated as Muslims, and their earlier patronage of other religions had largely ceased. Well, it's important to stress that even during this transition, outright religious persecution was rare. Things didn't descend into complete chaos like you would think. The Mongols did not forcibly convert their subjects to Islam when they themselves converted. It was more that they themselves just assimilated. One exception could be seen in the occasional flare-ups. For example, after Hulegu's time, there were reports that some Mongol commanders who became Muslims might harass Buddhist monks or destroy a temple here and there. But these were not long-standing policies from the top. Conversely, when the Mongols rather, were not yet Muslim, there were cases of anti-Muslim sentiment. For instance, Hulegu at one point executed the Caliph and many Muslims, and his son, Akaba, later fought Muslim Mamluks. Some have interpreted their actions as having a religious tinge, especially since Hulegu allied with Christian powers against the Muslim Mamluk Sultanate. Yet the Mongols' primary motive in those conflicts was a geopolitical one, not ideological. Interestingly, the defeat of Hulegu's forces by the Muslim Mamluks in 1260 at Ain Jalut was celebrated in the Muslim world as a victory of Islam over the infidels, highlighting that many Muslims did view the Mongols with suspicion religiously. Either way, over time, the Ilkhanate Mongols disproved fears of being crypto-crusaders by eventually embracing Islam themselves. Alright, 51 minutes into the video, and I know what you're thinking. Why has he not talked about the Golden Horde? What is he hiding from us? Well, I would be remiss to omit that, wouldn't I? The Mongol realms in Russia and the Western steppes, and of course the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia. They were too exemplified by religious tolerance, but they had their own little twists. These western regions, ruled by descendants of Genghis' sons Jochi and Chagatai, started out as pluralistic Mongol states, just like the Ilkhanate, but eventually they became predominantly Islamic by the 14th century. Now, what is the Golden Horde? Well, it was the Mongol Khanate ruling over the western Eurasian steppe, including what is today Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, parts of the Caucasus. In the mid-13th century, its leaders such as Batu Khan, another grandson of Genghis, adhered to an old shamanistic and Tengrist belief and had no state religion. Batu and his immediate successors allowed the diverse peoples under their sway to keep their religions, and this included the Turkic and Mongol nomads of the Horde, many of whom still worshipped Tengri or practiced shamanism. They conquered Turkic Muslim populations around the Volga too, and the majority of the sedentary population, these and Orthodox Christians of the Rus principalities, they were all included. One of the most remarkable aspects about Mongol rule in Russia was their treatment of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Mongols devastated Russian cities in initial conquests, but once domination was established, they tended to prefer dealing with churchmen as intermediaries, finding them pretty useful to keep people in control. The Orthodox Church was granted exemptions and charitable treatment, much like clergy in other parts of the empire. Chroniclers note that the Mongol Khans confirmed the tax-exempt status of the Orthodox Church, and often allowed Russian metropolitans, that is, high bishops, to travel to the Mongol capital, receiving charters of protection. In fact, in 1267, the Khan Monka Timur officially exempted the Orthodox Church from taxes, a privilege reaffirmed by later Khans. Even when times were tough, the Mongols understood that antagonizing the church could incite people, so they generally refrained from doing it. A pretty wise choice. There is an illustrative incident In the 1340s, the Khan Yani Beg briefly imposed a tax on the Orthodox Church in his lands, but within 5 years, the decree was revoked and full exemption restored. This suggests that any deviation from the norm of tolerance, even just taxing the church, was quickly corrected, reaffirming the Mongols' overall policy of accommodation toward the Russian faith. As a result, the Orthodox Church actually strengthened under Mongol rule, expanding its influence, while the Mongols kept the secular rulers, i.e., the princes, in check. For the common people in the Golden Horde realms, religious life carried on with minimal interference. Russian peasants continued to attend their churches and venerate icons. If anything, the Mongols indirectly protected the church from meddling by the often power-hungry Russian princes. In the Horde's capital city of Sarai on the lower Volga, new religious communities sprang up. There were mosques for the growing Muslim population, as well as churches for the immigrants and captives from the West. Travelers reported that Sarai and other Horde cities were pretty cosmopolitan, with markets where Central Asian Muslims, Italian traders, Greek or Russian Orthodox clergy, and steppe shamans might all cross paths. A significant turn in the Golden Horde came when Berke Khan, Batu's brother, assumed power in the 1250s. Berke was the first Mongol prince of note to convert to Islam, sometime around 1257. Unlike in the Ilkhanate, where the conversion happened after several decades of rule, Berke's conversion occurred relatively early, while the Mongol Empire was still united under Mongol Khan. Berke's Islam played a role in the famous conflict between him and Hulegu, the Ilkhan. As Hulegu attacked Baghdad, the Muslim Berke grew angry and allied his horde with the Egyptian Mamluks to stop the expansion of Hulegu. This was the first instance of Mongols fighting Mongols with a religious justification. Berke reportedly said, "Hulegu destroyed the caliphate and killed Muslims, and he will have to answer for that." Nevertheless, Berke did not impose Islam on the Horde's population. He built a mosque in Sarai and welcomed Muslim advisors, even establishing Sharia courts for Muslims in his realms. But the administration remained largely in the hands of traditional Mongol nobles and some foreign merchants, many of whom were Muslim anyway, so, all's well that ends well. The Horde thus gradually Islamicized at the top, but it remained religiously diverse at the ground level. Later, in the 14th century, Ozbek Khan of the Golden Horde made Islam the state religion more formally, and then got to encouraging the Mongol nobles to convert, reportedly with some force against those who resisted. Under Uzbek, reigning 1313 to 41, the Horde became a majority Muslim ruling class. Even then, however, they did not try to forcibly convert their Christian Russian subjects. The Russians continued to practice orthodoxy, and the Khans continued to be patrons, at least in a sense, of the Russian Orthodox Church, as it helped maintain stability. The Horde's policy toward the Church remained a protective one. Several Russian chronicles mention that, with gratitude, the Pax Tatarica that allowed the Church to function unmolested. As Mongols themselves adopted Islam, their attitude toward the Church did cool somewhat. Later Khans less personally invested in fostering Christianity, but generally they stuck to the precedent of tolerance established earlier. The main difference was that Islam now enjoyed a favored status in the Horde. We're talking state sponsorship, court ceremonies in the Islamic style, this kind of thing. Whereas before it was but one among equals, now there was clearly a favorite. Non-Muslims in the Horde increasingly became simple subjects, peoples paying taxes or tribute to an Islamic state. rather than partners in a pluralistic empire. But even so, religious freedom at the personal level remained, at least in the most part. There were no Mongol-led pogroms or mass conversions in the Horde's vast territories. The conversion of the Golden Horde rulers to Islam did lead to some cultural changes. For example, by the 1330s, coinage from the Horde bore Islamic proclamations, and Mongol names were replaced by Islamic names among the elite. But the everyday religious life of their subjects carried on with continuity. Indeed, the Russian Orthodox Church survived the entire Mongol period completely intact, and would later become the centerpiece of Russian identity when Mongol rule eventually receded. Meanwhile, in the Chagatai Khanate, Central Asia, including much of Transoxiana and Turkestan, the pattern was pretty similar. Chagatai's descendants ruled over a mostly Muslim population. Turkic cities like Bukhara, Samarkand, for example, were centers of Islam. Yet they themselves initially clung to Tengrism or Buddhism. This caused a bit of friction, as noted. One early Chagatayid Khan was reputed to having been quite hostile to Islam, and there were episodes of Muslims in Central Asia being penalized for following Sharia law over Mongol law. But in general, even the Chagatai realm operated on the principle of live and let live pretty rigorously. In the late 13th century, during the reign of Khan Barak and others, Buddhist influences were introduced. Yet Islam remained deeply rooted among the people and many lower officials. Eventually, like their cousins elsewhere, the Chagatai Mongols also embraced Islam, most prominently with Tarmashirin Khan in the 1330s, who converted to Islam and encouraged others to do likewise. After that, Central Asia would firmly return to the Islamic fold. But notably, even before that conversion, the Mongol rulers in Central Asia did not stamp out Islam. They built new temples for Buddhists, but left the mosques standing. And after conversion, they did not wipe out the remnants of Buddhism or Nestorian Christianity immediately. Those gradually faded in the face of the now dominant Islam. The Dao De Jing of Lao Tzu, translated by Robert Eno. A link to the original text is provided in the description. Like and subscribe if you enjoy this content, and let us begin. The Dao De Jing. A Tao that may be spoken is not the enduring Tao. A name that may be named is not an enduring name. No names. This is the beginning of heaven and earth. Having names, this is the mother of the things of the world. Make freedom from desire your constant norm. Thereby you will see what is subtle. Make having desires your constant norm. Thereby you will see what is manifest. These two arise from the same source, but have different names. Together they may be termed the mysterious, mystery, and more mystery, the gate of all that is subtle. All in the world deem the beautiful to be beautiful. It is ugly. All deem the good to be good. It is bad. What is and what is not give birth to one another. What is difficult and what is easy complement one another. Long and short complement one another. High and low incline towards one another. Note and noise harmonize with one another. Before and after follow one another. Therefore, the sage dwells in the midst of non-action, wu-wei, and practices the wordless teaching. Herein arise the things of the world. It does not turn from them. What it gives birth to, it does not possess. What it does not retain. The achievements complete. It makes no claim to them. Because it makes no claim to them, they never leave it. Do not honor the worthy. This will keep the people from contention. Do not prize rare things. This will keep the people from becoming thieves. do not display the desirable. The hearts of the people will not be turbulent. Hence, the governance of the sage. Empty their minds and fill their bellies. Weaken their wills and strengthen their bones. Always render the people free of knowledge and desire. Ensure that the clever do not dare act. Engage in non-action, Wu Wei, and nothing will go unruled. The Tao is empty, yet you may keep drawing from it, as though it could never fill your need. It is an abyss, like the ancestor of the world of things. Blunt the point, undo the tangle, soften the glare, join the dust. Dim it seems almost to exist. I know not whose child it may be. It seems to the forerunner of the Lord. Heaven and earth are not Ren. They treat the things of the world as straw dogs. The sage is not Ren. He treats the people as straw dogs. All between heaven and earth is like great bellows, empty, yet it does not collapse. The more it is moved, the more it issues forth. Many words are soon exhausted. Better to preserve the central. The spirit of the ravine is undying. It is called the dark font. The gateway of the dark font is called the root of the world. Stretching further and further, as though always there, use it effortless. Heaven endures, earth long abides. Heaven endures and earth long abides because they do not give birth to themselves. Hence they are long-lived. Hence the sage places his person last, and it comes first. He treats it as something external to him, and it endures. Does he not employ selfishness? Hence he attains his self-regarding ends. Highest good is like water. Water benefits the things of the world and does not contend, dwells in places that masses of men despise. It is better to stop pouring than to grasp it until it is full. The blade forged to full sharpness will not last long. Holes filled with gold and jade can never really be secured. Pride in wealth and rank brings disaster upon itself. The work being done, step out of view. That is the Tao of heaven, Tian. As you carry your bodily soul embracing oneness, can you never depart from it? As you concentrate your chi and extend your suppleness, can you be as new-born a babe? As you polish the dust from your mysterious mirror, can you render it free of all blemishes? As you cherish the people and order the state, can you do so without awareness? As heaven's gate swings open and shut, can you keep to the female? As your brilliant awareness penetrates everywhere, can you refrain from employing it in action? You give birth to it. You nurture it. Yet, in giving birth, you do not possess it. In doing it, you do not retain it. In leading it, you employ no authority. This is called mysterious power. De. 30 spokes share a single hub. Grasp the nothingness at its center to get the use of the wheel. Clay is fashioned to make a vessel. Grasp the nothingness at the center to get a use of the vessel. Bore windows and doors to create a room. Grasp the nothingness of the interior to get use of the room. That which it constitutes what is valuable, but that which is not constitutes what is of use. The 5 colors blind men's eyes. The 5 tones deafen men's ears. The 5 flavors numb men's mouths. Racing at a gallop in pursuit of the hunt maddens the minds of men. Rare objects obstruct men's conduct. Therefore, the sage is for the belly, and not for the eye. Therefore he discards the one and selects the other. Great favor and disgrace startle alike. Great prize troubles as you do your body. What do I mean by great favor and great disgrace startle alike? When an inferior receives a superior's favor, he is startled when he gets it, and startled when he loses it. That is the meaning of great favor and disgrace startle alike. What do I mean by prize great troubles as you do your body? The only reason I have great troubles is because I have a body. If I had no body, what troubles would I have? Therefore, he who prizes his body as if it were the world can be given charge of the world. He who loves his body as if it were the world can be entrusted with the world. What you look at but cannot see is called transparent. What you listen to but cannot hear is called rarefied. What you grab at but cannot grasp is called minute. These three cannot be probed through, thus they are conflated to one. The top is unshining, its bottom not darkened, endless, it cannot be named. Return to a state without things. It is called the form of no form, the image of no things. It is called the indistinct. Encountering it, you do not see its head. Pursuing it, you do not see its back. Grasp the Tao of the past to steer what there is today. To be able to know at the beginning of the past is called the guideline of the Tao. In the past, those who were good at being gentlemen were subtle, marvelous, mysterious, penetrating, so deep they could not be fathomed. Just because they cannot be fathomed, I strain to describe their appearance. Hesitant, as though crossing a winter stream. Timid, as though fearing all nearby. Reverent like a guest, rent like river ice soon to melt. Solid like an uncarved block, vacant like a valley, turbid like muddied water. Who can be turbid, yet settling slowly clear? Who can be at rest, yet moving slowly come to life? One who protects this Tao does not wish to become full. It is precisely because he is not full that he can be tattered, yet new made. Reaching the ultimate of emptiness, deeply guarding stillness, the things of the world arise together. Thereby do I watch their return. The things of the world burst out everywhere, and each returns to its own root. Returning to the root is called stillness. This is called returning to destiny. Returning to destiny is called constant. Knowing the constant is called enlightenment. Not knowing the constant, one acts blindly and ill-omened. Knowing the constant, one can accommodate. Accommodation leads to impartiality. Impartiality leads to kingliness. Kingliness leads to heaven. Heaven leads to the Tao. With the Tao one may endure, and to the end of life one will not be in danger. The best, those who below are aware he is there. Next best, they love and praise him. Next best, they fear him. Next best, they insult him. Insufficient faith above, unfaithfulness below. Far off he speaks, but rarely. When the work is accomplished and the task is complete, the people all say, "We did it of ourselves." When the great Tao was discarded, only then came Ren and Right. When wisdom and insight emerged, only then came the great artifice. When the 6 kinship classes fell out of harmony, only then came filiality and parental kindness. When the state is darkened with chaos, only then do the loyal ministers appear. Cut off sagehood, cast out wisdom. The people will benefit 100-fold. Cut off Ren, cast out right. The people will return to filiality and parental kindness. Cut off cleverness, cast out profit. Brigands and thieves will nowhere be found. As patterns, these 3 are sufficiently only to make the people seek to add to them. Exhibit the plainness of undyed cloth. Embrace the uncarved block. Be little self-regarding, and make your desires few. To assent and to object, how different are they? Beauty and ugliness, what is the distinction between them? What others fear, one must fear too. How baseless, far off the mark. How joyous the mass of people are, as if banqueting on the sacrificed ox, as if mounting a tower in spring. I am alone still, without visible sign, like a new-born baby yet to smile, all listless like one with no home. The mass of people have more than enough. I alone appear bereft, I with the mind of a dolt, so slow. Ordinary men are brilliant, I am dim. Ordinary men are perceptive, I am closed. Sudden, like the sea, like a tempest, as though endless, the mass of people all have their means. I am obstinate, uncouth. I alone wish to be different from others, and value feeding from the mother. The bearing of abundant virtue is to follow the Tao alone. As a thing, the Tao is shadowed, obscured. Shadowed, obscured, a thing lies within, obscured, shadowed. An image lies within, dark, dim, and essence lies within. So sound is the essence, full concord lies within. From the past to the present, its name has never left it, and hence it has pleased by the multitude of elders. How do I know this multitude of elders? By means of this. A fragment thus whole, bent thus straight, hollow thus full, worn thus new, few thus gaining, many thus confused. Therefore the sage embraces one and is of standard for the world, not revealing himself thus bright, not asserting himself thus shining, not praising himself thus meritorious, not boasting of himself thus enduring. He does not contend, thus none can contend with him. An old saying, a fragment thus whole. How could it be empty words? Truly, it will return whole in the end. To be sparse in speech is to be spontaneous. Thus wind squalls do not outlast the morning, and teeming rain does not outlast the day. What causes these? Heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth cannot long persist thus. How much less can man? Those who follow the Tao are alike in Tao with others who follow the Tao, are alike in virtue with others who have virtue, are alike is loss with others who have loss. Alike in Tao with others who follow the Tao, he delights indeed in grasping the Tao. Alike in virtue with others who have virtue, he delights indeed in having virtue. Alike in loss, others who have loss, he delights indeed in having loss. Where faithfulness is insufficient, there is unfaithfulness. One on tiptoe cannot stand, one whose legs are spread cannot walk, one who shows himself cannot be bright, one who asserts himself cannot shine. One who praises himself can be meritorious, one who boasts of himself cannot endure. For the Tao, These are called excess, store, and superfluous acts. Things detest them. Therefore, the man of the Tao does not abide in them. There is a thing formed from confession and born before heaven and earth, silent, solitary, alone, and unchanging. It revolves everywhere and is never in danger. It can be the mother of all under heaven. I do not know its name, but I style it the Tao. If forced to give it a name, I call it the Great. The Great I call receding, receding I call distant, distant I call reversing. Thus, the Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and the king is great as well. Within the realm there are 4 great ones, and the king sits as one among them. Men emulate earth, earth emulates heaven, heaven emulates the Tao, and the Tao emulates spontaneity. Heaviness is the root of lightness, tranquility is the lord of haste. Therefore, to the day's end the travelling sage never leaves his laden carts. Though beside lavish towers, he stays by them, all aloof. How could the ruler of 1,000 chariots' state take his own body as of lesser weight than of the world? To be light is to lose the root. To be hasty is to lose one's lord. Good travelling leaves no wheel ruts. Good talking makes no slips. Good counting uses no counters. Good shutting uses no bolts, yet cannot be opened. Good tying uses no cords, yet cannot be undone. Therefore, the sage is always good at rescuing people. Thus he never abandons any person. He is always good at rescuing affairs. Thus he never abandons any affair. This is called stretching enlightenment. Thus the good person is the teacher of those who are not good, and those who are not good ones are grist to the good person. Not to honor one's teacher, not to cherish one's grist. Though one may be clever, this is to be lost adrift. This is called the pivotal mystery. One who knows the male but preserves the female becomes a ravine to the world. Such a one never swerves from constant virtue and returns again to be a newborn baby. One who knows white but preserves black becomes a standard for the world. Such a one never deviates from constant virtue and returns again to being limitless. One who knows glory but preserves shame becomes a valley to the world. Such a one is always supplied with constant virtue and returns again to be an uncarved block. When the uncarved block is dispersed, vessels are made from it. The sage uses these to become the leader of the officers of the state. Thus, the greatest carving never cuts. The wish to grasp the world and control it, I see its futility. The world is a spirit-like vessel. It cannot be controlled. One who would control it would ruin it. One who would grasp it would lose it. Thus things may lead or follow, blow hot or cold, be strong or weak, sustain or destroy. Therefore, the sage discards the excessive, the extravagant, the overbearing. He who assists a ruler by means of the Tao does not coerce the world by means of arms. Consequences come back around like a ring. Where troops encamp, brambles grow. After great armies, crops always fail. The good man is simply resolute. He never employs coercion. Be resolute without boast, resolute without threat, resolute without pride, resolute from necessity. Be resolute without coercion. When things in their prime grow old, they are called contrary to the Tao. What is contrary to the Tao comes to an early End. Weapons are ill-fortune tools, things made to test them. Hence, the man of the Tao does not rely on them. When a gentleman, Junzi, is at leisure, he honors what is at his left. Use of weapons honors his right. The weapons are not the tools of a Junzi. Weapons are ill-fortune tools. They must be used only from necessity. It is best to use them without gusto. To prevail without relish, to relish victory, is to take joy in killing men. The man who takes joy in killing will never attain his ambition in the world. Affairs of good fortune honor the left. Affairs of ill fortune honor the right. The lieutenant's place is to be left. The commander's place is to the right. This means that mourning rites are the model. When the masses of another lord are killed, one should mourn them with wailing. For victory in battle, mourning rites are the model. The Tao is ever nameless. Though the uncarved block be small, it cannot be made the subordinate of any in the world. If a king or lord could preserve it, the things of the world would come to him themselves, as heaven and earth conjoin to send down sweet dew. The people will settle themselves, though none so decrees. As soon as it is cut, then there are names. Once there are names, one must know it is time to stop. Knowing to stop is the only way to avoid danger. The Tao is to the world as the Yangtze and sea are to streams and brooks. He who knows men is wise. He who knows himself is enlightened. He who conquers men has strength. He who conquers himself is strong. He who knows when he has enough is wealthy. He who preserves has strong will. He who does not lose his place is lasting. He who lasts beyond his death is long-lived. The great Tao, it flows everywhere. At our every right and left, relying upon it, the things of the world are born. Yet it remains wordless. Its work done, it takes no name as the doer. Clothing and nourishing the things of the world, it never acts as their lord, constant without desire. It may be termed small. The things of the world return to it, but it never acts as their lord. It may be termed great, because it never takes itself to be great. It is able to complete its greatness. Grasp the great image, and the world will come. Coming and encountering no harm, it will settle in great peace. Where there is music and food, travelers stop. When the Tao is spoken as words, how thin it is without taste. Look at it, and it cannot be seen. Listen to it, it cannot be heard. But use it, and it cannot be exhausted. To shrink it, you must stretch it. To weaken it, you must strengthen it. To discard it, you must raise it up. To seize it, you must bestow it. This is called subtle discernment. The weak and supple overcomes the strong and hard. Fish must not emerge from the deeps. The vital tools of a state must not be revealed. The Tao is ever non-acting, Wu Wei, yet nothing is undone. If a lord or king can preserve these things of the world, will of themselves be transformed. Transformed should desire arise, I will press it down with the uncarved block of namelessness. The uncarved block of namelessness, surely, then shall they be without desire. Without desire and thus still, so will the world be settled of itself. The highest virtue, De, is without virtue, hence it has virtue. The lowest virtue never deviates from virtue, hence it lacks it. The highest virtue does not act, and has no reason to act. The lowest virtue acts and has a reason to act. The highest, then, acts without any reason to act. The highest right, Yi, acts and has reason to act. The highest, Li, acts, and if no persons respond, rolls up its sleeves and twists their arms. Hence, only after the Tao is lost is there virtue. Only after the virtue is lost, there be Ren. Only after Ren is lost, there right. Only after right is lost, there is Li. Li is the thinning of loyalty and faithfulness, when chaos first raises its head. Foreknowledge is the blossom of the Tao, where ignorance first begins. Therefore the great man dwells in the thick, not in the thin, abides in the fruit, not in the blossom. Thus he discards the one and grasps the other. Those of old that gained the one. The heavens gained the one, and was thus clear. Earth gained the one, and was thus calm. The spirits gained the one, and were thus potent. The valley gained the one, and was thus full. The kings of the world gained the one, and were thus born. The kings and lords gained the one, and were models to the world. This is what the one brought about. Without what makes it clear, the sky would likely split. Without what makes it calm, the earth would likely collapse. Without what makes them potent, the spirits would likely dissipate. Without what makes it full, the valley would likely run dry. Without what gives them birth, the world of things would likely be extinguished. Without what makes them honored, kings and lords would likely topple. Therefore, the honored takes the lowly as a root, high takes low as foundation. For this reason, kings and lords refer to themselves as the orphan, the widow, the unemployed. Does this take the lowly as the root, or does it not? Hence the utmost renown is to be unknown, have no wish, be glossy like jades, rather be hard like stone. Reversal is the motion of the Tao, weakness is the method of the Tao. These things of the world are born from being, and being is born of nothing. When the best gentlemen hear the Tao, they practice it assiduously. When middling gentlemen hear the Tao, sometimes they seem to have it, sometimes they seem to have lost it. When the least of gentlemen hear the Tao, they laugh out loud. If they did not laugh out loud, it would not be the Tao. Thus, the standard saying says, the bright Tao seems dark, the advancing Tao seems to retreat, the level Tao seems steep, highest virtue seems a valley, greatest white seems sullied, broad virtue seems inadequate, vigorous virtue seems to shirk, plain virtue seems soiled, the great square is cornerless, the great vessel is last complete, the great note is rarefied sound, the great image has no form. The Tao hides in wordlessness, only the Tao is well begun and well completed. The Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, three gives birth to 10,000 things. The things of the world bear yin on their backs and embrace the yang. They exhaust their qi in harmony. People detest being orphaned or widowed or unemployed, yet these are the terms kings and lords use to refer to themselves. One may detract from a thing, and it's enhanced thereby, or enhance it so detract from it. The most pliant thing in the world will ride roughshod over the hardest. What comes out from where nothing enters into what no apertures. Hence, I know the advantage of non-action, Wu Wei, the wordless teaching, and the advantage of non-action. Few in the world attain to these. One's reputation or one's body, which is dearer? One's body or one's goods, which is worth more? Gaining or losing, what is worse? Therefore, miserliness leads to great expense, hoarding leads to deep loss. Know what is enough to escape shame, know when to stop and escape danger. Thus can one long endure. Great perfection appears defective, so use can never make it worn. Great fullness seems vacant, so use can never make it empty. Great straightness seems bent, great skill seems clumsy, great eloquence inarticulate. Haste overcomes cold, tranquility overcomes heat. Clear and tranquil, be a standard to the world. When the Tao prevails in the world, fast horses are corralled for manure. When the Tao does not prevail in the world, steeds of war are born in city pastures. There is no calamity greater than not knowing what is sufficient. This is no fault greater than wishing to acquire. Thus the sufficiency of knowing what is sufficient is eternal sufficiency. Without going out your door, know the world. Without looking out the window, know the Tao of heaven. The further you travel, the less you know. Hence the sage knows without going to it, names it without seeing, does nothing, and is achieved. He who studies is daily enlarged. He who follows the Tao is daily diminished. Diminished, and then diminished yet more, at last attaining non-action, Wu Wei. Never acting, nothing is undone. To control the world, you undertake nothing. Once you undertake to do anything, you are unfit to control the world. The sage has no constant mind. He takes the mind of the people as his mind. When I treat the good as good, and I also treat those who are not as good as virtue, virtue is good. When I treat my faithful as faithful, and I also treat the unfaithful as faithful, my virtue is faithful. The sage appears shut to the world, and towards the world he blanks his mind in a daze. The people all entrust their eyes and ears to him. He treats them as children. Coming we are born, going we die. 3 in 10 are followers of life, 3 in 10 are followers of death. At birth, begun to move towards the death, these too are 3 in 10. Why is this? Because they treat life as life. I have heard that one good at protecting his life walks in the hills, but never encounters rhinoceros or tiger, charges against enemies, and is never touched by weapon or armor. The rhinoceros finds no place to thrust its horn. The tiger finds no place to grip its claws. Weapons find no place to drive their blades. Why is this? Because he has no death place in him. The Tao gives birth to them. Virtue rears them. Things give them form. Circumstances complete them. Thus all things in the world revere Tao and honor virtue. That the Tao is revered and virtue honored is ordained by no one. It is ever so of itself. Thus the Tao gives birth to them, and virtue rears them, fosters them, nurtures them, settles them, completes them, nourishes them, covers them. To live, but not possess. To act, but depend on nothing. To lead without directing. This is called mysterious virtue. The world has a beginning. Take it to the mother of the world. Having grasped the mother, you can know the child. Having grasped the child, return to preserve the mother, and you will live out your life without danger. Block the portals and shut the gate. You will live out your days and never be troubled. Open the portals and turn to tasks. They will live out your days and never be rescued. To see the small is called enlightenment. To preserve the pilant is called strength. Use the gleam to return to enlightenment without bringing calamity upon oneself. This is to make the constant your habit. Had I the least wisdom, I would walk the great Tao. I would fear only side paths. The great Tao is so level, yet people prefer shortcuts. The court is so tainted, the fields so overgrown, the granaries so empty, robes gleaming with patterned belts hung with swords, sated with food and drink, goods in excess, such as to rob the destitute. Robbing the destitute is not the Tao. What is firmly planted cannot be uprooted. What is tightly embraced cannot be stripped away. Descendants will thereby sacrifice without cease. Cultivate in yourself, and your virtue will be authentic. Cultivate it in your family, and it will have virtue in abundance. Cultivate it in the village, and its virtue will endure. Cultivate it in the state, and its virtue will be very rich. Cultivate it through the world, and its virtue will spread everywhere. Hence, see people through oneself. See families through your family. See villages through your village. See states through your state. See the world through your world. How do I know the world is thus? By means of this. One who possesses virtue in abundance may be compared to a newborn child. Wasps and scorpions, poisonous snakes, none will bite him. Fierce beasts will not maul him. Predatory birds will not swoop down upon him. His bones are weak, muscles pliable, and yet his grasp is firm. He knows nothing of the female and the male, yet his male organ stirs. His essence is at its most pure. He can scream all day and not become hoarse. This is harmony at its height. Knowing harmony is called constant. Knowing constant is called enlightened. To increase one's nature is called inauspicious. When the mind directs the chi, it is called self-coercion. When things in their prime grow old, they are called contrary to the Tao. What is contrary to the Tao comes to an early end. Those who do not speak, those who speak do not know. Blunt the point, undo the tangle, soften the glare, join the dusk. This is called the dark joining. Hence, one cannot become close to it. One cannot become distant from it. One cannot profit from it. One cannot harm it. One cannot honor it. One cannot disdain it. Thus it is honored by the world. To order a state, use uprightness. To lead troops, use stratagems. To control the world, undertake nothing. How do I know it is so? By means of this. As the world is filled with more taboos, and people grow poorer, as the people possess more sharp weapons and the state grows benighted, as men use more crafty skills, strange goods increasingly appear. As laws are proclaimed with increasingly clarity, bandits become more common. Hence, the sage says, if I take no action, the people will transform of themselves. If I love tranquility, the people will be upright of themselves. If I undertake nothing, the people will create wealth for themselves. If I have no desires, the people will of themselves become uncarved blocks. When the government is narrow and dull, the people are simple and pure. When the government is clear and acute, the people are sharp and crafty. Disaster, good fortune adheres therein. Good fortune, disaster lurks therein. Who knows its limit? It possesses no settled norm. The norm turns into anomaly. The good turns into monstrous. It has been long indeed that men have lost their way. Hence, the sage is like a square that does not cut, a corner that is not sharp, a straight line that cannot align, a light that does not shine. In governing people and serving heaven, there is nothing like parsimony. Parsimony may be called submitting in advance. Submitting in advance may be called piling up virtue. If you pile up virtue, there is nothing you cannot overcome. And if there is nothing you cannot overcome, the limit of it cannot be known. When the limit cannot be known, you may possess the state. If you possess the mother of the state, you may long endure. This is called the deep root and the solid trunk. It is the Tao of long gazing upon an enduring life. Governing a large state is like cooking a small fish. When one approaches governing the world by means of the Tao, ghosts will have no potency. It is not that they have no potency, but their potency will not harm people. It is not that their potency will not harm people, but the sage, too, will not harm people. These two will do no mutual harm, and therein will virtue commingle and return. A large state lies downstream. It is the female of the world. In intercourse, the female becomes the male by means of stillness, because stillness lies below. Thus, when the large state takes the lower position, it controls the small state. When the small state takes the lower position, it places itself under control of the large state. In the one case, the state takes the lower position to control, and in the other, it takes the lower position to place itself under control. Large states wish no more than to annex and nurture people. Small states wish no more than to enter into service. Both gain what they wish. It is appropriate that the large dwell below. The Tao is the altar of the things of the world. It is the treasure of the good person and the protection of the bad person. Fine words can be marketed. Honorable conduct can add to one's rank. As for the bad person, how can they be abandoned? Hence, when the Son of Heaven assumes the throne, in appointing the 3 high ministers, he who bears the jade disc of court and presents a team of horses is not esteemed so much as he who sits in place and offers this Tao. Why was this Tao so esteemed in the past? It is not said by means of it one will get what they seek, and transgressors will evade punishment. Hence, it was esteemed by the world. Engage in non-action. Undertake having no undertakings. Taste the tasteless. Enlarge the small, increase the few. Requite hostility with virtue. Plan for the difficult on the basis of the simple. Do great things on the basis of details. The difficult undertakings of the world are all arise from simple situations, and the greatest undertakings in the world all arise from small details. Hence, the sage never does a great act, and is thus able to complete his greatness. Thoughtless assent always brings little trust. Many easy acts always lead to many difficulties. Therefore, the sage seems to treat them as difficult, and thus never has difficulties. When things are at rest, they are easy to maintain. When situations have not yet emerged, they are easy to plan for. When brittle, things are easy to split. When minute, things are easy to disperse. Deal with things before they occur. Order things before they are disordered. A tree trunk, several arm spans round, was born of the tiniest seed. Towers 9 stories high from its foundations of piled earth. A journey of 1,000 li begins with the first footfall. He who acts falls. He who grasps loses. Therefore, the sage takes no action, and hence has no failure, does no grasping, and hence takes no loss. When people pursue an undertaking, it is always at the point of success that they ruin it. Attend at the end, as you did at the start, and you will have no failures. Therefore, the sage desires not to desire, and does not value goods hard to come by. He learns not to learn and redeems the errors of the masses, assisting the things of the world, be as that they are in themselves. He dares not act. Men of the past, who were good at following the Tao, did not use it to enlighten the people. They used it to make them ignorant. People are difficult to govern when they have too much knowledge. Hence, one who governs by means of knowledge plunders the state. One who does not govern by means of knowledge brings fortune to the state. Indeed, these two constitute the standard to always be aware of. The standard is called dark virtue. Dark virtue is profound, far-reaching. It revolves together with things. Only then does it attain great compliance. The reason that the Yangtze and the sea rule as kings over hundreds of river valleys, because they know well how to take the lower position. That is, why they rule as kings over hundreds of rivers and valleys. Hence, if you wish to rule above the people, you must employ words to take the lower position. If you wish to lead people, you must place yourself behind them. Therefore, the sage dwells above, and the people don't consider him heavy. He stands ahead of them, and they do not consider it an injury to them. Hence the world delights in supporting him untiringly, because he does not contend. No one in the world can contend with him. All in the world say my Tao is huge, but appears to be worthless. It is indeed because it is huge that it appears to be worthless. If it were worthy, would it not long since have become small? I possess 3 treasures. I protect them in my grasp. One is compassion, the second frugality, and the third, I dare not take the lead in the world. Compassionate, thus I can have valor. Frugal, thus I can extend my territory. Unwilling to take the lead in the world, thus my works endure. Now, were I to discard compassion in favor of valor, frugality in favor of territory, taking my place behind the favor of leading, I would die. He who goes to battle with compassion prevails. Who defends his state with compassion will be impregnable. He whom heaven wishes to save it protects by means of compassion. A good warrior does not act fearsome. One good at battle does not become angry. One good at defeating the enemy does not contest. One good at directing people takes the lower position. This is the virtue of not contending. This is called directing the strength of others. This is called companion to heaven, the utmost limit of the past. Military strategists have a saying, I dare not act as the host, but rather as the guest. I dare not advance an inch, but rather retreat a foot. This is called walking when there is no road, rolling up the sleeve where there is no arm, grasping where there is no weapon, struggling where there is no enemy. There is no greater calamity than having no enemy. Without an enemy I have lost almost all my treasure. Thus when 2 matched armies contest, it is the victor that mourns. My words are so easy to understand, and so easy to put in practice. None in the world can understand or practice them. Words have a governing meaning, affairs have a ruling actor. It is because they have no knowledge that they do not understand me. Those who understand me are few. Those who emulate me are esteemed. Therefore, the sage wears coarse clothes and conceals in them a precious jade. To know you do not know is best. Not to know that one does not know is to be flawed. One who sees his flaws as flaws is therefore not flawed. The sage is flawless. He sees his flaws as flaws, therefore he is flawless. When the people do not hold the awesome in awe, awful events occur. Do not narrow their living space nor crush their means of livelihood, because you do not crush them. They will not view you as a crushing burden. Therefore the sage knows himself, but does not display himself, cherishes himself, but does not honor himself. Thus he discards the one and takes the other. One who is valiant in being daring will be killed. One who is valiant in being timid will live. Of these two, one is profitable, one is harmful. Who knows why Tian hates what it hates? Even the sage takes this to be difficult. The Tao of heaven excels at prevailing, though it does not contend. It excels at responding, though it does not speak. Things come of themselves. Though it does not summon, it excels at planning, though it is flexible. The net of heaven is vast, though the mesh is broadly spaced. Nothing gets through. If the people do not fear death, what good is threatening them with death? If you make the people ever fearful to death, and threaten to execute any who innovate new things, who will dare to do so? Always have an executioner whose charge it is to kill. One who takes the place of an executioner is like the one who takes the carpenter's place in hewing wood. Few who take the carpenter's place fail to wound their hands. When the people starve, it is because their ruler extracts too much in taxes. That is why they starve. When the people are hard to govern, it is because their ruler takes action. That is why they are hard to govern. When the people regard death as unimportant, it is because they seek life too assiduously. That is why they regard death as unimportant. It is precisely doing nothing for the sake of life that makes one worthier than those who value life. When born, people are pliant and weak. When they die, they are stiff and strong. The things of the world, such as trees and grasses, are born pliant and fragile. They die shriveled and dry. Thus, the hard and strong are the followers of death. The pliant and weak are followers of life. Therefore, when a weapon is strong, it cannot conquer. When a tree is strong, it is put to the axe. The strong and great dwell below, the pliant and weak above. The Tao of heaven is like the stretching of a bow. The high is brought down and the low is raised up. It takes from what has abundance and supplies what is wanting. The Tao of heaven takes from what has abundance and supplies what is wanting, but the Tao of man is not thus. It takes from the wanting in order to supply what has abundance. Who can serve heaven by means of abundance? Only one who possesses the Tao. Hence, the sage acts, but he relies on nothing. His task accomplished, he does not take the credit. He does not wish to manifest his worth. Nothing in the world is more weak and soft than water, yet nothing surpasses it in conquering the hard and strong. There is nothing that can compare. All know that weak conquerors are strong, and the soft conquers hard. But none are able to act on this. Thus, the sage says that he receives the derision of the state is the lord of the state altars. He who receives the misfortune of the state is the king of the world. Straight words seem to reverse themselves. When making peace between disputants, there is always some remaining sense of dispute. How can this constitute a good act? Therefore, the sage keeps hold of the creditor's tally, but never calls in the debts that are owed to him. One with virtue oversees the tally, one without virtue oversees the payment. The Tao of heaven has no favorites. It always shifts to the good person. Make the state small, and the people few. Let there be arms for troops in tens and hundreds, but unused. Make the people treat death seriously, and not move to distant places. Though there be boats and carriages, they shall not be ridden. Though there be armor and weaponry, they shall not be deployed. Let the people return to keeping records by knotted rope. Their food sweet to them, their clothes beautiful to them, their homes comfortable to them, their customs joyful. Through neighboring states, be in sight of one another, and the sounds of the roosters and dogs heard from one to another. The people of one will never visit the other, even as they grow old and die. Trustworthy words are not beautiful. Beautiful words are not trustworthy. Good words are not eloquent. Eloquent words are not good. The wise are not broadly learned. The broadly learned are not wise. The sage does not hoard. Having used what he has for others, his possessions increase. Having given what he has to others, he has more and more. The Tao of heaven benefits and does not harm. The Tao of the sage is for others, but does not contend. End of the Dao De Jing. Thank you very much for listening. Interesting, wasn't it? Well, if you like more of this, then like and subscribe to the channel. You will get more and more. And check out the playlists or perhaps the Patreon. Now, speaking of the Patreon, I will thank my top-tier supporters both on YouTube and that platform. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, the Gitmers, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulford, Near, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Video Man, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, the HMSHH, Crystal, and Talbury. Thank you very much. And I will see you, well, whenever you feel like coming back, I suppose. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all. The 1903 British expedition into Tibet, led by one Colonel Francis Young Husband, a pivotal maneuver in what was known as the Great Game, the intense imperial competition between Britain and Russia for control in Central Asia. It was aimed at establishing diplomatic relations, securing trade routes, and of course, countering Russian influence. Young Husband commanded a force of approximately 1,400 men through the challenging Himalayan terrain to reach the Tibetan capital of Lhasa. In April 1904, the expedition successfully negotiated the Treaty of Lhasa, which granted the British government concessions and expanded the geopolitical presence in the region. It was a bold and strategic mission, that not only solidified British influence in Tibet, but also set the groundwork for future interactions, but also tensions. It shows the length to which empires will go to secure their interests and shape the politics of the early 20th century. Welcome to the channel. Interesting one today. That mysterious kingdom. That is, well, just as mysterious today as it was over 100 years ago. If you like this sort of content, and if you're a big fan of history, I suppose you better click the subscribe button, and then you'll get even more of it, or you might even learn something. Now, with that all being said, let's get busy. And we go back to 1815 first. We must provide a little bit of context, don't you think? You see, in the wake of annexing Kumaon and Garhwal in 1815, the British Empire in India endeavored to establish relations with Tibet. But there was a problem. Tibet did not want to establish relations with really anybody. They just wanted to be left alone. Despite expending their influence into regions like Punjab and Kashmir, the British attempts to initiate trade or any kind of negotiations with Tibet were completely unsuccessful. The situation involved a little more in 1861 when Sikkim came under British protection, prompting the need to define its border with Tibet. Of course, recognizing Sikkim as a strategic trade route into Tibet, the British were more keen than ever to solidify this connection. Plans began to be drawn up. Now, believing that China's presence in Tibet, marked by Chinese armbands, indicated control over the region, the British initiated diplomatic discussions with China concerning affairs in Tibet. Although these talks resulted in a trade agreement and a border settlement, the Tibetans refused to accept the terms. Of course, the British were talking to the Chinese talking to the British. No one was really talking to the meat in the sandwich. Now, although they erected a stone fort on Sikkim territory, this obstructed the trade path and persistently dismantled boundary markers set by British and Chinese officials. When the British Trade Commissioner sought to address this issue, he was informed that Tibet did not acknowledge China's concessions. The contracts that had been made and signed in regard to them were not agreed by. No one actually asked them what they thought about it. Direct attempts to engage with Tibetan authorities were also declined, showing China's inability to enforce its authority in the region. Now, this led the British Governor-General to describe China's apparent suzerainty over Tibet as a constitutional fiction, mainly maintained for convenience and keeping face, but all in all, lacking any real power. Meanwhile, suspicions began to grow within the British government that Russia was supplying Tibet with arms and troops, and they might have even forged their own secret agreement with China regarding Tibet, without the British even knowing about it. Such Russian influence, of course, threatened to disrupt the chain of semi-independent buffer states separating British India from the Russian Empire, potentially providing Russia with direct access to India. In fact, the presence of Russian envoy Agvan Doriev at the Dalai Lama's court intensified these concerns. Of course it would. Why is it that the Russians are allowed to have someone in there, but the British are not? Certainly raises a few eyebrows. Acting as an intermediary between the Dalai Lama and the Russian Tsar, Doriev met the Tsar on September 30th, 1900, at the imperial summer residence at Livadia, presenting a plea for Russian protection. Discussions about establishing a Russian consulate in Tibet ensued, and gifts were exchanged. Doriev and the other Tibetan envoys met the Tsar again in 1901 at Petrov. However, apprehensions about potential conflicts with the Jing, that would be the ruling dynasty in China at the time, and the British Empire prevented the finalization of a Russo-Tibetan treaty. But nevertheless, Russia did provide the Dalai Lama with a whole bunch of gifts, lovely little knickknacks from Moscow, along with arms and ammunition. That ought to help in a pinch. These incidents strengthened the Governor-General Lord Curzon's conviction that the Dalai Lama wanted to end Tibet's neutrality and firmly establish it within a Russian sphere of influence. In order to establish trade agreements, Curzon requested in 1903 that the governors of China and Tibet hold talks at Kampa Zong, a small Tibetan village north of Sikkim. The 13th Dalai Lama was ordered to attend by the Chinese, but the Dalai Lama declined. And he also declined to arrange transport so that Yotai, the Amban, could go. The meeting was ruined. Party's over, kid. London granted Governor-General Curzon permission to dispatch a Tibet Frontier Commission, which was headed by Colonel Francis Younghusband, and included John Claude White and E.C. Wilson to Kampa Zong as Deputy Commissioner. It is unknown, though, if the Balfour government fully understood the operation's difficulty, or even how the Tibetans thought about the concept. In order to get ready for his mission, Younghusband travelled to Gangtok, the capital of the Indian state of Sikkim, where John Claude White served as political officer. On July 19, 1903, White had done everything he could to have his appointment to the expeditionary force cancelled because he was not happy about it. He just would rather be somewhere else. Of course, Younghusband was not happy with this. You'll do as you're damn well told. He was unsuccessful, and Younghusband got even for White's disobedience by abandoning him in the leech-infested Sikkim jungles to organize transportation of supplies to the expedition using mules and coolies. That ought to teach him. So, on January 26, 1903, Younghusband received a letter from the Undersecretary to the Indian government that read as following: In the event of your meeting the Dalai Lama, the government of India authorizes you to give him assurance which you suggest in your letter. Beginning in August 1903, Younghusband attempted to incite conflict with the Tibetans at Kampa Zong with Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Brander, his escort commander. Following an act of what they called Tibetan hostility that the British resident in Nepal later determined was the herding of some trespassing Nepalese yaks and their drovers back across the border, the British took a few months to prepare for the expedition that pressed into Tibetan territories in the early December 1903, in an event to bolster the British cabinet's backing for the invasion. Younghusband telegrammed the Viceroy to inform him that Russian weapons had infiltrated Tibet. However, Curzon, in private, managed to silence him. He had said to him, "Remember that in the eyes of Her Majesty's government, we are advancing not because of Doriev or Russian rifles in Lhasa, but because of our convention that was shamelessly violated. our frontier trespassed upon, our subjects arrested, our mission flouted, our representations ignored. The Tibetan troops were nearly all quickly impressed peasants who lacked motivation, organization, discipline, and training. Well, by impressed, I mean they were conscripts. That's the old word. When you impress somebody, it means you're forcing them to do something. Now, only a small number of the most loyal units, those monks, typically armed with swords and other hand weapons, were successful, and their numbers were really too insignificant to turn the tide of conflict, especially against British cannons and all the rest. Their generals, who appeared to be in awe of the British and refused to take any aggressive action against the small and frequently scattered column, only made the situation worse through their refusal to act. Additionally, they blatantly failed to adequately defend their own natural borders. You think they would have known how to do that, often engaging in combat on comparatively open terrain, where Maxim guns and rifle volleys resulted in a very high death toll. For the Tibetans, of course, not for the British. In contrast, their commanding officer and the British Indian troops were seasoned veterans of fighting in the northwest frontier's mountainous border. This was not their first time. And so, over 3,000 fighting men made up the British force, which was primarily composed of British Indian troops. There were also 7,000 Sherpas, porters, and camp followers, in addition to the 8th Gurkhas, 40th Pathans, 23rd and 32nd Sikh Pioneers, 19th Punjab Infantry, and Royal Fusiliers. This force also included engineers, mountain artillery, 4 regiments of Maxim machine gun detachments, and thousands of porters who were recruited from Sikkim and Nepal. 6 companies of the 23rd Sikh Pioneers, 4 companies of the 8th Gurkhas in reserve at Nartong in Sikkim, and 2 Gurkha companies guarding the British camp at Kampatong were among the numerous Gurkha and Pathan troops from the mountainous areas like Nepal that the British authorities included because they anticipated the difficulties of this high-altitude conflict. Better bring some people who live in high altitudes anyway. They might have a better idea. Thus the Tibetans were aware of the expedition, and the Tibetan general at Yatung promised not to attack the British, as long as the British did not attack the Tibetans, to prevent any bloodshed. On the 6th of December, 1903, Colonel Younghusband responded, "We are not at war with Tibet, and that unless we are attacked ourselves, we shall not attack the Tibetans." Younghusband's advanced to Tuna, 50 miles beyond the border, with about 1,150 soldiers, porters, laborers, and thousands of pack animals after neither Tibetan nor Chinese officials met the British at Kampatong. The expedition was ordered to proceed towards Lhasa in 1904, after waiting there for several more months in the vain hope of encountering negotiations. When a foreign power sent a military mission to its capital, the Tibetan government, led by the 13th Dalai Lama, became concerned, I wonder why, and began to gather its troops, just in case. The extensive experience in Indian border conflicts, the British Army was well prepared for combat when it left Nartong and Sikkim on December 11, 1903. Brigadier General Ronald Leslie MacDonald, its commander, spent the winter in the border country, training his troops, close to regular food and shelter supplies. In March 1904, however, he began a serious advance, covering more than 50 miles, before running into his first significant obstacle on the 31st of March at the pass of Guru, close to Lake Bam So, or Dochen So. And then things get dark pretty quickly. The massacre of Chumikchenko occurred on March 31st, 1904. A 3,000-strong Tibetan force positioned behind a 5-foot rock wall and armed with, antiquated matchlock muskets. We're talking 1904. Faced the front line of MacDonald's army and blocked the road. The Tibetans had set up 7 or 8 sangars on the slope above. When asked to halt, young husband, the commissioner, responded that the advance had to go on, and he could not permit any Tibetan troops to stay on the road. But the Tibetans refused to leave their positions or engage in combat. They were simply at a deadlock. MacDonald had responded that the only thing to do was to disarm them and then let them go. It does appear that a mock attack was staged, mainly to incite the Tibetans into firing, give them an excuse to take action in return. Therefore it appears that the Lhasa's general's action, firing a pistol and striking a Sikh in the jaw, was prompted by altercations between the Sikhs and Tibetan guards gathered around the Tibetan generals. According to British accounts, the situation quickly escalated when the Tibetan general became enraged upon witnessing the brawl unfold and shot the Sikh soldier in the face, causing the fellow soldiers to retaliate violently. According to a Reuters report by Henry Newman, who identified himself as an eyewitness, after this shot, the Tibetan crowd rushed forward and attacked Edmund Candler, a Daily Mail correspondent. Shortly after, fire was upon the Tibetans, gathered behind the wall from 3 different directions. According to the doctor, Austin Waddell, they poured a withering fire into the enemy, which with the quick-firing Maxims mowed down the Tibetans in a few minutes with a terrific slaughter. Tibetan second-hand accounts have claimed that the British fired without warning and that they actually tricked the Tibetans into putting out the fuses for their matchlocks. Nevertheless, there is really no proof that such a deception did occur. It's more likely that the cumbersome weapons were likely of little use under the given conditions. In addition to that, a high wall protected almost all of the Gurkha, Sikh, and British soldiers nearest the Tibetans, and none of them were killed. As the Tibetans retreated, the Maxim guns mowed them down. Lieutenant Arthur Haddo, commander of the Maxim Guns Detachment, wrote, "I stopped firing because I was so tired of the carnage, even though the general had told me to make as big a bag of it as possible. I hope I shall never again have to shoot down men walking away." Jeez, if that had happened a generation later, court-martial sort of stuff. Ugh. Horrible. Brigadier General MacDonald permitted the Tibetan forces to withdraw after they took refuge a half-mile from the battlefield. Between 600 and 700 people were killed and 168 injured behind them. 148 of them survived as prisoners in British field hospitals. 12 Brits were injured. The Tibetans wore amulets that the lamas had given them and were assured that they would be magically shielded from harm during the battle and others that followed. They realized the hard way that the amulets don't actually do that. It is a good way to boost morale, though. After one battle, the remaining Tibetans displayed a great deal of perplexity due to the amulet's inefficiency. They were reportedly extremely confused. How on earth are we being shot at? Are we being injured when we have the magical amulets? in the same way that the Boxer Rebellion soldiers were quite confused that their supernatural powers were not holding up to cannon and gunfire. Finding out the hard way. Well, a day later, young husband wrote in a telegram to his superior in India as follows: I trust the tremendous punishment they have received will prevent further fighting and induce them at least to negotiate. A week later, MacDonald's force broke through the first barrier and, gaining momentum, crossed the deserted defenses at Kangma. On the 9th of April, they made an attempt to cross the Red Idol Gorge, which had been fortified to block passage. MacDonald gave his Gurkha soldiers orders to climb the gorge's steep hillsides and expel the Tibetan forces that were positioned atop the cliffs. They started doing this, but were soon engulfed in a raging blizzard that cut off all communication with the Gurkha force. Exploratory probes down the pass were shot at with a few hours later, and the fruitless battle lasted until the storm passed at noon, demonstrating that the Gurkhas had somehow managed to get a position above the Tibetans. Faced with gunfire from both sides as Sikh troops advanced up the hillside, the Tibetans decided to retreat, once more coming under the heavy fire of the superior British artillery, and they did so in a timely manner, leaving only 200 dead in their wake. Once more, the British losses were hardly worth a mention. The British military pushed on to Gyantse after this battle at the Red Idol Gorge, as the British had later dubbed it, and they arrived there on April the 11th. The garrison had already left, and the gates of the town were opened before MacDonald's forces arrived. Francis' young husband wrote to his father, As I have always said, the Tibetans are nothing but sheep. It's not very nice, isn't it? While the Westerners looked at the Palkor Chodeh monastic complex, the townspeople went about their daily lives. The focal point was the 9-story stupa, known as the Temple of 100,000 Deities, which was modeled after the Mahabodhi Temple in Bodh Gaya, where Gautama Buddha had reportedly first attained his enlightenment. Officers passed around the scrolls and statuettes. Changlo Manor became the mission headquarters, where a young husband could host his durbars and meet with the Dalai Lama representatives. Young husband's mission staff and escort were housed in the farmyard and country mansion of a Tibetan noble family named Changlo. They now entered a house salon period, as Charles Allen puts it, and even establishing a vegetable garden at the manor, while the officers went shooting and fishing and exploring the town unaccompanied. A holiday, if you want to put it that way. The charitable Captain Herbert Walton, the Commission's medical officer, provided for the local population's needs, including an operation theatre to treat cleft palates, a condition that is especially prevalent in Tibet. In order to safeguard the supply line, MacDonald ordered the main force to start the march back to New Chumbi 5 days after arriving in Gyantse, and judging the defences of Changlo Manor to be secure. In an attempt to get London's opinion on moving the mission to Lhasa, young husband telegraphed the city, but he received no response. The events surrounding Chumikshenko had caused shock and growing disquiet in Britain. A spectacle that featured half-armed men being destroyed with the irresistible weapons of science had drawn criticism from publications like The Spectator and Punch. The cabinet kept its collective head down in Whitehall. Young husband was informed that the Tibetan troops had assembled now at Karalo, which was 45 miles east of Gyantse. Without first consulting Brigadier General MacDonald, who was 2 days away on horseback, Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Brander, commander of the mission escort at Changlo Manor, made the decision to attack the Tibetan force gathering at Karalo. Instead, Brander spoke with young husband, who stated that he supported the move. When Brander's telegram outlining his plans reached MacDonald at New Chumbi on May the 3rd, he attempted to cancel the action. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Percival Landon, a Times correspondent who attended the talks, noted that attacking the Tibetans was injudicious and quite out of keeping with the studious way in which we had hitherto kept ourselves in the right. Gurkha riflemen of the 8th Gurkhas and sepoys of the 32nd Sikh pioneers, who had climbed and fought at an altitude of more than 5,700 meters, won the battle at Karalo on May 5th, which is arguably, a bit of trivia for you here, the highest altitude battle that has ever been fought in history. That's an interesting little fact, isn't it? Well, at the same time, the Changlo garrison was attacked by an estimated 800 Tibetans. 3 men from the mission garrison were killed, but the assailants lost 160 people as a result of the Tibetan War, which allowed the mission staff to organize and repel them. Lieutenant Leonard Bethel, who was far away at New Chumbi, wrote an exaggerated account of the attack that praised the bravery of young husband. However, according to young husband's own account, he had fled to the redoubt and stayed under cover there. Brander's Karo-La party had commandeered the Gurkhas' light mountain guns and Maxims, which would have been very helpful in defending the fort, which was now in Tibetan hands. Brander received a message from young husband instructing him to finish attacking Karo before going back to relieve the garrison. Even though it was shocking, young husband's goal was achieved by the unprovoked attack on the mission and the Tibetans' reoccupation of the Gyansa-Dyong. He wrote in a private correspondence to Lord Curzon, "The Tibetans have, as usual, played into our hands." He also wrote to Lord Ampthill in Simla, "His Majesty's government must see that the necessity for going to Lhasa has now been proved beyond all doubt." The Dzong continued to fire on the mission and its garrison after the attack on May 5th. Even though the Tibetan weapons were antiquated and ineffective, they maintained a steady pressure, and the deaths were an erratic but a persistent reality. 11 more people died in the 7 weeks following the surprise attack on Changlo Manor after the first one on May 6th. In response, the garrison launched its own assaults. 1 Maxim was positioned on the roof, and brief bursts of machine gun fire struck targets as they emerged on the Dzong's walls. Some of the mounted infantry, who had returned from Karalo with new standard-issue Lee Enfield rifles, pursued the Tibetan horsemen. Yeah, look, when the Lee Enfield came out, that was pretty much the best you could get at the time. Now, the assault on Changlo Manor appeared to actually motivate the Indian and British governments to step up their efforts, and, as planned, reinforcements were sent out. In addition to the 6 companies of Indian troops from the 40th Pathans, a party from the 1st Battalion, the Royal Irish Rifles with 2 Maxim guns, a British Army mountain battery with 4 10-pounder guns, and Murray Mountain Battery, 2 field hospitals and British troops stationed at Le Bon were sent, with the 1st Battalion of the Royal Fusiliers, the closest British infantry available. The Royal Fusiliers departed on May 24th, 1904, and joined MacDonald in the first days of June at the Tibet Mission's base depot in New Chumbi. During this time, there were notable alarms and actions, such as the successful fighting on May the 18th to 19th that aimed to take a building away from the Tibetans between the mission post and the Dzong. The structure was renamed the Gurkha House after about 50 Tibetans were shot dead. On May 21st, Brander's troops departed for the village of Naini, where the Tibetans had taken control of the monastery and a small fort. They engaged in intense combat, but had to disband in return to protect the mission from the Dzong's coordinated attack, which Otley's mounted infantry had put down. The Tibetan commander of the garrison at the Gyaltse Dong, one Dapon Tai Ling, made one final serious attempt to seize Changlo Manor. British morale was raised when a company of the 32nd Sikh pioneers arrived on May 24th, and Captain Seymour Shepherd, dubbed a legend in the Indian Army, arrived at Gyaltse leading a group of sappers. He participated in an assault on the Pala Manor, which is located 1,000 yards east of Changlo Manor, on May 28th. There were, at this time, 400 Tibetans killed or injured, until MacDonald returned with additional troops, and Brander focused on fortifying 3 positions: the manor, the Gurkha House, and the Pala Manor. No further attacks were considered. He also reopened the lines of communication with New Chumbi. It was by this point that Lord Kitchener, the commander-in-chief in India, was adamant that Brigadier General MacDonald take full responsibility for the mission going forward. Back in Simla, there was a perception that young husband was overly eager to leave for Lhasa. On June the 6th, young husband left for New Chumbi and sent a telegram to Curzon's Foreign Department head, Louis Dane, stating, "We are now fighting the Russians, not the Tibetans. Since Kerala, we are dealing with Russia." He also sent off a series of letters and telegrams asserting that there was ample proof that the Tibetans were dependent on Russian assistance, and they were getting significant amounts of it. The problem was, the assertions were pretty much baseless. In his capacity as acting viceroy, Lord Amthil gave young husband instructions to resume talks and make another effort to get in touch with the Dalai Lama. In 2 different letters, young husband reluctantly gave the Lama and the Chinese Amban Manchu resident in Lhasa, Yu Tai, an ultimatum. However, as he wrote to his sister, he opposed the course of action because he believed it would give them another chance of negotiating. Young husband arrived at New Chumbi on June 10th, following a discussion between MacDonald and young husband, and on June 12th, the Tibet Field Force marched out of New Chumbi. The road to Lhasa would be open after Gyaltse Dong was removed as a barrier. The main target of MacDonald's army was Gyaltse Dong because it was too powerful for a small raiding force to take, and because it overlooked British supply routes. On June 26th, the 40th Pathan soldiers and Gurkhas engaged in house-to-house combat inside a fortified monastery at Naini that overlooked the approach. Additionally, when the garrison at Changlo Manor joined the battle, Tibetan forces in 2 forts in the village found themselves between 2 fires. On June 28th, the companies of Gurkhas, the 40th Pathans, and the 2 waves of infantry cleared the Sechen monastery to the northwest and the fortress that protected its rear, removing the last barrier to the assault on Gyaltse Dong. Thus far, Tibetan reactions to the invasion have mostly consisted of static defenses and mountain sniping at the passing column. Frankly, neither of them were very successful. The Tibetans had made no attacks against the British positions, except for that abortive attack on Changlo 2 months earlier. It was this mindset that resulted from a combination of legitimate fear of the Maxim guns. Can hardly blame them when they're wielding matchlocks against them, but also confidence in the strong foundation of their defenses. But they were consistently let down in battle, mostly due to their subpar equipment and inexperienced officers. And yes, the amulets weren't working. So young husband instructed the Tibetan delegation to vacate Dzong within 36 hours, following a formal durbar held at the mission on July 3rd, although it was unclear why negotiations could not take place while the Tibetans controlled the Dzong. Young husband made no attempt to engage in dialogue. On the other hand, a campaign to weaken General MacDonald's authority was launched against a more patient man. On July 3rd, Captain O'Connor, wrote to Helen young husband that he should be removed and another and better man, a fighting general, substituted. The best Tibetan soldiers and the nation's sole artillery defended the heavily fortified Ganse Dong, which held a commanding position above the valley below. In order to divert Tibetan troops from the southern side of Dzong, which was to be the primary target of the impending attack, MacDonald launched a demonstration, a feint primarily aimed at the western edges of Ganse Dong. His main force would then immediately storm the breach created by an artillery bombardment with mountain guns to stop the Tibetans from reoccupying the 14th century monastic complex at Setchen. I'm sorry to say that it was set on fire. Hard to find excuses for that one, isn't it? The things that we've lost along the way. The final attack on July 6th did not proceed as planned because the Tibetan walls proved to be a lot more formidable than the British had anticipated. 3 columns of infantry were to advance from the southwest, south, and southeast, according to the plan of General MacDonald. However, there was a near catastrophe at the start of the attack when 2 columns collided in the dark. Breaking through took 11 hours. The attack had little chance of success before nightfall because the breach was not finished until 4 p.m. Gurkhas and Royal Fusiliers were heavily fired upon, and they did suffer some casualties as they breached the broken wall. As rocks rained down upon them, one of the Maxims misdirected fire and struck more Gurkhas than Tibetan defenders above them. Gurkha troops scaled the rock face and climbed the rock directly beneath the upper ramparts. 2 soldiers, both wounded, broke through a bottleneck under fire after multiple unsuccessful attempts to scale the walls. They established a foothold that the subsequent troops took advantage of, allowing the walls to be captured. For the rest of the campaign, the Tibetans remained a constant threat, but never a major issue. Regardless, the Tibetans continued to retreat, giving the British control of the road to Lhasa, but denying MacDonald a safe route to get there. Now, both of the soldiers who breached the Ganse Dong wall received substantial rewards. Havildar Kabir Pun received the Indian Order of Merit First Class, which is equivalent to the Victoria Cross, because Indian soldiers actually were not eligible for Victoria Crosses until the First World War, which he should have been given one afterwards anyway. Well, while Lieutenant John Duncan Grant received the only Victoria Cross given out during the expedition. Despite having witnessed the Gordons at Dargai, Major Wimberley, one of the mission's medical officers, wrote that he thought the storming at the breach at Ganse Dong by the Gurkhas was a far finer performance. Following the fall of Ganzedong, soldiers pillaged the monasteries, including Parko Chodei and Dongce. Looting appeared to be acceptable if the army believed it had been opposed in any way, regardless of what general orders and the Hague Convention of 1899 may have required. Yes, the Hague Convention goes back that far. While Dr. Waddell, Brigadier General MacDonald, and his Chief of Staff, Major Eagledon, claimed that the monastic sites were most religiously respected. Major William Bainon, in a letter to his wife on July 7th, stated that some of the pillaging was actually officially authorized. It wouldn't surprise me if you know about what happened with the old summer palace. Terrible. On July 14th, MacDonald's force marched east along the Lhasa Road after the sappers demolished the Surchen Monastery and fort on July 12th. On the heights, to the left and the right, the Gurkhas engaged in combat with the resolute group of Tibetan fighters at Karula, the wide-mouthed pass where fighting had taken place 2.5 months earlier. But in essence, resistance pretty much waned prior to the advance, and a scorched earth policy was implemented. The Tibetans cleared villages and took what food and whatever fodder they could, denying the British of loot. There were plenty of red shanks and gulls in the lakes, but the troops could also fish there. They travelled along the Yamdokso's shores and arrived at the Nakatsa fortress, which was empty, save for a group of Lhasa delegates. The young husband refused to negotiate until Lhasa, despite MacDonald's insistence that they settle the business. When mounted infantry advanced to take control of the Iron Bridge, or the crossing at Jushul Chazkam on July 22nd, the troops encamped beneath the wall of another fortress, Pote Dzong, and were abandoned and in ruins. After 4 days, the army started to cross the Tsangpo on July 25th, following the mounted infantry. The 13th Dalai Lama had actually escaped all the way to Urga. Now, if you don't know where that is the old capital of Outer Mongolia. When the force reached Lhasa on August 3rd, 1904, he was well and truly gone. Disappointing. But the Amban was there, and he told the British that he had no power to negotiate with them. But he did lead his personal guard into the city. The Tibetans informed them that the only person with the power to sign any agreements was the Dalai Lama, and he was not there. The Chinese emperor was advised by the Amban to remove the Dalai Lama. As August went on, the Tibetan Council of Ministers and the General Assembly started to yield to pressure on the terms, with the exception of the indemnity, which they felt was excessively high for a developing nation. However, young husband eventually coerced the Tibetan National Assembly and the regent, Ganden Tri Rinpoche, into signing a treaty that he had drafted on September 7th, 1904, which became known as the Convention of Lhasa. At the Patala Palace, it was once more signed at young husband's insistence. It was his ability to ram the whole treaty down their throats that he wrote to his wife. So the main points of the Convention of Lhasa are as follows. First was that they acknowledged the border between Tibet and Sikkim. The Chumbi Valley would be given to Britain until the substantial indemnity was paid by Tibet. Trade in Yatung, Gyansa, and Gatok was permitted, and that Tibet would not interact with any other foreign nations. The Tibetan negotiators had found it most difficult to accept the amount of the indemnity. In fact, it was about 7.5 million rupees, a little bit expensive. In fact, Sir John Broderick, The Secretary of State for India had stated that it must be within the power of the Tibetans to pay, and had allowed young husband to be guided by circumstances in this matter. The young husband added that British trade agent based in Gyansa should be allowed to travel to Lhasa for consultations whenever he wanted, and increased the amount of the original indemnity, which was £5,900,000, to the £7.5 million. He appears to have continued to pursue Lord Curzon's geopolitical goal of securing the Chumbi Valley for Britain in order to increase British influences in Tibet. Since the British occupation of the Chumbi Valley was guaranteed until payment was made, the valley would have remained in British hands. Young husband wanted the payment to be made in annual installments. When you work it all out, I'm not a math magician, but it would have taken the Tibetans about 75 to 80 years to pay off the debt. Immediately following the signing, young husband wrote to his wife, "I have Russia out forever. I have Chumbi for 75 years. When one has known the scorpion, meaning China, the frog, meaning Britain, is divine," the regent also remarked in his correspondence. Now, Britain declared that it still recognized Chinese claims of sovereignty over Tibet, while the Amban subsequently publicly renounced the treaty. Acting Lord Viceroy Amtil significantly loosened the terms in other areas to cut the indemnity by 2/3. The 1906 Anglo-Chinese Convention updated the terms of this 1904 treaty. China committed not to permit any other foreign state to interfere with the territory or internal administration of Tibet, while the British agreed not to annex Tibetan territory or to interfere in the administration of Tibet in exchange for a little bit of payment from the Qing court. Always down to the money. Well, following the formal gift presentation, the British mission left in late September of 1904. Although Britain had won, if we can put it that way, and secured the agreements it wanted, nothing had really changed. Despite losing the war, the Tibetans believed that China had been humbled by its inability to protect its client state from foreign invasions, and had placated the British by signing a treaty that was essentially meaningless and unenforceable. When the war ended, Tibetan troops who had been captured were released unconditionally, many of them after undergoing medical care. But in actuality, the strongest opposition to the war was expressed back in London. You see, colonial wars had been pretty unpopular by the Edwardian period. Both public and political opinion had disapproved of starting wars for such trivial reasons as Curzon's were, and the initial battle, which was characterized in Britain as a willful slaughter of defenseless men, was seen as equally unpopular. King Edward VII's backing was the only reason why young husband MacDonald Grant and others received any recognition for the war. Only 202 British soldiers were killed in the action. 411 got taken out by diseases. But around 2,000 to 3,000 Tibetans are thought to be killed, or at least gravely injured. Even though young husband became the residency of Kashmir after the campaign thanks to a little grease of the wheels from Curzon, political decisions regarding Kashmir and the princely states were made without consulting him, because his judgment was simply no longer trusted. Young husband had no future in the Indian political service after Curzon's protection ended. When George Roos Capel was appointed Chief Commissioner of the Northwest Frontier Province in 1908, young husband retired from India at the age of 46.
Okay, well, I hope you liked that. It was a bit interesting, wasn't it? Very mysterious. Tibet, Very mysterious place indeed. So let me thank my top-tier patrons and supporters. Dark, Gary, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stock Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Fizarbo, Legitmus, Maverick, Susan, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Cameron Alexander, Nicholas, Daniel, JR, and Charlene. Thank you very much for all your support. Really does help. Well, I will see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. As always, lots of love to you all, and look after yourselves.